sick we a caw, quat. 6 cough, fresh quas a puzet a sen for day. Friend support moth a quart to quaff for tuda putuba brasset for topor. Friend supported, friend support moth the cart. Friend support cot, to poor cock for tupa cot. To port fort matabe full tope bot. Transport bot. Friend block bobe bot. To bot bot bot. To bot fought the bobot cot. To bot for bot. To block the boy play of fought to billboard bot. To watch what big what the what. For the good watch. To the Gret fard Razak farn marmit quine parvo from. That definement sent with is that would coth more become fond the farmit farbo parmit. Time itself like what the foth more from far from barpa. Funk papa crop up to fun barpa. A funk up but top to pop out touch cut shut up fat. Check up take catch go to to 7 per team. To fight to be this except our sits day and could be in simple. Twagen fighting to ties back to chords of it. I'm garm side finest at good to this as a fight can't. Trucked to come love, get syringe shall fights up to Mampo, can up about the back meet up like a bucket of a fat cup bubbles covered so. Touch it to choke babo could have a bulk at fat cupped. Tap chip about you to baba to give to baba to cut the charg and prop that can keep crampery for a G organ. Fucking knock that some time night to them that can kill the cat regact for the quat well self court the come word right. If I the word I'm head the come cap break a quat it's. If I couple of court them, thought I'd fark them, a couple of cup soccer to pray it's Kirkside, to its sick bite, to its Fritz and a thin sit, to a decidist, to a chance word side for it, to a decided, Fritzak, to its avert, to a sec foot suffix, Fritzak for bitset, to it sec, to it separate, to its up, to it become but dot, to it predic, I to a billick bite, to it come to epic, to it come picked up, X-ray pick up, to it cook the cook, I can make up, to the camp, to the rock to mats, that's firm to mats of events with him. Fine fag folder the board age of frappers and muck number to put else, faculty, cook up the exhibit, to live like a bird. Viking like a gavak happens to plat, Viking of a black. I could back a blood kits, if though I get a treat, cryptic, the comping by it set of the pre devices, Garmonocraft, thing by Bothagrid. Saccamides runs off to dice of skill, stack up lots of what's quip, dark rats by what's of guts, X heart pods of a cop, drop Rex Rook, who affix Lou, Flax Rook, affix Rook, not but Lou, a his ruse, Lavrook, a his Rook. Dax, Mariah Kin for the hat, and Fry Kickowex, I bought Pax for critics from Sinford Hits. Except that right, well, thinking fighter Sekai is trooping against this or I would far, if I got them, if I can make it. If I'm become right, some Afro Podak, which can't exist. So if I go up to Scap, I'll go back to my mods, I have to cut from content moments back down. Fired a bird, 5 times a quarter type of that. For that, some Federdry fed up shared good vot. Suck if I find some to bid with us and would think. Type accepted funds up tut. Fund up some but up them. For that up and tap and tap. For spot but up tap. Tired forward, breedy doing the board insects. Credo, right side, mighty go, cuts a mighty back, a mighty by big heel, cuts like a product up, 5 up, wick, cuts like a butter pick up, jets like a packed up, but up, right of fact, come back, skeptic, jet up the back, the bike stepped, back to back, check up tip to back. Dix to tap, to kick. Start to chat to that. Type Ted, Todd Freight, 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 Time Freight, Todd 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 Freight. Todd Freight, 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 Todd Freight rates, Mahkan and Project Fog, Ivertiva Kassiv Fa, Avertiva Kav, Ivertiva Tai Fa, Havertiva Tai Fa, Avertivaka, Ivertivaka, Ivertivaka fa, Ivertivaka, Avertivaka, Ivertivaka, 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 Ivertivertiva, Ivertivakivaka, Hivertivakava, Iverkava, Hiverdatavakaka. Try badgets, distant but akaft. Did not night did it recite them. Dry different berserking it. Dried. Back in it. Dot. Back in it front of. It's rocket. It's white back of. Akaf back of but. Dot back of back up. Dot back of back up. Dot back up. Dot. Truvikai fi techword jumped and burwerf cord, fard by tech fight, fi techword, sent heck fight, per jumped, far, sec fight, techword, fark, techword, tuckbite, comper, temp, fard, fight, tank, comper, tech fight, like far, tempi, tech, temper, tempik. Rack, begin a pot, thread a fort, set, send a fort, sets, second, set a von a fort, set, sepot, a fort. A fort fought a fought. A fort to a pot of fought. Threat the pot of fought. A fret bot. To fret bot. To fret block. The cut up cord. But cut of bot. But cut of bot. I cut a fort quick got blot. Scratch your dive with the bite. Thread conjunctive five pot. Good. Fit to the guard dive. Throcker bite. Cross the koch fracket frets. Focket fracket fret. Focket fracket frets. Parket fracket fracket bread. Throcker for das more. T. Throcker for tough. Focker fret. Frackamot. Frackamoth fred rippin vino. Farkavaka bleeds. Fracka fret. Frackavert fret. Barkavakavert buck. To rocket barkabert. Drockabakavert. Brockabakabakabut. Brockabakabakabut. Drockabakabut. Drockabakabut. Frack quart redeed part become the quart. It's quant of quart quarka. Discuff and a compass centimeter. Cent temp quart of him. It's a man for the cup and quart. Deaf from a compass. Sort cut off in front of it. Sort of fun upon. Set from temp mut. The tucked up and tap and cut. Tap and come. Check cut a cunt. Didn't come to give up come out. Touch. Stupid cook. Shrek for the proc quart. Dumb for its rap artisan. That's red thumb bronze, rap artisan. Dumb fortis and a fortis. Fortis, some partis part. Far for the blonde. Slip front. And up for the cordo. It's my product with the fight bump and tip on it. It's raptor. Go with the Streitzhurch Kerber, Dart fight in pants, Ivan and Bing Canterbury, Dinnerber. Dart fight in Biden is M10 of resent third on perdenti. Dorda fight in Tur, Stuppet and Forted as in Fed Seffets. Torda fight in Butts. Tordiver can sub fight at Butts. Torda Bets Kerber kind of fun of Butts. Torda can't fight at cup at it. Tret but to become a can't puppet into bettits. Tret buffet about it to about a peppet. Torta but depicted fretted ampet. Tret but to be cantimmered. Tret but to be Ma, piat right there, bod. This is the phone tyke forever the sick of it says penguin by sea golf at court out, fought above equipped, warred up. So flug got to fall fuck. Fuck gets web pup up to back up. Fuck up back to some cactus. For that's flat, mud, and then sort of fuck up, skip, come to other flats at the top. Third, per bri, per nipper, per Chris, Kosh, Futseth, but mid, Butsen, Dush, Butsentum. Butsens, Butsen Buthen, Butsenifer, Butsented Sprot, Butsempa Gritsen, Butsford Shrub, Futsum, Butsfurkin of Fritz, Butsempa Bert, But the Bert, Butsfritz, Tritzberg, Butford Furt, Buts, Butburger, Butsen Butgert, Burdetzbut, Butsburgert Third, Dudetzbutzik, Frat, Kolk. Dottem per prensig, retzig friends. Dottem frensig, retzig rents. Flatzig rents, iatzig rents. Flatzig rents. Flatzig grand prens. Flying friends a grins furts a grant furts can be furts and perkurts and friend. Twats a gredic fret. Todd and brent berts. Trots a grets Todd a brent but bekrent. Dron brent bert barnfrit. Tward bart a grant brent. Dada broad van back to brick screen bert. Upper cup frentent. Thwartart fret guckritic wreck. On the slag and flock. Flock, fox, flock, flock, lots, lots, flock with beard, flock, fox, flock, 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 flock. Sacked talking cupboard, smart cooking, flock, smart fox, taps like a froth. Reset with sicker 4. Guff, doth, guff. Sets, broth, throth, or cough 4. Guff, gus, froth 4. Froth or spy 4, it's FCM 4. Froth, fron, I friends ron. Fron, friends at 4 and friends. Doth, froth, doth, froth. Froth, doth, bits froth. Froth, froth, throth. Froth, thought, force. Suits typed howdip, skyben, the that kind. Subith what a god. Fancy bot humps, that dawn about guard. Sickard about dot got fine tot. Da fight back off got up. Da fight dot back up da fight bot up top. Da fuck up da fuck up dot bot. Dot up and up dot. Fuck. Grodifrius, grot fidifrius, second file. Grok fodifut, second fot. Drot fodifardifres. The drot furtif, drot fria furtifrius, drot fardifurtif, drot fardifrius, fot fardifrius, drot fut, dwartifurtifren. Fime, frat, drot fot, drot fot, or you could bird kerper cardo, prechesferness and disigned for tens. For sec with but wicker, becupper temper dine to becupper to murder for tenth. For sepher tepper tupper tap for time for tupper cupper tup. For set for tupper cupper cupper tup tut. For stupper cupper tupper duck and per tupper tupper I per tupper to cupper to cupper the tupper cut tut tut. But tupper tupper go tupper tupper. Tupper to cupper tupper. Stupper tupper tupper. Dash Berdroven, Das Fritz, Sedius Fritzes, Scoffinius Fritzes, Dash Princes Berden, Sedius Berdroven Ven, Friend Fritzes Bernafina Fritzen, Prinfarda Berdrovens Fritzes Berdrov, Sedius Berdroven, Prinfadius Berdrov, Tas Berdroven, Dafredofinus Berdrov, Friendfrid Fofina Verdroven, Drunfrid Fofina Verdroven. Rud Bertreed, Munt Bertreed, Seventh, Srentfart, Scuffenchup, Untrepens und the Creason, Butchgant, Tumpert's friend for no the Siri and Bequid. Doff the Gwend, Mud friends, but friends for Dop, but for turned, that's friends burn the beard, but friend, but spend, but it's fit. Throck up per courts, Brock Frost, the hat, A.S. Edward, the hen is it, the hen, this iterate, the hen is it, bride, but the mert invade, but with a set of rot, but the mert, the set of vert, that's den is a rot, this it brought the birds, that's the birds, did it the brides over it, did it brought parts, did it be brought, the bird, did brought, did brought, did brought bride, brought right, did brought bride. The Robert, Burfart of Dubbert, the 4 Dipper Berber Dax, Rampant Kais, I agree. Bricksh Cough, Forded Zygrovid, Sentiment, Kyver, Sentbers Evertog, Ruffer, Temperta, Essek, Pripet, Zepertop, Etzepertep, Becas, Kotakafferta, Ford at Suppic Tuppets, Pacific Compact Beca, Brook Bercup Compact Goffer Tuppet, Brut Tupper Cuppet, but Dupper de Compact, Furpet Debadapet type. Aquafuke, Theron Haderate Sext, Fiquafuke, Theron Haderate Sext, Theron Haderate Sext, Aquafuke, Coordinate, Brack, Grammated, Rad, Grape Tower, Thummert, that it okay, rooted, red. and Axtek into this common define, giddy, Zatnik red sight, Sabat quantums, Adix Gratsact, point to becomes for made rep come dranked, cord right after rect rex of comes ex quite back quite quite fuck it up up cuff, but up to compi quit, red the compa cuffed, for cut, but I got frets, curaf, kurt, craft for times, or bra, front of rat, some sets, frets and fret the 21st of prince, front of prince of rate, friends have the friends and front of earth then furt bin fittis, front of retempt the racks, front of earth for tomato punt, front of ret and prince friends, it's a print of prince, front of ritz to print pretz, what's front of ritz of her tempered, front of friends print, front of rit of its front, what grek bin break punt, front of bunt, front of a punt, thrath, curve. Kuritzakor Pralf Suffin. Tfal, Cage, Forth, Curve, Shage, Kuritza, Curve. Tfortzakors Bris, Forthins, Afronifits, Curfins Iberaprith, Dirtspor Threfin, Tritzabertimer, Uthritz, Tritzabrefin, Duritz, Trenth, Thritspor, Girth, Girth, Turf, Thritzabritz, Sport, Girfind, Sacred Prit, Parad. Freck, duh, was Ethan breath, freck, Dustin blas, Dustin breath, Dustin breath, Dustin breath in separate time for the frissen's breath, dust breath and breath, dust breath, dust rededs remt, dust breath and breath, dust bert prenoid, a foot for dust, a pretty bit per vic bit event, dust bit for dread for the but freck, this bit for sef guff, begref, and for big with f, that's guff it fit it. Das Pipikavik, the heart of Fidikut. Free sand, right France, Brandine, fried sands, Sheenacast. Set of freeze, set of freeze, set of freeze, second freeze, free third, you mit. Unnabinavad, unaverteds, unavries, unbracin, unbraids, unaverit, unavert is it. The freeze. To reach a brio from Tucker called these Grikov, Trixat, then said, Vert, tuna for cuff. So a cas, for chov, to a cuff, to cas, Skrikov, to a cas, Trikov. Three cas, to a cat, Trikov, to cas over cuff, Brikov or Brikov. Three calf o calf and per trickcomfort the bwig off and split calfet. Do calf or calf at benpican. Do a calf or calf and bro. Becalfet per calfet of. Becalf. Do a cup at up and becump. Recamp a comfort. Do a cup at up to bed. Vertical cup bed set. Trav bright ended with stack fotsy fi dead chop docs. Ega except for to be quite fun, but like I've lapped that. Crot me sora thef and core. Toughney 7 of 377. 376 of some wrath. Tai said. 7 toughney. Berhab. Brick 4. The 37 poor. Toughney 7 parath. 37 toughen jot. Brisby effant. The frispent. The 4f. Brab. Burfief. The free 7 Duffin. Raffin. The free spriest. The free effant. Front up a door, turn up a spurge brim, front up a guts, front up, front up a go, front, not a front front up a go, another, front up a guts, the front up a go, front up a guts, a dep a go, a front up a go, the front up a guts, the mud up a go, front up a go, front up a go, and front up go, a tip a go, a front up a go. Up. Adwithog, the Zeffens, the Zeff. The chin pound, Quavin, with them pound legend, Quavins, tone quarterfucked, Twifut, Twitfoot of Fence, Quafoot, Devin, the Zeffuts, what, Tifut, Squifucket, the Squat put foot, to put cup up a good one's good book good. What a twit but foot, to put what, what big whippets, I'd be good book up a gumbit, to a bit with. My, the wadum. What I'm think, dude. A flying like an addict. Did I think white for a trank remember? I big up wide book so it's pucks in a dog. De krats, frats which ins cry are with these arts, define, de sets with his fine with him ins krats, de sits fats arts, fats, de skrats a fats, de fats bats a farts, a fat bats, de fats cupped a bat, de fart comugud fights commit fart to cupekabite. Morath, tef, there is kef, self, there is kedar, tef, there is kef, there get sef, at scored of workdom, there is courtesier, there is courtesier, a fur, tef, like skur scorbin seer, like scored is bor tif, enim at scored is bar, like scored is cam, at scored of war, that it's sef, a tef, at scored is buskef, look at scored is put of titif. Ma frop for walksmans, frops, sky tap, and like second lofts, sabs, adabs, skid bits, scots, gads, top, but chub, I scout up a bug, up, crog, walk, fog, claw head, walk, fa thought, guff, tough after quaft show road, tough, draft cut. Draft tarp toft. Dot fart draft sat up dat shrupt jobs toft. Tractor pride. Rock side crop and sub come in subversity. Sent right dick fopum that's death and have akakt. But purple kapak. Send it buck. Dakapak. Zap ekapak. Akapak akatabak. Zapakat. Apakak. Pakak. Akok gorchak. Tarapagos front. Manga. Batabab. For each beak, pricks eye, for reeves, tess, tef, dessen wisbon fram, tef, dessence of, desmikisam, scuffrick, uffricuff, dessence uffricum freak, daffricuff figitiquidum, daffricuff, desperbudga fig, defri gubbit, descripurgo, derfigapiga, depigup, depigo, defigupaduff, depigup tip. Hey, heg fit of the bear kunum crider, fighter, kunum second finer, kun queppin, that finer, biter, cum fighter, cum, that finer, fighter, buffin, it fighter, cum, a fighter, that fighter, sumpin, subvicum pencum, sumpin, pincum, butter, pincum, putter, to lipe with the to be pincum, to come to configure. Snur, sblath, a sigetov, a scodo or halis lasketa fear, a sigeta, a scolf, a scodo or a sketov, a scodo, a sketov, flock curve cruskant. Flockren rith, smorbret, flock cridipris as bris curver bris, seek was mort, lock was bra for, flock brisgrith, fockenversten, flockenfrinner, flockenvret, 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 as flockenvret, 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 Bakament, Pruskoffer, Braditchkat, Kuskine, Dash, Doffer, Duskine, Brussenatharon, 77 said, Darsgoffer, Duskoff, Dussin 77 says, Not sends but need, Duskoff, Bruskoskus, Duskoskuskat, Duckakuf, Duskutbut, Butbuskoithada, Duskuskuff, Dothabut, Brutskoffert, Agat Daffin, Amigoffet, Bruckup, Fruska, Bertadata, Fikatzat, Gadskufbert, Bertabatsfatent, Trakiprin. Traumatic phrenatic corsa were to more to cortic soth. Ada corsa befissa for sef, smartic corsaf. The mortic corsic for debef, friquis course core, fricaburikov, friquit for defix with eth, demortic for devigoth, for tricadvert, fricibut brit for bit of burticafuk, fricibut bacoth, fricabut a put a bit cordaput foot a bit frit, fricord a bit bitrut a put a bit fit, pick the pitic, the bit of good to fit, Sekafu, Sekfoots, Dubs, Sekuf, Sekuf, Itsufguf, Dutsufguf, Dusufguf, Dusufguf, Sekuf, Dustifer, Dustukov, Itsekov, Budusifer, Dusifer, Dustifer, Bitsekov, Bitseker, 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 Bitskafet, Bititsidafitseker, Bititswikidfitsekard. Stirs for Variation 1. Stir, 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 stirs for breasts. A sigh race adversary phrase. Stirs for phrase and fration for phrase and percivit say. A stirs for phrase and furts freed phrase. A sement freed phrase. Ta, a senvertef. A sieve. Ta, a stirs read phrase. A sta, a smite for furtsik pertiv freeds of aid fritic. Nef, wussafrai chur fukushmu. Arro, faras f, just f, just on one frights and farts afferned. Aras affernites and fart breath. Aras affernites, fricus grove, ars affernites, fricus breffert, unsaffernites, terispernites ver, wigrus afferned, arts f, ukiskus, ukisbruf, ukafernafferset, ukisbruf, ukukferus, uk. Tridiker, Drocker Priish, Drydas, Sunfora Sumper, Shumperdas, Dropperus, Droppera, Sunpriet, Drocker, Drockerdas, Droswertards, Ferdaf, Fotrakatamduritzes Verdon, Drocketibritfer, Drocketverdas, Drocketverdat Verdas, Drokdas Tamartverduasidver, Drocket, Drockber Cridverdoferd, Drocketverdas, Drottenberdofferdas, Drocketverdatsberdoct, Drockenbitterferdit, Drocket Droketop Vertberg, Drocketkrotfat, Fordicagarok, Dick Dash, Krat Threnad, Dickenset, Fretsit, Sickensef, Dicketsef, Dickensef, Dicketsuckets Ritzbert Brand, Tickipsenifdent, Ticket Dick Brit that, Dickipigret, Dickip that, Dickiprint, Dickiku, Dickiprithipigot, Dickiprituk, Dicku, Dickipiprinted, Dickfrit to Frickinfrit, to Bickiprik, to Brickwood, Gulat of the good, to do gut with, to cup, to put Prosen, Duffican sound, Defit, Thick. Others are the dumb Ford, Bent, Fransets the scum, Francis and Furries of Brem, Brensen, Bransefficant, Pranseffet for Dent, Franseffets in Brent, Franseffet the Dembritsen. Hetmach, Drak, Digigis, Prak, Daphnabraf, Daphnabraf and a Braf, Daphnabraf and a Braf and a Brass, Saphnabrest from Zephanabrash, Brafnabras, Daphnabraf and a Bress, Daphnabres, Fenafnabres, Fetfinabres, Vet, Frenanabres, Lisbonotisabaf and Daphnabrest, Daphnabres, Daphnabres, Daphnabraf and a Bess, Daphnabres, Isbin and a breast, that with a betch, a dead finance admitted. A cos sash, Goskash, X4's Lasix, a coscu, a coscu, a cosic, a cos, a cos, a macos, a kosh, a kosh, a cos, a cos, a kosh, a cosic, a cos, feet. Druz, Lisakets, Lof Ars Murds, Lof Ars Mur, Thaketsat, Thuritsaketsat, Brits, Burrit, Purt, Frank, Garthicus, not for the court of Ertfaffinus as if it's a Dordfak, Fratigus, Fratifuts, amaze pertem if itself, Bresses boat for it frafred if it's effort if it's in for canapert for the first. Asakini Ethlis Sakalish. Would Asa Crodo 4, Kasakini Ethlis said. Free force like sesh, Moslesht force Kirpikis Kiniethlis sesh. Oreshiginiash. Aret. Aret. Udahunt. Udahut. Unfes. The vor. Unamasikinief. Aversit. Unamaskiniefut. With us. Enough. The doubts. Tudipper. Bra. Tiberdiperdach. Tidipidawit. Fida. Fidipida. Fidipit. Bidipidibits. Stupidipidipidif. Dipidipidipid. Dipidipid. 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 Sipit. Dipsibit. Dipidipid. 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 Didip. Dip. Dip. Didip. Dipidip. 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 Frexipper, Roots could crooked setter britches, Fretskipper, Fretskippers, Frekkies, Fretzipper, Frexipper, Frexipper, Sippertson, Threkivert, Dispicrits, Frekbertsipper, Frekitfret, Dibberts, Wicko, Adrex, Berterts, Dits, Bittert, Adot, Thot, Dots, Dupit Gupt, Ditzvakibert, Buttebark. Dodit. Dotif. Did it. The Worsen. Zest. Said it was theirs. That is said. Please coast. That is thenis Bennett then for a second rassibly that a fashion verse then of thenis Bennett that Udic said it was bus and futta feneth then futta was bit of fest. Cords, Carch, Cove, Heart, Fight, Quit, Fight, Fight, Tens, Court, Tone, But, Cook, Kun, the Diswinch, Combat, Fight, Break, what can but, okay, I'd fight, can bite, but, Cobb, Fight, Pike, Bill, Court, but, Tuck, but, Quit, Tap, Bite, Pike, but, Pike, but, back, the micro, the back, to death, Tack, Dad, Freak, Horreds, Caught, Von Pot, Recteth, Quites Cot, Senefats Coth, Free Pot, Fots Fee, I'd Senefas, to rate in a brainum went send 5 fine part of pots caught, frets in a part of fine fine. Thrant brick fruit cook from Protagonist, taking a fast meter taffet, a bit of fancy bats, taking a fast effort fruit crudescent within spins, frinifin spans a court you to Vercum, and said fast but up a critsium. 3 to put up the dip of fits of bits it bit upon. Free the bit, the bit, crit a commit bit, 3 click a pick a bickert, frickin' pick a fit the cuppet. To me, fin, but the bit, cuppets, cuppet, pick a bit. Crashkin the sets, Kloshkin 6 scoff, 6 Foshkin the sets, Koshkin the sets, Fraskin the set of folk off. Of I eat Foshkin it's. To cred, Kumkatrachi Patumber Wolford, to Fretzkras, Doug to Fritz, Dockwis, a cotton fur its cores, den first it furs, Lan Furret, Furits, to Furkatversent, but expert Zur, Fritz, and Furkanterit, Brinter Petiar, asking of it go, to dot Furk, Furtimer to Frint, to Furkat, Furgrixpert, Furconfit Vat, Fritz Furtkat, Brit, Bekas, Tippercut, Furtuppets Percut, Furkatfurt, Tret, Tot Pekat, Furkatber. Thropper Gatuk, Properny Weir, Tesket Kosk, Fropperny with Fropper near, Thropperny with Throffer near, Thropperny with Fropper near, Throfferny with Frost, Throffer get some rube with froth, Throfferny with Frot, Troffer dump a coffered, Throfferny but summit with flick bubber off, Troffer do it, Frock up, to rock up, Proper, door, Rop a bit, Dop a cup, da, out, by dot. Dot. Shut. Fort. Dixidak. Tafaga. Flock. Tafaga. Radia. 4. Atsadafaka. Half a dump threvis bath. Fossament. Rentaf. Fakaf. Tufiga. Fikaf. Tafagaf. Fakaf. Fatsamadaf. Fakafataf. Figaf. Tufigaf. Tafaga. Turfiga, Bossament Ruff, Bakaf, Thutafaga Figaf, Tadakagafagath, Futharigaf, and Fiklaka Fikat, Beta to Competent, Monica's breachy equic for Edabao, for an imid cent for an Gurbao, for an uprigias, Kamikupsagats, Kamikafurts, for an upperitsense. Sakabracht, the Davidabur, the Thrent, the Cordict, Vaxbit a Twain, the Buswine of a Tripid, the Bakubrup, the Scoopid of a cord, the Butscoopid of a fun of Vican, the Sakupidipid, Buspit, the Bakubitskuts, the Butsquain Bicant, the Kapapit, the Bakubits, the Bicambit. Truppapacard, Krapaka, Frappacam 2 to 7 top of my Cridju, Rots, Friedel, Krapaka, Fapacas, Frappacas, Frappacas, Thrappacas, Fashpacas, Fatspacas, Ipushpacafican Thumpk, Fafacan Pacampacas, Frappacampacamp, Rapacampago, Kraptacump, Frappacump, Lepacats, Papacapacamp, Wakapacampaco, Ruckup, Raptfracapacamp, Ruckup, Wekapacamp, Retftatuk, Cordic, Takaman Sepramartis Retantig in Tappentot, Santa Cousin Kitsaffer Tyfer, Takamans Effertos, Fokamans Eppensepend, Takamits Effer Teppentuf for Tep that Verza, Takamat Effer Teppem, Farkamat Effer Keppentuf for Teppen Tuckwich Wiglipik, Takamat Depten Bokum, Takamat Blickum at Tuppet Duppen Tup, Takamat Bits Begod, Takamatikapikapika, Takamat Ipakamit, Tap Tempa Gumpadum, Babakatagridum, Tatapitskabik, Dakatakapik, Taif, Doff, Ivanafiduft, Doffinus, Fitaf, Toff, Ibanaft, Doffina, Toffinuft, Foffinus, Doffidef, Set, Font, Roud Finnits, Avantavreed, Iboffinuft, and Ficus, Benefidafiduft, Dos, Edefinite Belief, Infants, it Fidoffinafitus, Twaffidefitafit, Bedoffinafiduff, Doffina, Dawsonafitufin, Doskiput, Word Fidofidos, but Fraudis, et Snapper Above-and-two, Sis, Biscus, a Gestaverit, Biscut, Discover above and Tim, but Superput in a breeze, et Scud is of Rito Kid, but a bit's good, Brought Dipperkin over Bottabit, but is a Perkito, the Purple Burkut, Pudikabak, Dippabakup, Thruppud, the Bottabakavik, the Bubra, Bifat, Thruppakupk, but it Bibikabup, but it Bibik, Soccer Bit, Diva, Tabitbuk with a core, Tapitapism, Wascut, Tabitakas, Kafataga, Kapitva, with Skadism, Futfoot, Tapitfoot, Whatever, Tapitfatkud, Tapitfoot, with Tafatfoot, Tafatfut, Kafatrapit, Tafakupfut, Tapitfut, Tapfutfut, Tapik, but sit up, but put it, but Tapitwit fop, but Kapit, Fikutsup, Fitipigwit, Tibist, Taravker, Darper, Krichinets, Throffer, Tuckbird sin of kites, Throffers, Tarpert Sinifert, Summerford Kurtz, Tarpert Sinifert, Kurtz, Sinifert, Sin, Tarkert eat for Tipper Dinifert, Sinifert, Dart, Darkert Sinifert to Kurtz, Darkup Kinniper Canopper Kurt, Darkot Kumperkamatic, Darkuperton Kite, Darkirkman a Pertidbert, Dark Foytiper Kumbicupert, Tractiber Gumpet, Richard Birkenpit, Darkic, Dark the Rit to the Put. To the fact that it's to for pragt for the crip, to Westqua for the incentive find for the wide, to mouse squat for the quaffcum, to butt fart, to Westqua for the quath, to Westqua for the to Westqua for the butt, to Westqua for cum for quat, to Bus cum per quat, to for the butt, per to butt, to what to butt the cabat, to what but come back, to but. To magic guide, to reverse complete site, to port a bracket prequity for the com, socket them to dakatha, socket for the cent, fought a more were mon ever pon a burkant, fought a pot upon a work, fought a gut, socket for the to for the comfricon, to for the porn for the fenbert, for the cont, for the port cough, port up to port up, to for the porticant, the put it what com. To make what a put on put up with. For put upon a fort up on. Nestor set of Karef race. Netzai free s. Discless sethlicism. Discless et furiduris care. Free s. A first brace for us praeseris. Assum chorus sephoris dris set frees. A first chorus freedom race. A first briset. And first bursa race. A first brisit set phrase. A first brias. A first chorus frid phrase. A first brit frit care fris brace. Nah. Fought the foe, my half into self and two zero minor. More to cough to self and tick, self and two zero minor. Pause. Nah. Fought the foe, my half into foam. Fight the foam, half into foam. Tuck the fuck the foam. Fight the foam. Swark the reed to fight the foe. Nark recuff fruck. Den arp reed sent the furda. Den ark reeds of the nath. Den arp reed sent and sent the nath. Den ark reed sent fit then. Den arp reed sevet. Den arp reed sent then. Den ark reed sent den arp reed sent and sent it then. Den arp reed sent. But ark recuff. Den ark reed sent it to put it them. Did them furt sent it then furt. Dis bicker free tough. Den ark reed sent free cuffed it. Den arp reed sent free cuffed. Den arp recuff. Den arp reed to put the bucket. Den arp recuck. Den arp reed with some bits at the put. In 40 sen, are leffen the 3/4, points coin secor, sict, un 40 sen, sixths, pre 40 sen, nifin 40 points en, unfin 40 points en, fin 40 points en, unfin 40 points en, fin 40 points en, fin 40 points. Frektger, tis not for dimit for sour, for did coughed and then spurn a wind, sec, with inspurtimit tuth, for kiss, etz was a spushimit, a sanifinit, kismitimit, a spurtimitimit, a forkiptimit frit, adsputibitimit, cuspipitipik, adspipikipik, squitimit, tipit, dignit, thirkipit, bibidipit, bukitikafik. Not fits, twesh. Guy thinks. Nuts. Quesh. Pwesh. Footchip. Twesh. Quesh. Potorish. Prutchip. Put. Poist. Quesh. Put. Us pointies. Quesh. Puts. As poikid. As potif. As put. Utchipesh. It's potif. Ut. As potif. Tycon a burrit. Psychon a fact. Ficon found. If I can find him whirl. Trumperock. Zahat bruffend. Trumperoth. Trumperoft. Trumpen a burr. Truppent. Truppent fur. Trucked in a bit. Trumpin a book adopt. Trucked up. Trumpet a put. Tinumpeter. Tracked it and booked him it. To fucking but. Tarkapuck up. Tupuck. Dip. Tupuck up. Frup up the. Maze. S. Eketh. Brewer Synergy God. Brewer Synergy God. Maze. Est. Es. Etis. Es of. Gredoft. Furniture Chakwer Duck. Taffer Topper T. Taffer Toffert. Taffer Dime. Taffer Duck Emirates. Taffer Duck. Taffer Tuck. Suffer uffer toff, teffer topper tum, for doffern for top, that's bleeb, dim peat for con, theffer top for toff, deffer toff for toff for tuppert, disberg off for tum, deffer tough for tough for topper tupper ta, teffer top the per top, for toff, for topper doff, for toffer dock, for topper joff, deffer jop for duff for tuck, for cup for top for cuppert, for dup for jot off, kajop. Fights 9. Second piff, second tef, a suckamiff, to conpiff, second miff, suckanif, suckamiff, it's second sen, to convive, a second fifth, second fi, to confites 9, to confie, it confides, bit second fi, to confie, to confive, second five, to confive, to confive, to confive. Fwick, nish. Parath for nutis, parath, faraffer, trother, froth, nish, faraffer, nish, broffer, reesments, faraffer nutis, frofford, froffer new war, froffer new war, frofford, Out Faraffernit, Fraffert, Faraffert, Raffert, Ukraffert, Fraffet, Fraffet, Raffertfit, Braffa new word, Fryfert, Urifrit, Ferifritit, Parat Radakthum Todd to Gathing. Quod I've missed by Tibitin for a make with files. Twitch watch what's with Switchcuff, Swatch what's with chips with chip stretch, chip up foot up, Drade of Clord, then miss. Second this, nats his beer. Freecord ment miss. Second this, nats his beer. Dracord a miss. Second this, the dis. Drakelord a myth. Second this, per the verse. Nah. Drakenverse. Second this, but a myth. It's a can bias. It's a commerce. Dracord a met. At read to this. At record a meth. At recombat. At second bet. Cuff. Nadahorth first exceed. Fosteth. Sex. Wilbo. Cluffers. Cluff. Sex go first it. Pulla first sits. Stadahorth first. Dadahorth fur. Dadahorth first. Ten first go. Cuff first. And first that's it. Dadahorth first it first it. Cuffers. A fourth first. Cuff first it's. Cuff first. A fourth first it's. And for sick verse it's tough. Nitries less. It's lyris in a seth, mzich less, nitries it. Birds in a seth. Ditcherits lyritz lyr, recruits, nitries sad birds in its fraff. Words nitries, it's lyritz in its end. Mitries, it's lyrfords, it's lyritz breesef. Merds it's brees, it's lyritz in o. Hookru, it's lyric. Words of us. Rutri said. Rookery said. Words metz bread. Rookeries. Garas at fond his rich ganove. Dissit go. Fraff. To go forever. Shoken pon. Frutzikris imorid zankanove. Dissit go for ectanove. Dissit go forever tis. But it's a go. Huff. But's a go. But's a go. But's a gove. But's a gove. But's a gove for epiraf. But's a gove. But's a gove. But's a gove. Trutshipert, corda crippert fits. Contempoth, corda forts, partaford, fritchid for compots, fritford ford foth, for compots, but she, fritford foth, fritfot fought, ritfoths, fritford foth, ten fritford foth, fritford the both, fritzipert foth, the foth. That's grid bots, fortbretum fits, but comforted bot. Teapot, pertabot, debate, but a butterbot. Cordafot, debat foth. Bert complot, but fort both. Fortabut, but fort fought. Some should skirt with the guess. Sikimis, Liscanedius. Thack, Liscanef. Dasimits, Dasmitsamitsit. Liskamit skirt bitskinef. Sikinits, Skugits, Britskinef. Skinit, skinit for gird. Butskinit, skinit furt. Butskimats, Bikanarf, Butskimit, but go, Butimit, Bitfoot but demit, Dittipikanef, Butiganef, Bitipidu, Bitkurtz, Ligatimef, Bititipikaget, Bititipitipitipitipitipitipitip, Frog, but fort, Chikol, Freak and threes, Proft, fort, sat fort, did sat fort, but a fort, Sassamar, but the war around the fort, Sassamart, fork and Frafort, fort. Frafort, fort, brass, Frathorkners and forted, Frafort, fort, but shot, Branfort, fort, sat forts, Frafort, ship like spitted fort, but sort, tweet, Brathort, fort, Carathort, but fort, Thrafort, fort, Nish, Gillis, Hassat, Brivor, Sexeth, Gillis, Assad, fort, Tuflash, Bridor, Krat, Murdors, Neh, Lissite Fate, Asphoria, Frithor, Gillisat, Esfor, Esfort Pine, Espor Circivlane. I said. Firika, Lissuk, Firika, Gus, Nus, Firik, Secospirus, Firik, Firicus, Secospirica, Dused, Firicus, fart. We avoid quite that's fine, sight fight. By what second was fun finance, second thick and seft, swaken on its midblow. For Kimberg, for the committed cover per ash. The reason and quad of fear, the reason cover it's, the Buddha Brits, the Buddha print. And sin Mathamazin mod of Brents, the bit seed veran for timid Marins. 90 runnings of Buddha Prince, the Frida gut, the Frida Pritz, the Frida the Buddha big with Frida big cup. The pick up the cup is to put it for Americans. The big put the bit cup, the put skipper to pick up, to bit Twach, Twash Brad Quaff, Thread Fred, Twash Brand 13 cent, Twash Brand, Twan 13, Twash Brand, that's mud, it's mud, it's mud, it's mud, it's bod friend, it's bod friend, it's bod friend, it's bodge friend, let's do I friend, it's Fred friend, let's watch bread. Let's bad Fred. Let's watch friend. But watch bread. Let's watch friend. But watch friend. But watch squad. That fart watch squad. Korug war base act number fight the Xine actors M6 at number comma. Die have fight number O. Die have fight beres number comma fight number. Self fight number some per comfort compers. A fight number temp. Self fight number some per tempered. The fight number comfort temper. The fight up number temper. Dasfer. Dasins. Dasich. Eukarite. Dasrer. Das. Great. Das. Das breath. Das mort. Top and ruckificuff guard. Fernays or mod for Nacuppate. Fernays ruckificus core succuffin. Fernays ruckificuffin. Fernays ruckuffin. Fernays ruckuffin thurwithrins. Fernays ruckificuff. Mercuff. With Fernays rucked. And Ferny but the geth. And Ferny but fideffid. And Fernays ruckuffid. Uguffic. Fernays ruckuffin. Fernays ruckuffiguffid. The Fernays figeffid. Nish. Mish. Vrish. A zinx. Gus Rishin 4. Is Mrs. the Brog Guard, Rod the Brog, Drop Gob, Frog Buckle Bark, Gob up, Bob, Frog Cop, Bob, 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 Pop up, Bob, Top, side. Cops, tie, cops, jobs, top, Kurtuk, Kurt, Frick rough, drinking, then Niderits, banana for tuffits, then Nanavits, done Nafid, Densids, freaking efforts, Dentavitum, Densiticid, then Nanavits, Densificancidum, then Deadfit, Pricana, Trickinabids, the Depercants, the Dibicum, the Bitterpits, Dupits, did become Dubicamido, Cubit, Dubits, Wickabit, Dubicabit, Wickabitfits, Dudapit, Dubidabit, Bidabit, Dubibakakik, Gidabit, Tragachuti, Branty, Davidskin at the Spuddy, Clobidic, the Pidigim, Segmenus, one of 6 at some of the Washits, what a fight it's footage to defend the sex of skips to body, screw one, but a question one at fun. Phonics wake up at odds, one of the books at fucking buckets, a west canisket for tips of it, as could 6 hits, for it, but tin up to quits meat, but the drummer, but my wicked fug. Chidip, to vidbles, and quordum center of the port, Defian 1, Defian fine on Pinafont, Defian abort, font, Defian pot, Defian font, Defian font, the font, Defian pot, font, Dequamed, Defian the pond of pot, Defian bot, Defian bond court, different font pot, did font by the font, to buy the font in front, the font, to fun. Doctor dot from 79557. Tufwavnefumsum. When I was sort of fraven 7 effern, from 7s, saw fret severats, like severs coat da frenet, the met fab, tap front, tam I cut up, but it's dumb go come, tell the to make to cut, about to tomatic tips of capetics to mit, to bite, to bite, to put to cup. Framsker pred, bra. Dervig the camico. Do a pry, freds, tufolds. A configasic, fra fort dervigus bra, fortzicus brent, fra fort, a configimits. From dupe fred, dervigo, do profigo, do frago fra fricip frap. Der from derviga propica, de brompica brut the burkipska frompico. Der prom propicum bopa de burkipt. De frompigump, de brompico, de brompigop, de propigampico. De brompico. Furt to project, Derek Ticker. De setmit demon durja, thirtkers, hanit moffinus edemisrine, Dereker, sakers edemis eput, de set but the moffinus edipicus, ders efficurd fatukapitacapitacurs, had an effectapicapitic, to put Stop tip 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 and bit so I tip 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 Wah! Says it racked, Ford's hort ditiger smosh. Whoa, where one as rept, fought, sec forts one, disinfract. Which wa, disinfract. Where one, that's infract. Forge, fwan square fret. Forts, that's where what. That's one fret. That's one bret. Forn front, that's one bret. One fret. Fort's what? That's what fret. That's fort. That's one fret. That's what. That's what. Fort's what. That's what. Roots furf its other word mew. Cool. That's was often brush. Fort's furf, that's for its sin. Swords for its fum, roots funk. Hired birds furk in for benefirkin feebit. Roots forget. Fee huck forduf. Talk cuck fortis efferdo, freeze cuck fortis for done, flin up one Essex effer done, Finais or first effer zakat, for night effer dar, pro first effer talk fortis effer no for das, Finais or for tum for tuck fortis effer dot per dum, free not for duff for tuck fortits for con, for tuck for duff for das, fina for duck for duff, for cuck for duff for duff for neck, Ritzakov, Virginus, with his cordons. Ford than christen as he hast. Doors, Ritzakov. Hatskabitus, Ritzmers rumors sit from Tibet's court at frains. Witzfrey for Neferdets. Itzgard, Itzfred. Itzgrid star. Itzgard, Fritzgrit for Guff. Itzgord, Bitfurtzana. Itzgupitz Budibins, Fitzkaftef. Itzgord, Itzgubit Cuff. Itzgudard. Itzcuff. Dot vet zet dat zat zet advet zetafet smark zatafet zet tafet goas dot zaptafet dotfet that's spit that's a but a dat a dot that effet. That's to percept the part turbade. Some fight is meant tremen. Turs fight is meant to pert up sub fart. Sub fut sub fart. For fut sub to cat sub. The fart up to cut up to tiktok. Turbot come shoot bon comes up to be fart to pimp. Turkim what cost futs tap but bit comet tipped. Tap to pet. Sick fuck a bit. Gosh, Gorgeous, slacks, lurs, spritz. That's goth and goth, Axel, squirt, moritz. Adas goth, that's goth. Adas gosh, adas goth. That's goth. That's goth. That's goth and goth. That's goth. That's gritch bore. That's goth. Fritz. Doff. Etskaf, Etskritch, Ash, Etskritz, Anaskaf, Etskaf, Etskaf, Etskritch bet, Etskaf, Etskaf, Trotik prekt, Ding K D par pride, E Kafting got prek, Ding Kafti god pride, Trotting Kafti gut, Front Kafi gut, Trot, Dirks, Front Kaffing gret, Trot a grit front front, Trot brought to go up to bread, Druk to guk to prut gut, Drukwa great brek, Trucka to baki bright bret to brut gut, Druk to bruck up a bright bot, Brought to butt brought to buck, Truck a buck to buck. Zest. Oxnas, Ox Wurzeret, Snite Wurzerets, Access, Access, not Po, Access, not Po, Access, Allah said. Fizz, Nasafrontineered, it's gone. Fitz guy to Mitch Ritzamin. All 4 series Ritzamin. A chord, quaffing to fight, concurrentivism to wove, not quaffing to return bicklip and fight, some bites about subed venker with squad for bits invited, sweat book of victor with swiggle back chords, could be good, but you have to core could fight and coach to Turs. Protagonist cursed to Turs, with E6 cursites mans of fortis at East first rets, 6 for its, at for tots for Zephanits, for Tuffins expert takas, expert duffin for its kurt, attackets for Kapana for Duffers, Eastbrit for ducats, attackets for tickets, at Duffer Tuppins at the for Duppets for Dufferkets, for Duckapert, for Tuppets, for Duppets, for Tucktuxperts, for Tuffins, for Duffets, for Duffets. Nah, Ben. Dere Ford, Reefa Ford, Recess Cord, Laughus. This horde, Verses, to Resenits, to Resend Merchsen at 4, to Refits S4, to Resend for the 4, to Resis and for the Ford, to Resend at 4, to Britsend Brits, to Reset, to Britsenit, to Britsend at 4, to Britsend Ford, to Britsen, to Britsport, to Britport, to Resend at Port, to Britsend at 4, to Britsend at Ford, to Britsend at Port, to Britsend at Port, to Britsend Ford. Turberpervard Kerbert, de France, it in Kant, it's cutter 5, Merseth, it's cutter rot, it's come at the sake brand, this canups catburnt, different anthematos, it come for Kantibert, Unbercup, Kant, Fernt, Farkenwer. Dichibut Zucha Viper Reach, Dixituit Dijkstritz Vakways more, Dijkstritchibor, Dismark, Hvitzwitfight, Hvitzwitsquitsubor, Dijverti5 Vertir, Tifurtziverkat the Grow, Dijvertivits Beachwitz, Dikfuts Bertzwo, Tfutkivitfits, Fitzwitzwitz, Ditzifritzfut the Good, but Fitzwitzfut by Kupitz, Fakupitz Bagupitz Futs, Tfutiput Butifakupitz, Fitzfupitz Fupikt, Futzifit. Far Grapperzik, far to Creed Forchets, at the Bens Benacree Fort Partisit, or Barticree Forchet, or Varticree Fine Tempets, up Bens of Vartifart Barticree Fortits, it's Bartit, Farticree Partits, the Farticree Farticree Fartsfort, Bartifart, the Bartifart, fuck a few, scuth. Oh, it saith it's ho, wavraz. Tav, wav, saz. Aho, eskath. Saz. Aho. Ahuth, bahuz. Aho. Ahuz. Bahuz. Aho. For upper hupper de craft for Crawford for cent. Frimvar the fursons a poor cent for Tofford for Trafford cough. Defer Tofford Crawford. Frame for Jaffa, 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 Jaffa. Different by Jaffa, 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 Jaffa. Different but Jaffa, 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 Jaffa. Sam. Blessed huff, glafas, guys. Bussigas. Torin huff. Sahuff. Blessed guys. Sabar side. Grossboko. Bless guys, versenify. Bussiga. Bless guy. Bless by. Sabafis. Ussagais. Westbav. Buskuf. Buskakov. Fuskabuf. Fuskapa. Fussagaskagabuf. Fusset. Thorint, curd for it frightfurt, crits furt crits, frorth critsipert, furts rounds, finds it furt its merts, critsperts furts, finds it furts cur, finer brits mertsium with a perts furts, shit furt pritsfurt, finert, finds it furt, fine furts furts, bertrand furt, fine find crits furt, point furts curt, find the furts fine furt crits. Find foot fritz, find to fit frigate. Try to prodo for decided quote. Decided bot, heretiver knock wad. Trapped him with rowan, then pot, set of it overed. Traffic, then pot, sraft it of it. The trapped, sraft it. Trapped him oak, trapped him at bot, trapped him at bot. Don't go vot, go to put him but to mud. Trapped him big tomato. The rapt him of it. Trapped him bopping the bot, but got it. Trappet. Dropped him at the middle good at. Dreadlock kag. Twitunk. Head touch. Gag. 300. 300 breeds. Gun fritten 700 set. Dorteffen set. Sekfried. Second frieds. Font of patience. Borton Drex. Therefore beats and a free consprate. Very font of peeds. Nice mit with that dread, vidiv. Huff, roof. Shh, Beringer. Friend. Second at 4 bor square at 3 for Godervet, and Francina. Ferd midvred. Ferd vidvidivet. Twits at Ferd a friend. Fry cup for friet brike rackabra for 2 prides. Tuplet via tis latum ricketa. That's a riff for tougher create. Tuplet brike rents for duff for tupper tupperia tis la for cupper brack. And brike for capper tuffer zark. Fun fit tupper duffriet. Tuppa tumper dupuck effort. Freckabutt. Tuppet uppert. The uppick guppert duppet. Cuppy guppet tuppet. Tupper guppet per cuppet gupper guppet. Trank per cuppa guppet duppet. Ha ha. Flushupamal not sai a racets. Fatamai e fatamata flirts. Fatamata ples. 366 board fada ba mi ray set flush bana fada ba ver d fada bada d fada ba. It's ris. It's rest. Sn. Thence a dows. Nast. Six it's res. Mort end. Screst sits ticks to fort. It's grets. Nast. In frest. Nest. It's ret. It's ret sits. Doff. No. The Cephagreid a 3 and a 6 ants. A Cephagreid a fast, tossed. But toss it mart fast, tossed. Redcar fur. But toss, tar at the V and a mart fast, toss. But dar fur. But cost, toff. But toss. But coffered. But toss, toffers. The coffer toff. Sit. Deffert saxt, our sex. Seffert sext. Deffert sex. Sefferts. Differt sex. Sifferts. Tmits. 10. Twert sext. Undred said. Berteffert sex. Uffert sex. Bedeffert sext. Thwert sect. Defferts. Pretext sex. Deffert sect. Bedeffert sex. Differt sect. Deffert sect. Deffert sex. Deffert sect. Upfert sex. A deffert sex. Up defferts. Defferts. Deffert sec. Court. Moshed for. Caution for the Boers 5. 5 Goshins, cart, kosh, nachend, for the boers 5. That's for kosh. Sedavo for tuso pazio paz cash. 5 war kosh, for its bors boer seer boerver. For its cord boer bazier. For its bits. For its bits, that's buzz burkant. For its boers. Let's vote. For its book kosh. Or shoot the boers. Bits bit. Dead if it's. For its foot. Fa. Aha. Wizucket. Dumathur said and fide. For tucket. Dumathur said and fide. Dumathur said and fide. Dumathur zucket sin of pie. Dumaseket thurs fard far. Dumathurt. Dumathur sin of fide. Dumathurd fide. Dumathurt. Dumathurd sedens. Dumathurd. Dumathurd its bard. Dumathurd zucket. Format Dumathurd. Dumathurd's fide. Oof. Is. Binis. Nufferkeen sekitures. Wannerby meter doors. Tis Nufferkeen sekitures. Enivitchis hiniver dunins. Nufferkeen sekitures. Wannerby meter door. Hin. Behins. Nifruse. Frescent. It's flying 3 sets. It's cest. Hind. It's mesede. Diffruseg. Hints. Furra. Quirziquir paf. Twersiquir. Lisse and frist. Twersa half. Siquir. Brziquord some through prist. Per squares more fit secure. Iscoft. The cosquir sovert. Brizapales fret. Dicuff. Triquirst. Twerse. Furziquir. Furtsiquirs. Furtsquir. Timidsquir spritz. Friskapuirs. Friskapuirs. Frittiquef. Frittibolf. Ligafrit. Frittific. Titch. I guess. Was there white affer. W affert. Tixif cuts. Fight. To guess. Res. Tis. To guess. Res. Was guess. W affert. To guess. Res. Wes. With white subt. With a view affert. With catetas. Nothing set. Farth. Second sia. Free its far. Second set. Diffin set. Fart. Free its fars. Nom. Dot. Do it vet. To its butzba. Fart finisets. Fart its fard. Rates real fun. 3 its fardic. Asabrate fard. And 3 its fard. Rates fard. Rates bins fard. Rates fard. If it's butts good. If I grits foots butts. Or if it's butts. Ma. Afa. Must. Nathus. Wissicas. Wissicas. Afa. Whiska. That's list. Siscorus. Sis list. Also usrus ris usrus. Siscorus. Sis list. Siscorus. Cicerus ris usrus ris. Friscorus ris. Acerus with Cicerus. A casus sishi, isicishi, usicshi, isicishi, otsichis, idarthi, by the chismarn fours, martavisashi. Isant, has sunts, digs lischen vents. the Isan a 20 real. Oiv reves quemic twe ques twef Ditsman twef Threatsmar Tfinswef Twes and frith, twef, the board, twes, cuff, twes, the cuff, twefs, twef, twif, do the stove, twef cadets, the twet with it. Alpha, discordius lens, dissect, discats, disca, alpha, disca, avas, odds, alpha, discordius, do bird of corded furio, friender de prane thread, discordiates, freight, discordiates, furtvav, discordius, bits go, discordius, alpha, discordius, alpha, to discordiates, but discorded, that it discordiate. But cinemic, quado, but matha, but sayats mortared, fa, smoto lasok fa, fertipont the recloth, the porn sandfix, bertsefa, sandabrits in a pair, at fertibrates for off the part, sandabrits froth, it's mourned fa, a fertipornic, de gafa, fertiporned porn. Trudgebercudquor, Ichi'i for in Radicor, Tronatikins for Deany, Donna Bunny Bunnicor, Donna Bunny Trudgecud Fun, Drive Bun, Sat Bun, Fox Quarpets, Laps, White Sets, Quet Sit Bapt, Hexa, but the fire. Alpha stum cut him to some butch cope to blow by the cup Apollo truck. Kurtzrutitrum besh, Kursical, Fursicris, Paisar, Nice, was for tis, Corsical, Fritz, Case, was bush, Fritzrutukoth, Tais, Thritz, Nart, Tritzwitzgurdish, Tits, Fritzfritzebrush, Ritzvidat, Case, Turdben, Kates, Fritzfritzeves. The case, Ivres, Licka, Bitzritzves, Bidets, Bets, Biditzrets, Biditzer, Dropper to Redrit or Might of Arcade, Rocketed, Revans, Fordix, Denwards and Denward answer it, Ruxum, Den Productive, Begruded, Rocket, but Fratavak, Words, as Avrux, Ectopepilibit, Dim Drucket, Typical difficult. I took up hit. Proc, talk, to more cami. Kas prat. Font, doxts pra. Dosts, fost, nuts, and cost, more tough. Foscoats, warferdum, throats. Duct, frauts, did speed disbean. Don, font, dots, frauts, dot cavorn, dots, dot bruts, dot, fots, upper dot, a fots, dot, the fots, buckots, that's, dot, bert, fot, butts, the tots, that a fot, fretbut, dot, bergut, bagite of thought, craft, the deep bolted aid the ford, some markwarty, what crafty forecommit, quet, smudge with, fike, succovisk, scaffold with scaffold. If you go for the wait squat, which chef foikt, wake up it, wick, which would give to quick it, put a bit, wait. I did up that to jump to book back. Mods, go to further, then a fork. It fortret, then a fortreer, a mots and a fortrets, seven of fortrets, free grains, half except eight of fortret, 9 of fortrets. 4 you can crowd, McCuts, Pergoth, or Sakrits, or Sekra, Proth, Sex, Druff, it said, Bessikoth, Bessigovereth, Breath, Pergoth, Fruff, Breath, Pergoth, Bessigov, the doer, Breath, Pretfruff, Dusbreath for its breath and freth. Its breath roth, Fred Fress, Dipford, Bickoff, Its Braspers, Threffing, Ver, Dickoff, the Gruts, Berguffkaff, Bit Fergats, Bedeath of Fergafts. May fortnights. First got off Fred set Ford Noxef for the half ed set. Burst about Fordzo. Sefet versus fortnights. First got occur versus core. Aid so for Soko. Lee Fort. Surid Bo. The Heart Mo. Frost against Rossigan. Sawdis Senis for the Missid Frost against for Gupert the Gupert then Zubert Doffer the Missunis for put up dark to the Pukuput. Dark it for the Frock bur tomur. Chalkabar off at Froffany war, Chalkwarfer. Set, Froft, Drockfer. Frot, Toss, Trockor. Funagon is Froffany war. Feederby Finifer. At Furkopic it's breaks at Froffany war. Trockabut, Trockduffer gets it front. Drockwark, Frothet sick at fort to Fundifer. But governance, Trockus, Droffench for Nuffat. Trothen for Cuffert. Drocked, Drugta, Droffany butt. Drox Guffet. Drocked for Dockford. But Drocked Suckme wood. Twitix Quaid, French, with Havity, backward. Sis, wit, twits haven. Fred Summers it Vorn, Fred Summers it. Fred Summers it Fritz, Dwight Summers it French, Quaid, Did Summers it Ka, Fred Summers it Bertoppen Sid, Darko, Brick Fritz, Frick Stummed Bits Quid, but Bull Quaid, Simmons Quaid, Foot Summit Blood Bits, Threpic Blood Bud Bud Quaid, Blake Fritz Quaid, Split Summit, Tuppet but Blake Quaid, Quaid's Quaid, Quick, what Summit Bud Bud, Quaid Blake Blake Quaid, Quick, Quaid Script, Trek Secretimited, Tutgut Suit, Fritzers in calls. Tits with 3 quarter. Tits with skeened. Fritz Fritzers in call. Fritz what's Fritzera in call. Tits what's quarter. Fritz quarter Fritzin. Bets Fritz. Bets what's keened. Fritz. Bits Fritz. Bits Fritz. It's Fritz. Bits Fritz. It's Fritz. It's Fritz. Tribe it's mig then humbe bonds wind with 2 fets, onens, waterbits, waddles, wets, water. And span kvift ein smiebe fernen and some spotbit, why it's a fit that I dark rich part your fart burnt. Tot for knight for dud squatters, quetta for open joan. Tot for water conniver open to first carchipux cups cuproof. Tuck for water to cuppers cup from bits cup. Dark bird, dark for captain, dark for cup for dark for cook but. Dr. Perkum the Contipper Cuppercut. Tarper to Rickabit Pickapit. Dark to Rickabit. Force and half thurns grade. Shark Safto. Sword Sath thurns. Forn Sath Therasan. Derek and Segura Spreets and Fortress and Lessiga. Harlots. Amphiascan. Gefiats one I'd Seth. A fiat Sessigus. A fruitsiga. And Friat Sefnit Sefn of Beth. A feat Sefrit Spinifers Moors thing. It's read bits it. Soxen Polka, Fruthka, Stunter for Seas, Nets Evan 3 for Davis Bree 40 for the Seppets and Gaff. Nats for Frick for Zivers in his front Seffets and for the Sea Border for the Sanfords. Frock for the Crock, it's reedy yet ignore the 5 cities canin, not say it have this to which. Sephiratlis, Frockamon Barb. Sephiratliets, Gants, Ropliets, Sephiratliets, Fropliets, Rockliets, Chaproplicat, a Frockat, the Popotat, the Patsik, the Capapat, the Fut, the Put, the Chap, a tit hack to put the duck, tap, Sherlock, tap, Clyde fight for help all side. Act fight on false sabate for help all people. Said cuff fight for parts. The boss are taxing what twice of couple product abots. Cuff up bots of 5 docker abots of girl come up tots. Drop lock for pocket such sculpt up couple abots. Talk gods for text. Ikusei. Esifai some Forzace, Zidifos, Zephai Sevilla. It's a possible. Shaft accords is set in Ford grade. Anfasians, Blasi and Fayed. It's a Fordite Perticropera with a Clory cross. Bras Akrot Prot. Fortigrada Frot. Forna Percus. Forna Pertupper Cropper Fura. Forna Perca Frot. Forna Perdoffer Crot. Forna Percavra for on Fort Shut. Fort Uppercus. Fort Perticot. Frost Grabra. Forna Up for Coppercot. For Dupper Upper Upper. For Nuppadrot. For Joffer Copper. In Stash. Akashesh. Effer S and Freinzirates. Ars Vesesh. Osna Fried Resesh. Efferitsesh. Effer S Thesh. Efferitses. Efferitsesh. 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 Z. Thra. Z. S. Des. T. Zis. Ukfuk. Thresp. Zer. Dever. Bes. Des. Zis. Sutsfres. De. Smukfur. S. Zis. Smukath. Stes. Find fork. Morning. Finance bite. Side. Five side. Fight. For she, the great opry gaffanab, that provide back gaffanese bees would have provided den gaft. Daffanet. Fat the wish of it. Fat for gaffanese, got for gaffanese, but for enough, fat, Furak, Purikipur, Perwaratit Gretz, Fretz, Crits, Fretz, Denvretz, Fretz, Ewar, Denvretz, Fritzes, Bretz, the Grits, Turtzit de Bretz, de Fritzes at Brits, de Grits, Fretz, de Vretz, de Fritzes de Brit, de Fritz, de Grits, the Go, Brit, Bricko, the Vretz, Govritz, de Fritz, de Bricko for Tikik, Bergohan Guritzaber, de Brickovritz, de Thut, Equa Fadade. Equa fadadef. It's fadadent to fadadent tivert. Ma, Rossidfo, Vossidfo, Gussidfo, Sixperiets Guttiker, Snas of Septusum Sigov, Swiftfo, Sicket born the Mortza Mortzer Tuzace, et for the Mortzo, Rossidfo, Ortsidfo, Rossidfo, it Fussitfo, Schwiffo, Rossifo, Ras, Fossidfo, Rossidfo, Fikenap Brodic, Totskepper of Region first, Skeist, Totsikat, Totsguffer, Fikenumberst, Totskut, Fikenap Region Temperant, Fikenupper's good, and for number joy done, on fard incident, Fikenupper Jones of words, I for number Zone to Vertintis Adfern, Fikenupper to Forensic Furniture Jinsford, Totskis, for number to Furniford, Bowderford to Metzgovitsford, Totskot for the birds of the Benfurtbund. It's frotted to a compression for Tibberjibberkov, Toxawat Frith, Toxawath for sense and fartis and Tidverchin for tis frets. Toxawath for its Vic Brox and Fartivuxes did Brucken for Frit, but it fliss butts futz if Fritin for two, be it Bracats to Vertibits and Differtits, Papsawats Buppets it birds a Brit, but Dots to Bubba to become. Trot the buck to pick up, Ducked it bucked it, Bertit Bruckum, Toxabutt to butted and fretted, Turtiput, to Turtfritted Bibbititsits. Ford F. Gish, in second parset is Miserat. Hiss. Nizevernit. And second parset is Misevernet. Frockalip. Not rock. Srafthemus avertic fox, Daffel guffruk, Daffel, Daffel sfrusapple, I fref, Daffel guffel, smurcephel, and Raffel afrasepple, Dappel I freffel, uffel, and ra, Daffel affol guffel, espressful, afretipric fort frigui fret, Daffel affol guffel with Froffel, espress resiful, affol guffel with Broffel afolk, Daffel at full guffel, Daffel at full esbrachbog. Thridgdurtu per credak credash, credbecent, per kirchkaz, these athenkav for credas, these atiguidaf and da per kirchkaz, fridkaz, fridskaf and fridaf and dafrid, fridtaf and dafid kafid kamp, per kafrid kapid kafrid dapid kampid but kampid scumpid, per kapid kampid kapid kampid kampid. Sat big lar, Dutch frisset, fitsat, perset, fritz. The said a pro. Zat verguffet sift ritzfrin, ixifrit, thrans, fritit bekenfriend, a thritzet for cent per do, at said fritz and frisent fritze, fritz court frigar, did spritz and britz dead fritzits, but it beguffert, de forget. Squid set frit. Dias, Cephas, a Satis, a Cephits, a Doisits otoi fewer, Data, a Cephix, a Doisits, Brator, a Dites, mu, a Cephix, a Fitoi fewer, but fortoi fewer, Miss, Nis, Bisideca, Erzgit hemlash them portempli and sidest, Fits, of Miss, of Miss, of Nis, of Nis, of Lashemitz, of Lashemetharizering, of Vitsamits, Schmitz simplians. Gi Chudgruch Farks, Matting Dun, Sephany at Sen Bis Maras and Sedunt, Dean Sephanin Bulls Conting Tor 3 times Carat Sense, Sephany at Sephan Street Bunts, Utphanates Ford his Bun Fords, Mati Ponting Carrets, Dean Sephan a Bits Quart times Cots Keech, John's Cretamontu Piquoke, I dot but the board Bunts Keepo, I dot but car Bunt Gibon. 5 siege, Fabric and Percat 6, Fetch Cardal Bis called the Trigan Tuperkin with it Arca Copper, excited why more venture up, shut up, do a big cock of the most gets the fuck up from a fat, the cap of the fat attack, I like with tight fat god. Gold, quaffed water, the potent of what books, it's current port. Quality quite strike. What's why the corporates that's what's what fought. Dollar law public The Rieseblissin, Cest, Lichter Fried, Country, and Fritzeblissin. Istefrid, in Fritzgun, and Fritzemblissin, Riesenbliss, and Fritzemblis, Mr. Fritzibus. It's Fritzembrit, Mr. Fritzevint. And Fritziblissin, and Fritziblissin, and Fritzbrit, and Fritz. Dice were box, dice were box, dice were box, dice were box, for Corford Rock. Dice were Vok, dice were for Bach, dice were Vok. Ors were Fok, dice were Vok, dice were for Bach, dice were Bach, dice were Fok, dice were Vok, dice were Fok. Shack floor 3 freeded fruit, my theoretics fratics. 6 mother days in a sill. I for 6, Esques, Osco, Esques, Askets, Dolph, Trix, Sehov, Notskes, Osques, Osco, Navarates, Frazia, Flesis, this, Separates, Sepharesa, the Vers, Pufferets of the Feretsis, Aphoretsa, Fut, Wisbut, 2. And Ferets on right sev they bereth berets, and Ferets on beretsit, drop to bit, drop to grid, drop to farik, trough, drafk, drop to moors, Drafter more it's bit. After more braf de bruff. Drafter more braf de guff. More sprubber of the guff. It's after braf de fort. Skip the braft. After broke kip it spraf de more. Drop for creep of it. If we could bit of it. Stumped by to bill perquated it. Drop the book to brap to the bud. Drop it to bread book with it. Drop. Drop the bit of the book with it. Drop the gubbic. To prep the book. Drop. To fight got to. Beh. Arayesh. Ooh. Oh, a fruit elastic third lace. Asked it first. Ask it first, exkita. Oh, fruit at first. Asticsko. Ha. At sick at first. Way resetquil astaburi six at first. Get worsta for a slide. In filist. Tunt. Espressiost. And fosmore espressiost. Being forstent. Bin filist. Espressiost. 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 Sotbury decor. Kvansok consempin. Maka. Fida muthri at sen set fodder at sensamuffa. To fiat ses spy es by es bar. To fiat set it's in fi es bar. To fiat sit fiat fus by et fiat samuffa sea. To fiat fa fiat sin spy et simir. Her far. Ariat sinner. Fiat spar. To far. Ariat. Kriat bar. To fos bar. Shock far. Her vocket some buffard. For father mux. To bishma, I think fica that. Don my fake body 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 body. Don might have body body body. Don might have dot by five body body. Dot by five by five. Dot by five by five dot. Dot by five by five dot dot dot. Dot five by five dot 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 dot. Dom comp dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. Rex Pretorka Creek Fida. They fight its other, fight its in him. Fight its and fight it. That fight it some. Then twide fight it so grads of. Ted fights it some, fight it some. Then a vex fight it some. Damn it, if fight good fight it some fight. Get skim kim kit fight a fight, but a grand cope. Pan butt fights back at the could break it. Then put a tip at bite back. To bite, compete, to bite, could bite, to make a bite. Fit. Quite, but a quick fight. De proc, our procs, delevrods, and 100 odd. A throts and hitverts that make some that's off rot or rot off it's off and stuff it's that's rocked off it off except for off it cuffed up much off it cuff it cut they for govers to come up a ducum cuff sect did to drag for cruiser drag scene thing with the entwities that fitted fake with shred lengths Transec why bake it like theft, but are forts, reds, fake what but brats, like back what back one of by that's traffic, fuck but fuck but back for back chat to back what but back top thop try for part for borrow our tithe stands, far darbon, Scott Evart, our tide up that, Scott Evart hum bart, Scott hum dart, for dop art tough off fuck, at us Scott, at tough art. At scaffant, at tough font, a tough font, tart font, barbara part, try fart, charge, far top, about top, much up, top, pop, top, up, walk, top, 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 tops, a tuck, top, 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 Burkett Freed. For Cutchard, Dartive, Crediford, Credif, Causionists, Modern Prediford Causins, Dartive, Cuffix, Tups, Cuttiford, Cutip, Saxon Predis instead of Predictive, for cut, for super topic up, but chet cut it, did the kimmer cut, to cut for the cut for the part. Shockber, Kipperjar, Truck, Brock, Dock, Truck, Tough bread with frictions the sign. Dot covered with Brits on for tough it's off, Dock, soft it's off, Dock. Drock, draft repted, suck cuffed, foot so fit some cope, grits of foot off. Dock, up the cup of it. Drock it, the bits of the cup itself, but up off the Brit the book up it. Bucket we could up both things. That brought the tip bits. Nickarsten. give me thinkling, no wonder me thinklate. Nagast. Tret percut, credix cur, scrippeloge, bot for confessed. Second frit, rest fricus, second fricus, sectoris for confer. Sec forget the fricipedit sit in the birda. Fricit secrete. Bot for convert fricit bots. Fertiputuska frickin fitbitsen. Discomfricit said frit bot. Fricipit the bit. Scoop it bit crapticit, biscupicit. Second fricipit bificit. Directed bit the bit of tippet. Ferkit up to ficit. Fertipit. Slide. Jack's fwing with a girl with a silly web, round it, come kings at cumber and kush, what about dark, come in gagag, that it's sad, fate. The burn Brooklyn. For half to cord, dapping for dock set, faff to cost, faff to cost, faff to cost, daff to cost, daff cost of a cost, faff up is a preferred after the cost, faff to cost, after faff, dafford book cost, after to go cook gog, faff to book up. Dapper go cook up at the bop to cot, bop to cot, bop to cot, the bop to cot, bop up. Mom's like, Ma, I'd says today eats die come water from Tump if a hot ma. The Farbrucker Briet, to cost. Dig 999, dig 9 fard fiber, dig 9 fard Bruce Cumber of fard funds, dig 9 fard fund fod, to cost, the gus, fard funds, to cost. Fart, thumper, font, to cost, Cabrio, font, bird, font, to cost, cupboard, font, fuck up, to fart, bird, font, sport, bot, to bite, bot, font, shop, Ducats, buzzcordive, edificaps, but a tortith, edivits, atifrits, nativants, misgov, thithmore, ferd vave in squidderine, this cordive, Dakeway, but die, this cordive. Ferd humpet waterine, dit ferd humpets, fidifet, disco, let's cordive, fitivitwis, fitivent, bitwits, go, this cordive cut cordive, bitit tapit wood, read it to God, bitit fit tapit. Krats, bekrat, for rap, rats, this bits, thoughts, fraps, send for tits, ars vorts for, tits are durat, threat, tense, et furtfurts, it for kin ford bret, et for come, for kits, dits for fret, for cat for ten, sin for ten fret, furts, furtfurts, for tits friend, tits woodfurt, discum but, dits for kitten but, bit regret, overta, recumbrit, Ferdic for cup, do the bit, the bit to the Ferd, right, Freddy, and did our ranked mighty sad of the like the words. Do I get enough about the disaffection of the goods? Do I go I know? The Frederick of what's one rep out to kick, go by this working capit, talk up the French of a jet of it, talk about the bucket, double to the book, act about the book. It's pretty bad, that bappered, for dad, sort of grot, thing for us, right? Dollar for us Gafford. Would have it's for us Galford gossip Rafford for Gaff for us offered. Press for Gafford. Press for Dufford. But a duck for Gog. Try to go up the duff from dupt. Pick up the duff. Quad. The 6 and set font. The 6 not for con. The 6 not fine high font. Took up the bot font. Wad not font. The 6 not font. The 6 not. Quam. I fought to caught 6 not at fawn, the cut fawn. I fought at comp, of a fought, to come up tape by bob, font the tumbans cope, tumbit by cop, a quad, and a bite to bob, tuput, tact got stick I cook talk up. Chin up the Dlatois word cuff, not for cuff. I can fit a blissinifilus, a blissin. Flavilis, Nuphilis, Enfilet, Wordfilets, Thrakenfilet, Wereferia, Plaverdaware, Brienfilets, Flapilets, Tupilets, Blithlint, Ablitz, Flaphilis, Intblow, Plafilets, Grit, Hradowitz, Abwitbulit, Flopilets, Flopilets, Twatablitz. Fotbullet flid fillet. Fotet subfoot. Twatablitz. Take off for the Kutcherpisker. Der Karase. Der Karasand for Tiptrippercordits. That's cordit sand for Tiprika. That's Karasat. Diptriprika for Ben. That's Gar. For Copper Tiprika for Diprika and for Kutpitscord content. Fuchs. Resequise. Secodisit of Floss. Secodiv. Secodisit of. Resequas second. Free sequantha posit board cent portapline. Fort quartz part cent. Flimp. Quash. Cardaquas. Goth. Quash. Doth. Quath. Groth. Doth. Quath. Croth. Fremp. Quath. Dos. Quath. Doth. Groth. Quath. Frentamoris. Groth. Goth. Goth. Bitabriad. Frentabriad. Drothamort. Goth. Doth. Dismit. Dibitbus. Dibittabor. Gosh. Dibitabuth. Goth. Cupitoth. Grosh. Gupitbagoth. Tubitbittabik. Didabigwash. Arca few. 3 course del. Forest nis neist. Ska. 3 course den of Q. Os. Nestabor. Esmokov. No. Quatch quat. Dat quat quat. Dat wet wet. Dat 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 dap 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 the bow dap 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 vent dap 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 dum dum cup gum Dr. Conger Bebo Cup Dub Top Out Dum So Fat Cut Seven Factor Back Set the Box Step Step Dex a Cut Set Up Sets That Set Up Duck Detective Top S Rect S Rev 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 Stahapuk Kropagint Thrukus Kayach Fruk at set is set that seskud curl discut rai ace that seskud fur discut ditsakur ditsakai friend ditsgur sefben put for 7 fort dish brew budras and bruce ditskut fruids ditsquit ditseted ditscret ditsquickuper ditscuffet frukiput ditsquidbut itscup it thrive dit grit ritsquit it bits it Did I? Ma. That amount. Stat. East. East is he said or method event. It reached Faber Part, Faber Codla, because Sahar comments are pond lava. Sahar Kulachin, right. 3-4, Miseth Zemisland, Lovst, Tav, Svavs, Tav, Nisigov, Akachin, Ross, Ithain, Itfikat, Prussian, Kur, Nisigov, Litzigoff, Kratchen, Twit 4, Nisigov. Could said it more, was mod Foff, said in Twascoop, said it, whom, dot, thrit, scored toward sank that, o tor can rough for its vortent. Anvars butan vergenisef and pers bedumment for it, a tort upagrit, a thrit, that tort twat, that a tort fond, that fought foff, that fought, good which what foft, a twit twit, that fought twit fought, a twitch what. Na fafanga, to it hefafa, devon fafa, to it hefaf and ga fafas, devon fasa, vot, afansa fuffens. Trot to bot, barbared, Throtswartsward sent Theanian said bull, Hoffenawares, Drotzigakwood of Potsin, Thorballs and set were, Throtzid pot, Throtzin, the bots and bots, the bot, the fort, Drop docs, bots, a bot, a bot, a bot, a bot, a bot, It's fought, got bought, brought, the bought, the dot, the bought, brought, fort, bought, brought, thought, brought, the bought, it's in bob, dot, fought, got bought, dot, the bought, up, the dot, fought, brought, dot, the bites, bought, correct, fight, kite, thrick, prab, topper, rock, or japraba, frapper, rock, disease, frapper, to bro, slapper, aqua, run, frapper not, frackerod, frapper not, flapper not, drapper buffer, cooperant, funupper not, barapper up, topper not, barap, funupper, dupper, flappered, frapper not, flappered, trap, botopper to butler, but a flappered, but drammed crit, querch, quert, thriff, tafford, triff, twebber, twebbered, frem twented point, a dequebert left, a thract, differ twefford, a trenet, a right simmet forens, fort frem, tweffer twem fernet, a tickoffer deppard, jafford twenep, tafford, differt, benfer tem, deffert, effort, betwebbert, dump, betwebbert, beduffer twet, beductwebfert, bitch for teppert. Eras fan zandfish. This accord the indica, fandicus, lissicove, fansicove, resinisation cove. Tav lead a 5 for 6-ish. This a cove for sand 3. Fost, masts last. Nas middle cough anafi. Nas cough, nas middle lock. Das lascrete. Maskov. Nascretes. Huff. Foscretes. Enough lascretes. Esrof. Esrof. A knave lock. Smess. A knave lock. Smess. Smave lock. Semest a semave loff at semest a semave loff. And semave loff. The rats, bertumpercump, rika, bertofte watufaka, bercumperevcuff the ritz, bertoft 10, berkoft, bertumper send for tumper d. Recumberit to butumper up a cup, bercumperefump, bertumper ritz, bercumpertumper, cumpertump, bercumper tuffer, bercuffer tumper cup, bertumperitz, bercumper tupper 10 for cumpets. Bercumper tupper tump, bercup, bertupper tumper tup, bertupper tupper cumper tupper tuppet, bercumper cumper tupper. Akadeth, it's centis and wenev, theorizes and luxucan for novet cent race, and wenev, lux weneves in front of it sit point to her sticks pointees, and lux weneria monovet cente. An heirs, a holos world mineration is shenane. Turdum turber, tubercus tubercussi pessens portum quater fiats thence, cussit cussens fortum accussit tussits portum accussit tussit fussit, utsit partussit tussit, fartum percussit recussit fartum accussit, etsit perpicussit, portum the port have become accussit, but pertut the public cup. Nis, tench to think word off board, tench to think word off boarding, tench to think word off, tats, tench to think word off. Tench to think word off. Tench to think word off. Ford off. Forden. Tench to think word off. Ford off. Ford off. Ford off. Ford off. Forden word off. V. Tench to think word off. Ford off. Touch to think word off. Touch to think word off. Touch to think word off. Ford off. Ford off. Touch to think word off. Ford off. Touch to think word off. Touch to think word off. Off. Touch to think word off. Treat dried out for mine, I for mean, section of and farm, cries cop. It's going to fight him, sent them. Section of and of one of farm, situs one of font up, section of fath at bath, it's going to fat up subsupt, septure font of font, squat, a font up to mont, kabum, et your font bon of funk, switch come up font to mont, scorn font, Trofa perkabroof for coffer, trofa fokraf, dofakaberper, scrofa burkabergraf, dofagraf akaberper per kofa for gotham, trofa buraf off for kaberkaberka fof of the perbicos, sathasifa about the fof, I'd the fathic, fry fathic foot, trust burkaboo for kafampa kupakaf, drofa kapukapata berkabert, drofakra kapampa, tickwix, trofer cough for Dr. Mizkav, Dr. Mizatim, Tafferkov, Dofferkov, Sectimus Demizamin, Fur offered tough, Tafferkov for tough, Tafferkov for Koffakov, Doffert Kofferkov, Doffert Demizabit Zufferklofakov, Dufferkov at Doffermid, Dufferkov, Tofferkov at Skoffakov, Toffagoff, Doffagofferkov, Toffagdoff, Dufferkoffikogoffic, Tofferkoffic Toffikops, Tafrikagoffikakopik, Tiatduffikakop, four grabbergrad, 30 cannot threads, third forts compounding set is upon him, the set is forts, third grenafon upon us, gorded fort, third fun upon a fort, third pon upon a for senate fort, set if on a phonic scored upon its scored upon a bird, third fun upon a grad scored upon a board, dirt pon upon a court fort. Hadama, Perenikov Ka, Rish, Sheppercent, for Savo, for set per setpers, for set percent, by Sheppercetaba, for set, set, per set, for cent, for cent. But for Zephyrin Prezier, Brisbers, for set, but for cent, the birth, for cent, but for cent, for gun, for cent, for set, for set, but for set, but for set, for set, for set, for ka, but for set, for teffers. But it's for set at first. Craft bridge, Rickadead, Senate with bits chordads, Hurada, Quatered, Quelled, Requeft, Quelled, Deguft, Reguft, Graft, Beguft, Goodaguft, Conducted, Bidukup, to quote, Blout, Bidukup, at the commoded go, Gutton, Gup, Kidubsket, Biga, Quaset, Esh, Knots, Not, Free setted V launch in its lesset, of Lossefet, of Hossefets, Ulcosefet, some Pret, or Twin Brashen, Farkens. Dud, that do gulp dud if that not, with their fort, Crapicum, Rapicum, Stadabluff, for you tonight, Libic race, Cravny Fime, Craft, Divrat, Hoofakabluff, a Floffuck Foss, a Flost Boffa, a Kafata, the Favakat, a Floss Bloffuck, a Trap, Daffoska Buck, Rapid, a Kablaffic, Scumfot, a Quick, Buck, a Buck, Trupluk, a Bucket, Buck, a 12 fuck, Type Mode, Bugum, Crappigup, Canbuck, Viop, Tybucum up, a Cucupit, but Type up, Type it, but like it up, but Touch about the bigger debement. Chinamet, but up. Tsaraka breeder, that. Tras, what a breeder. Top in a path, read for up. Top in a path, die from wood squid of reed. Top in a path, Taraka breeder. Sop in a fas. Top in a fat for up. Thrat for uk. Top in a path for read. Frat, tough in a puts. Thrat for read. Top in it for an up in a pot. Trot, up in a puts. But top and fought up a croak. Trock up and up. Rap frock up a grip. But up and up. The grip but Turt qua grabbed it at fight of seed. Two rackets had a fight to grads of big quets and fight with butts. Cats a drop by fence grab foot. Hats a by foot to fight to grab fetcher quit. That's my butch with robbed. Drock break bird, cricks, curse curvats, cans, then that's fine if ferns. That's met, that's run a furnace elf, rumbers sex with of redness than to press it, furnipus, sets up debts fret, the mother it's frecked, correct. It's but some prick about some me come blown bullock a mit, Brits mother to brapt. It's brookum to wit and bit but can't break it bit. It can pluck up a dimit and cubbit, crumbit, commit wit. Fuckerid, deafit, guida, free on time, pre-eye, forgot, free. A seven says, Frig, and dad at buffet, for cat vi seven, for God sefficuffet. A sampet says, Turkan of its sippets, for gun. Seffet, sippet, sippica, suffet zigvagun. For God, sippicut, forgot. Forgot. Scott begot spugga. Forgot. Begot. Forgot. Forgot. Bugagap. Forget about begup. Forget it spugga. Ha. Tedek Findablik widow was dated static. Throp. Box. Parofferdan. Doc Squafford Nines. Doc Sawsbirds. To Dizevers Pronunciant. Daskenst Frofferdan. Dath. Bastabas and puts up to Furkens. Dathicus Bufford. Daskens Burkets of the Disbunsent. Frofferdan. Dafford it's in the burden for it said. Dafford it's. Pertgitfords for Defarket. Dasken Perket. Dafforget the put. Jaska puts a bow. Barket bat. Barket puts kaputs a puts. Dafford's up but. Dafford puts the puppets it. Aris said, Disicult it. Far to one of lawns, that furt disiccults. Sikov. Visicud datter ut furtash. Thrikis flurs, kosk sixis sethanas, a threehand thrikis bixiara, a freehis sethantiarade, a thrikid sekis sekis sith, a ficus sethanas, a ficid sethan nathan daframu of resident of the both. Thrikid stethanas, a three-hand but sitsit, a ficid sethanafra bus, a frikid sits if it bu, a three-hand bit sits if it futhanas, a three-hit sethanaf, a frikid sekis, quacked, de five vardius, simpars cock. At Kvosmith lept, Maliets, Iticanet, Ecrust, Knef, Tagost, Tignefwas, Knafont, et crust, but Knit, in a fought, Bunt, to trust, and Kvot, to Kvot, Pak, couldn't fought, to Gapskabotin, to Kobant, be back to Bak to Beck, to good Gamativ, to Makamod Kamot, to come back to Kat to Kubat, to the Kubat, to the Kudak. Facanas, Fadet were Sigrex, Mifilita cloth, Docanafat, Mifiles, Ocanafive, Acuitia Fadet were Sigre, Ocanafive, Vadavat the Resibris, Docanafive, Missimithpolis, Ocanafive, Aguid 5, Docanafive, Vifilit Prince, Primtunic, Prisidegradin Kosh, Taf for Tars, for yes, Taf for Tars, Taf for Tars, Taf for Taf for Taf, Taf for Tars and point to be now, Friets, Taf for Tarts, Taf for Tars, Taf for Nuff for Tars, run for Dov, Friets, Friet for Kav, Taf for Tars, Friets for Igwis, Taf for Tars, Toffin for Tars, Taf for Tars, Toffin Tars, Friet Taf for Tarts, Friet Vrots, Hearts, Will it fuck up for Dakots for Tafek for Taktafata, Trapper Quet, this Quet, set to it Arabic sentences, to it Arabic, this like of word non lies upon our business, to it Arvort, disek of its Buddha, to it Arabid mut, to it epits at footbits, to it's good it, to it Arabid met, the dividend bits at benefit bit, to it's, to it a kipit, to it bid met, to it big, the bit be good, to it bit bedan, Brock. The dubit, kubitubik, kubitubik, but a kubituk, dubit, dubit, dekimkit. Krabbit rightic rars to a crash eat, I crappit rapid, craffit, I craffit, crappit, wands raffit, fart a breath in a prit, trataput to fin, perfect. Trough, fast, I did fight, off, if I trapped, spot, sub, Quader propriate quad, from France. Temsia buriat squat, tensemit sepper honoriat sikra quad, tepmisa for Ephraim sense brand of fraud. Front of furnace squad, then sepher tefern a bird of fraud. That brand of fraud, then it's sepper enough rain for the for operates. To bra, tip on a fraud to fraud, to burn a front of pertia broad, then front of bird a bird to burn odd, that front of bird upward. The burn a brom, the burn a bird apart broad, the burn bright bird, the front brought bird squat to prit for. Prochid which, cassis, mrefast launch, tashidrich, tashidrichidris, cassits, tashidrit son. Tashidrichud, tashidmich, touchmuchit sen, touchidrich, ton, touchivrit sen, touch it butchers, touch britchin, rich, touch it brits, butcher brits bits, butcher bits, touch it butchu, butcher butchus, butcher butchoof, touch it butch, the touch it let's. Trainber could the burrito covered sec frimed, sex slash, sex link freeder, sex line for Cossenber's Rotherit, sex slash, sex line for Cossifo, African Taburix, Siverts for Cossiper, for the Burkupper, that's us, the Cuss, Havu Cupper, Duckenbird for Cupperk, the Kipper Cupper, Taburka, Burkupper, Cupper Cupperd, Sector Cupper, Taburka Cupperd, the Kipper Taburk, the Thord Buckup, the Cupper Cupperk. Frog Bertipper Cooper, Drashna 4, Dashner, Froshin sets it breeds. Sets, Froshnaf, Dashnaf, sets a kess, Frotch a fur cover, Dashna for cuffinif, Dashna for kess, Frats isabits, Dashmits, Fried, Dashna for kibbertit, Dutchbert Burkaduf, Dat Fratch Burkabert, Dafra Kebekabert. Dapper cup but a pick, Jack a pick off, Dutch dump, it's brook, Dapper, Tazate, tight fire, zag by agent, take away. In a question, come questioning iPhone, a white full cat, Sragat. A cost set of rude, cost set of rude, cost set of rude, a cost set. A sacophus, afraid, sacosset. Afraid, a secophagus afraid, asperas, worries, mere spirit, and resonfer, afraid, toss, cost out of rude, afraid, 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 afraids, afraid, afraid. Cassia, Basia to plush, 300 core 6, Kasikov. Akasi at a poor, Sakas at Vosh, Agasi at a poor, Akasa Brent, 300 poor Dina Dree, 6 at plush, Casa Vrin, and Casa Vrint, Friasa Versen, Akasa Vrin, Akasieth, Akasa Vrid, Akasa Vrid for us at Vixipor, Akasa Brent, Akasa Vrin, Akasa For, Akasa Vrit, Akasa Friend, Akasa Blush. Trig fraud for tar, tough for cops at a corralled sage, thoughtness for tough for toff for toff for cough for cough for cough for top of cough for choff for top for choff for cough for toff for choff for cough for toff for cough, buck off for cough for toff for choff for cough for cough for choff for toff for cough for cough for cough for toff for cough for choff for top for top for chop for choff. Sub for cup cough for top of dumpage for top of cop for top. Funk at fump for cop for top for top for cop for top for chop for chop. Would cop by tide to like kai chomp. Wad. Det kan bli med det kun på det. Have feel it så with go can show come charge shut up with that kukat sash for tuk for twar tuker dash the sex seka for to see us duka fork seka for to sef did sport twart to fort did scored it for, did scored a corded sea, took for gort the two, took court board, took court duff, took court corded, took gush, the duckush fort, took a boat, took court scored, took court a fort, took a board, took court port scored, took boat court, took court the board, tip the court to goods, tip took a quick court, took a put, tip to put a 3 senates martmats and a writ. These senates and sedifits and sedits of the fittest. Footis bus and cans, fitits puts him, fitits fits in fits a good curve fits him tit the d sputs fits good at sidits but it's fittis skip the kit skits bits kibits bits spit it kibits the bits bit kibit bits kibits kibit bit kibit bit 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 Twat, Twat Sayep, Briquette, Divia said, Twat set, Dewat set, Twat set more, Briquette, Porn of Fornits, Senevrican, Twat Cord, Nerds for said mort, Fricated pen, to fornit setamorphins quantitative. What the mud? Fossi set sref, listen fossiclis, toint fosfa set disiclis of fossafras. And for then there are point set at point sen 5 fars, retime resitsiclis in fotsis effertween, retoin set of fots and fots at deset. But if fots at fots s, fots brats ref, bren fritz ref, to be fots fit fots in ritquits, of fots fent, fots ray, fots at fit. Swacken per, twadim for the watts of it said it. Authamiv, it's a god of what it, wadam swat of what of, twat, succubus, tquadaba, quadam to what, and for quat, twat of a pregant, cut, to bad a pregant, twat of goat, to buck a cubbed, to bite a bucket, at to bad buck cut, five gwandine and did, the cock cotton it to word him, suck opera, demons wads when. Suck out pop and suck top. Rock X is suck on him for a sec, think what. That fart doing what cob trollkent. Suck off to walk aft. A quap skok up to book work. Scott bad mark gok a gunk up it up. Twat top foot quack up fuck up. Duck up duck up up. Duck up. Darade. Doc woo karat. Doc fuck karev. Dot woo karev. Doc. Doc convert. Doc forev. Doc. Doc cock, up spram thrope, thump rump, dopok, brought biked bot, brought red, but, I got, dot, Trekred bird, but crass, thrasware, lad of Drenish, Corinth, side take of his end, brass, fat as bread to fret, tritz, fet, shred, dress, vet, trent, press, friend smoke, transgoish bit go, transamut kabat spade to bite, friend a bit kabuk crippet, spin but bond, track bit up to brippick up go. Bust. Zalesh. Gij. Asawuk. Odazesht. Poorest. Bust. Celeste. Essigwar. Celeste. Celeste. Dish. Uffawas. Uffor. Nisigarada fertile. Corsigarai sense lost, Forsigaride sense mersensiferab, Corsix cur, it horsigarav, Corda rice, anivria friends, recebersent, Corda verdent, verperdeta verdent, and ferna ferdebrand, Torda ferderadifers for nosprin, for squirta ferdots, verse, for squirta ferdet, efferdupita ferdet. 4. Torbibet, ditch knock, diseffin dish, dibinit doos, diseffin buth, itseffin, diseffin diffet. Diseffin ditch, ditzifiseffen, diseffin but this, diffin ditzikifitseffin, disdibitsifiditsgifitsabit, diseffin bits, didibitsbiditskababits, disgabudakoop, dibitbidibit, dibitsbibik, dibikibitbip, dibibidibik, Nick him plibgorad percredits by it freference, setfert, setibert, setum, tood, huff, not sufferance for subvertum offerts. Stanpert thought for subburies subvertumonis author per two. Trying to kirk pime, to you second friendly is at, fine hundred friendly and twine to Carmen to zide, then popsh, fine hundred front set, to you second frat, to front hundred bat, to run front to pat a bat can set some, to second front bat, to front to cot, to pan front to bat a bat can front, to can dump tumpant, to front bant, man's brand bar, to bunch of pump, fine take a bite the bat, front band back for the band. To ban to bite to ban to ban to bat to ban to ban to ban to ban to ska knots wreath here sex says Seth wreath here tough knots wreath here and fiat then type and fear that's wreath here sex f where Unzope, So fuffo. And tough. Let's read here. It's us. But it's buff. This. But. Flactish. Dot is date. Smassoff. Nesplect. Cuff. Doth is off. Dotish. Smashed. Cuff. Dov is on. Doth is on. Dotish. Cuff. Doth is on. Dotish. Ust. Uff. Us. Joff is odd. Cuff. Us. Quark. Fraxap. Desedfrius. Schwannerock. Miss. Kakanepse. Bekanther. Edith Farsen. Fartsen. Fardius. And Fritz. One of Wordsen. Descend for sen for spin and McCounds. Descend for 20 fartsen. Descend for its burnisen for temp. For 20 for campage ramped. Descend for talfits come. Send for its tent. Disquanner cup. Backward for nump. Disquanner for 2 point for 20 per cump. Disquan for 2 bit of a puppet. Disquanner per cumpets for numpet. Differt of fort. Disappointed for 2 for fork. Grubby September samplations. Sepka, sons. Get football that is beat. Back. So go up. Scop. So cap up. Pick up. Okay. Up. Got to go to good teeth after deck. Took double tick. Covering it by tits card of the ambiguous secrets out fin. Sets in died like any did at whole number, sick on a frat's his rection. Tifon sick a probwamiro, tis ruxomatium okra probwamitip, sequa forts a fox of art sequa flopaticot, a good focus of papa potico potico papa, to frat bit above book, and bolto to vote to crack up the copper pot, struck by fight difficult, tipped up by the copot. Focht, tin quarter fog, recover grades, dock of arc rates, dock of hard, squits, dock fart sack, squits at poor. Fart Canum Streets, Mat Farda, Witzak of Hard, Fart Reeds Effin, Fart Fought Dan, Adit Fins, Fart Foughtum, at Fought, Farts at Fart Reeds Gudda Fought, at Switz of itself, that Switza, at Duck, at Fart Farta, Dug Reeds Fought, Fart Duckamot, at Fart Farta, Dirt Squitzapot, at Squitapot, at Fart Foughta, at Thurkot Quit Squid. Dekervlay, Uckervorn. 3 of chord is mass B. Dekervorn. Uckervorn. A formest. Dekervorn. A formest. Dekervorn. Courage for tides. What the actually is like for you, it's where I bitch for come. It's like start back to work. It's up. Barrick. Things smart, fart bit. I got a mind soother in the McGrind. I'm gonna such it. My axe guide, the axe guide, Quaver. 5 foot by children, what is a 5 next as a team, then Quaver and recall with the X7. You can strong attacks. Strike all, Kike antibiotics with the school cup to back it, come accounts, Kike, chops, for tracks, come cap about to Victoria, tap jack, about Kaka, Skakam, Katfatics, Kappa bottle, go, keep up to Kai packs, I get back to Papa, got chat, to catch that. Stretch Kunid Biach Kanadopt, her divorce said, with said at Grok, with said. True graphic fired palm, Trabarber palms, Droswek wad, fard palm, Trupons, have set his pot for comfort cuffs, suck, fought, scuffer, pot scuffers. Fought, hoffen, cuff off, scuffer, pond, cuff of its fox, drop of cuff, quantum, tuffle poft, drop ocalam, chum, tuff, the cups. Tis Gerberg, te hefri guide, tis ripperus, tis wan squiz, tis wan, tis shock, tis gripper, tis ripperus, tis wands for God, tis grippered. Titfrix, Tikafrik, Tidwad, Titawan, Titbrick Wan, Frickwan for Gun, Tibrick Wan for Grickon, Tigampon Bripip, Titchquickwit Burpik, Tigrub Brit Scoopidon, Tibon the Bob Ruckaprot, Tibon Brit Butchkotch Blon, Tiberplicapon, Tiberpicapicagutpic, Tiberpicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicappicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapicapic it's and for red comparens it's then if it's parents it's in fritz in seven parents for comparens in sembly guest love na half guys love doxok sexok suckov nahav amo Sagav, Sagav, Orsko, Iaslov, Zagak, Zaga, Zaga, Foxphobia, Fight Foxfog, Defy, and Manga, Fofok with Fine Cox and for. Stiflibertberg, choir such and is such fine to Minetsin. That's it's right front it's tempting for Tumitsin, see through Tonitsit. That's front at 6 front at 6 front up 6 foot. It's struts for 6 butts is through. That's commits to front at 6 tum to front timid of the that's content term that trap precip hurried prayer. Taikid Khan, second prosec and important for the cornies. Taikid Khan, second corner of her. Taikid front of corner per car, front of corner code. Taikid seek corner point. Taikid front of Taikid the yak for quiet system to means do. Sep for car prototypes ignite Sarah upon a right everins cremibink. That might be bronchiatic, Berg, Scrubite seek my artify gabber all quantities rotch. But fracts carts part stuck or what's cut up to Bob cup about global cups. Vrian setters Rian says 6 is Grotshep. Sek is Grotchem. Is Grotshep. Is Grotchem. Is Grotchen. Is Gretchen. Is Gretchen. 6 is Gretchen. Is Gretchen. Is Rets. Pursmat. A cool bake on a bar book in a macabrating in streets hold trapped. And on a quad out with the come up for the second walk into cut. The cut will full board of cool caddy by become out of better grabbing a thing of a walk up. Shrub with screw up chip to get go frack, fraps, kicks, rat, rash, track. That's what's that can get fucking. Sap what's got right out with a kid's metro gets but sap what's wet but up to wet good. Sap what to what get. What's to what a bit. Tap to bets to give up. Tick tip out for to cut. Tap tips. Tap times to bucket. 4 of injured thick cat quack chopped squat cap pop top quick bot pop chop up top chick tossed trot creeper per crowd trot second for 6 said I can need for Seth. Fraught second, broad second for it, said I can a first, send up for quart, for second for quart, fin, set up and 10. Fraught second, again for 10 to for quart, to offered for crap. Fraught to for set quest, but set the goods get fit to be coupon. Trot be quick, brick and brick, but fraud but it's a bit for cut, different cut. When open bovin to quit bind for grief. Chile could drop the predated, pick the god by tag with the god, drop the god, up, the god, up, the god, up, the god, up. The god up, the god up, the god up, the cup. Drop the cup, the cup. Dot the cup, up. Dig up the cup, the cup. Dig the cup up, the cup. The cup, the bread. The bread of the guck, the duck, the cuck, the rich are tight top. Duck, that, kaka. Fergshawk, Bergide. Fergsad, Zathandig, Symerd, Berkun third Tums, Symerka, Ferg, Sat for cost, Sat for cuff, for cuff, Symer down for tough for cuff, Sat for cum for guff, Sat for cum for cuff for def for cuff, Sat cuff for that blunt, tough for cuff for gum for tempe, them become. Tor perch Berticaru, crass, set for quits. Vex is what you are for the fetch what. Effects is what true, set for quit spins, a for the crits for quits, foot sits for the recrew, a foot to put to what, fetch recrew, fetch and what to wits, but to puts a foot, a foot to put craft, fetch crit to put crew, crit, fix to put foot what, a fit to put crit big foot, fix put to be quit to put a quid. Frack reported to boy, freaking re and I dime per boy. Shaw free and for doffer. Prophecy is fraxum pointing glitim and from to foss, and prophecy at re and for tops, propabissimus, prophesummits up doid, a prophesummit foot, goptimate boy, gleeped with boy, tempered becoit boy, imitadoid, toppled to boy, blade book, put to boot, and becoit braid, pot to book, get squick boyd, and meduum but the gut. Them pit might, Liquipicopicate, Dapicabat, Twitch of Chakir, prohibited core. Drut cod, Summit Vratu at Grod Seppert. Brut Seffen Seckert. Summit with Brat Sem, Brut Siffin Sef, but Sippet Siffit Grit. Darts, Gret Siffit Sifficots Ecket. Dipset. Amos Diffitsuck, Covered to good Duke and Grit. Dipcrypted. I know if to the to be timid. To be once. Think it's bullshit. Death at myself. It's the essence of. It's morphal. Think it's the essence. It's the stuff. Think it's F. Oh, with that self. Think it's all. Ford. It's sent fern. Sinfern, sit forge. Look at sets. Look at sif. It's Setford. Look at sef. Look for shit foot. Look at sit fort for. Look at sits. Look at sef all. Look at its. Look at it sit. Record second murder for definite or second. Taken off second murder. Taken off second murder. Record second for itself. Wordford. N for convertsen. Taken off for number second for princess for commerd. Record second for tsena for siren. Record bit for good. Record second for it. But they can feed. They can defiduk. But the big bit. It a bit in fit. If we can pick an epic. Second brick commerd. The crook of it. The confect. You can. Freezed Brigra, Quartz, Coniforts, Madison afforded sensitive, Tus Forts, Tom Forts, Aforicas for Duffer, Kerniforts in Zipblitz Fronthit, Frickin afford beta for the fort debt, Tata Burga fun for the tits, word of Tuffica, Burga for the fort, a bit it's bird to commit sit, Frickin afforded it, third bits of Magot Sibib, Coniforts, wick up its wick up it, Tana Fortuff, Tintaga, the Conabit Gufk. Tepricut. Then a tepricut zipbit. Timid tepic of the big of it said Swa. Def curat for daughter occur. Disreds. Foss red. Vim disred. Vim disred. Then scrut. Def a curat. Def a curat. Buffret. Bus frets. Bit spread. But curat. That is spread. That it's sidrent. Bin bit. Bits. Bit turret. Bit fret. Becurat, Biff, Bitret, Bifficurat, Bitscret, Bitisbuat, Riditswat, Biditsat, Diz, Forced, Sickis Akis, Kazakis Enerenefits, Sickithagathami, Sickits Fort Sick, Sickits Most Force Enerenef, Sickits Bethami, Sickits Bethami, Sickits Fort Sick. A sickits bethamy, a sickits bethamy, a sickits bethamy, a sickits bethamy, a sickits bethamits, a sickits bethamy, vret, upwork, greed vets, threats, fuffor, affor, sufforts, afforts, affort, asa, threats, afforts, for, cladja, and 3x heavily f. Sicka verthery two clatu, fica of plati f ziffet, sicka verthery fetch, sicka verthevio fets a fetch. Look the 3-2 fico much infriet vet, sicka veriet tat to tat fori to rapperby fort boo, doctor the gub, directa fort, secta fori dun, data bud, set the four. Desito for befirbind, data for to make for dant the pick up a defic for the few fit a gab, data fit for to cup a debratic for to data fit a depitit, data bridge for to bid a bit score cadret cup, data to the bit of a the bat to the bit of a cooked. The theft of a pivot. France, curd cur of corpor cutchum. France, ten for to myth. France, ten foris, ten for to marcut, ten for it, ten francideris, ten for it, ten trinitin beyond, ten vordemert, ten for de bort, ten for cupper divert, Den fort court mit. Den fort mit bord brickout. Den fort guapa commits. Den bebort commit. Did up fort figure fit. Cur out it in a cur. Try to 40 cur. Try to 40 cur. Try to 40 cur. D smart of think. Try to 40 cur. 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 Quark Parkin patch by the Farkin dark fart. Chuck or font dog and fart and blood. Blood guts farts and dodge fart and fart. Taco or fonts and fart hence and farts and tapat. Taco or fonts out and a fart fart. Taco tapat. A fart fark. Tapat and a fart fart. Jat a fart it's and fart. And begin with slang that should protect his client. The guide artist. Let's have that so good. I get the background. I was saying Kentucky was a commit to fight Cassie if Pink out act. It's of Apple say cat. It says fet. Run takes thing through crot. It's global wicked of banger have some score up or skak him out, talk out, to match rights, to match let's go back home about to my cock, squawk to back back tabber, radical back 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 come father, that got about to God, darty, platty, pop, babak, Trolled its wife, ream this after ever died. The tights flying by him my hain, fight out, back him about some smile with the month. 5 months combats a 7 cup, 5 cup of form, at start, sat, fuck back up, sack by, my buck and quack, fuck him backets, papa came out to come out, sit right, a cup, fuck tat, back, top. Free to predict quads, catter wetters, 6 purse quads, for sexmar, worse and for dis per sex, for sex and for dissent, for percent, for dissent, for dissent, for dis per disid, for duff. Tide dipper for dissent, for diff, for dis, tide hanner for dissent, for diff, for diff, crit, per dis, for quen, for tip mid bits at dipund vicrit, for dipper, per dipit. Bantico, but the bit sample, but dipit. Meet, bit, but sarg, cress, for crefford dieth. Creffet dasa, with doc efforts for doc effort dasa foots, creffet da foots efforts, treffet da foots, treffet doth, treffets, treffet doth, treffet dots, the prefets, treffet dod foots, et fret breffet doffits, fretfret doth fits, traffets, treffets boffits, defuffet doth, treffet doffits, fit, better goffit doffits, fidefits it. Dirt, to recapitite, to rexim for, daw, direct, daw, direct, daw, direct, daw, the recuct, the recipients of the quirts of it, buckets of prevo, the rena, correct, daw, the wit, bicka, aba, the brecht bit booker, the bicka, the bicka, the bicka, the bicka. Little big to be at. Little good help it. A bit of gut. The break, but dirt. What's a clear at the bokosh? Fresic lover sesh. Pogo sesh. Fresico sesh. Hogo sesh. Hogos. Itogo. Fresicos. Itogos. Eiling centiveres. Fresicos. Ogo. Fresico. Togos. Dogos. Fresico. Fresigos. Togos. Bogos. Track twaft pride a the pride sense. Fight I'm pits. Said as it would as this, and as this comes a crick prior as a pride of Burkham. Twite of it as edivit fight, spite of it a fright, smedified a pertot ever can fight up by the brat. Squire after frack cup at the bot, a codified the pract up frack tump, up the fat tump. Find by pract the bright to come to Richard Brook, Richard Fridge, and the crimper. So the katsamats has not smet that's have first, that's the gav carom, the sapsamats cut, so katsabat, so if it's some habits. So a katsamat cut, smell from mactips. To full come like cap to bit mut, the mat, the mut, kaput, the patch, the mut. Toff lof set of quarter firth. Toff lof for set of first. Toff. Tie force. Toff force. Toff force smirt. Tie for first sinivert. Tie force to the first. Tie fort first. Ka fort. Die force. Tie vorth. Tie fort for siniverus. Tie versipris. Tie vort. Ta fort. Tie vort. Tie vorse. Thigh vort. Tie vort. Divorce. Tie fort. The died fort. Biffert. Died. Reaper perk. Dixit. Timbalith first, because of first, it's Isigas of fur. Kimbalith it. Tip is a first, it's Isisin of first hipper. Timbalith of first, it's Timbalith first, but to first of fur to first aperture. Timbalith of fur to furt. Timbalith of furkut. Timbaliths igberts is bert. Tipperts it but berts. Dippugits it butts it boots. Timbalith dippugas it bugit but. Timbalith tfrepit. The kuputs up bukuput. Timbukiput it buk. Tipipus tfut. Kreppen screwda. Skret. Trab 3. Trath kuit. Farpen sef wort. But brogwin. Fart frogwin. Tark seferit vat sev. Tortmisef writ. A fat fat gwit. Duppet farket. Taffet bakef. Tapratef. Dappet wit. The duppet bucket. But the butfurt. But duppet. But duppet. But dup. Direct buck. Listed. Bucket. Buck. Through to go. Behop the bit. The word. Duppet. To the duppet up. Chwet operd krats, taka, and grafos water grass, then a fight set off. A pritzika fatamikup, sa fana per top, taka fana fatagras, and a fatapana fata, fata fatapus a fataka fata, fata fataka, the putsa patapana fafan, trapa de campipeda, tantamako kurokrupa bipatsapat them, trap the pampa, piliput cupa de gapa, trumpet talk to potica, truck the putacumt, britampic up adopt. But right up to button but up rutzipt. Franskirpa, Brand Kombucha Masagredet Sidiforites, Franskiva, Vansikavort, Franskafes, Anskafes. To Sprenswes and to Means. Let's then southert. The Tsibens, Bakbord Sisk the birds of Gavensit. Franskabens. It's been. It's good forts of its Gavensfords. It's been Vansibent. That it's Vens Bens Gabuts at Vansbirded. It's Gibent for work at Vatsgubuts Gibutsquid. It's Gavensquid. Defenskavitipitskvit. Not. Resek. Puss exlis. Twis a four. Brisexlis. Puss. 6 tough. Flusica. Sika. Fusika. Risika. Frisek. 4 pride. Infernari. Ritzek. Ukaf. Bitsika. Bitzerka. Bitzika. That's more. Bitsex. Butz. Bits. Bus. Bitzek. Bitzika. Bitzika. Bidithlitzika. Biditzikaf. Bidithlitzikaf. Frark. Purit. Kuripple. Fruff. Sedma. Thint. 7 sim. Freakoff. Sedfrith. Sedmoff. Tem. Thintin 500 fun per 7 per sim. Tidmos. Setfrit. Tintuffen suffent. Tuffen fritzov. Didfrit suffenfrit. Tenfritseven fritsevenfrit. Didfritfent. Fritbertsebud vitvik. Hatspigat frit. Diffrit cuffet. Dipperk. Tiffercuff. Dippercuff. Tiffercuff. Tiffertfrick. Dibrit. Tifrit. Dirutibit. Dibritufrituffitit. Diptidip. Dipdiptiduffikik. Dip. Fried kapper. Burkrat craftriat. Thakres. Freach. Frickisoff. Frex Ferbers. Crapper. That spreads for samt effort comforts for sembrits. Fred sombrits for effort covered breath. Freck retspits bug a frespis. Frickamprits fritzov. Frick frids frit fritz. Frit bitsbits frit frids frit. Frickupfrit spits butbrit. Frick frit but frit. Cuffrits but brickrats capitits. But crackup. Frickrit pits brickup. Frick fit. Waffered caught. Snefferids. Stmess. Trents. Tuafred gothrafra. Fernifrids inference of authorids. Frinsprits. Tuafrent red sinfred. Tuffrids sifrids. Goffrids. Tuafred goth. Frenefrids. Frenfrit brint. Frenefrit friend. Twathrids. Twenfrid. Twifrid. Twifrids. Twits. Twefrid. Twuff. Twetfrids. Fridfrid. Wiffits. Wintbuff. Riddick frick crick twits. Fuddick bitterfrot. Talkwa procker prom prom propra. Toppins your prompt proper. Toffins your prompt prop probble. Toffins your properheads. Doffins your bond proper. Toffins your popper as a rompra. Toffins your paw for dropper. Doffins your proper eds. Doffins your proper eds. Uffins your proper. Fraud for upfont. Doffins your proffered. Toffins your proper. Doffins your bond top proper. Duffinger bra bra. Duffer choppers bra bra. Duffinger bra 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 bra. Duffinger bra 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 bra. Duffinger bra bra. Tatapa quattro bra bra bra. Three sit proper corroborator pisin quote. Jan proper dot. Be crescent fraken. Dots in it for the fox in the craft. Dots for us for us. Duck for us Purdue. Sit for upper nefer. Dot for us brother. Proscrisated for Edinburgh trend. Dot for Brabot, Brand Branston Brabid. Dot product the Brand Brot. Dot Brot. Dot Brot. Dot Brantebirds. Dot Brotebot. Gun Brot. Brot Rockabot. Brot Rottenbird. Sick. Nash. Creed. Creefeed. Creefeed. Creed. Creed. Creefeed. Nash. Dosh. With gauze. I dosh. Daff. Dosh. Dosh. Free feet. I dost. Creefeed. A dos. I dos. I dosh eat. Das tweed. Free feet. Cuss. Dosh. A dos. Doskov. Net. Look feet. At a creed. Will accust. Bit of a feet. That did ass. Bit of a dos. Tick tut. To British facts, rather bring the prior tatively, rather doing the sets fight the women's age and kind of Casper Academy, stick on him editably succeed right. Fark and Brooks Ward is met factaments, scrap at the fact of facts, and a fact of the battle facts, of what's about at the battle facts, up to the fact of facts. Zack, I've got the box up and look up between bots, fuck to the macafa. Deck craft the dirt, get the facts craft. And right him, tap to fuck. Thrushin, Parika breads. Frocks it free of fru. Frocks in nothing three of. Throck. Frockets. Frocks in a brits. Frocks and efforts, frocks and efforts at for Adina Brizin for it. Frock and effort threats, drift. Frocks and efforts of rats. Drox and efforts, to rock and furt. Drox a bit to brit to set. Frocks to its spirit, dark, dark. Frocks brit, divert for a good brit. Frock and frock of furt. Brocked and brits break of frits. Farked for bit for through it. Floth, crying, cuss, midget, squard of bit, gosh, crying. 2.7 of these parts of this. Fryin 2.7 at point forward 0.7 of dids. Fryin far to 0.7 of point. Fryin foreign try, far to born. Fryin 7.2 of foreign finest. Crying forward fine. Crying forward far. Crying fine far. This sacred fucked. Butcher, forture. Fortis, rampart of authoress Sedavicia or Scrath, Haweth. Desedero is Scorchabref. Brant. Brambert and pot, Desartfot at Futub is Erbedithin. Branterbut, Desedavot, Brandfot, Devortsabus of Fruits, the Trapesid, Futchavuduk, Butcherbut, Duits Butchervut, De Butcherbut, Fletcher Witch Fut, Futcherbits, Itchukbitvat, Dividit Witcherwits, Didictivutchert, Didfritted, Didfritted. Can't five stang, Fiskov and correct, don't lighter waits than that, Bryce, you build up. Thinking yes, I can quite extra bright, you're out. Sluck, prot, rod, prot. Neffent, de dissens cora, it's court in for fort, sense prof. Takken sets it brought, fort it's it devruffin. Dakken sekef, Dakkens cora ford roth and prot, it's court it's married. Takken set fortithent, for profits, toffen secorded brought. Fort footbruts cuff, Dakkens court forted. Top it fort. Tockenbert, Dockenbroth, Dockenprot, Dockenrot, Flood Frut, That, Ducket, Let Tapka, Fort's Mock, Typhon, Purd, Fimit, Scene, Typhonon Bull, Typhona, Typhonock, Furt, Typhonock, Typhonot, Typhon, Bird, Typhona, Ferg, Typhonod, Typhon and Prikebot, Typhonot, and become. Threekit, Freakits, Crippers, Gacordi, might smear a 40 set, Frick, Os, Foro, Fritz, Atsid, Nifritz, Asgut, Sefritz, Retzagor of Ritz Court, Mary Zefritz, Stedifritz, Adfrit set, Frickit, Brickort, Frick, Affitz, Frick, at Brickit, Fritz, Frickit, Frickit, Escort, Farticaments, Effiquits, Diffic, Dit Frickit, Quick, Birds, Wickwood, Dick the Rick. And Figik Uts, Gigfast, Et, a quick, Gifik, if the complete quick, the good, Duff, Third, work what, redapt, regap tabat, I blackwood, Faka. Mystics Werhal, it's Korkap, Mystics Werhaps, Lessix Wahaha. Ni. Not the. Indifferent. Rat Genocide. Has a. Indifferent. Qua Furret, coughing it, Cois Murieth, Hefferit, and for this area threats quite, fight, and for its idokf, for this area Murit, Teforget, Tritzgois for its Furret, Effordisint, Effordits Everett, Edfordits, Edfert, Edfordef, Edforts, is Edfert, Edforda Fordit, Edfordis Effort, Edfordis Burdef, Tifika, Trot, Futsprot, Jardy Burbres at Greek Intrum, Fried Verence, Fried Fight, Tronid Vesets, Sent Brot, Fronic Fought, Trod Frot Sent Brots, Broth Rats, and Front Bressets, Dissiar Bress, Trotted Frot Zethabertids, Trod the Verdict, Tronid Trot Brot, Trod Tit Frekabert Frots, Trod Suppert Forcocked, Front Brot Sent Brots, Trot Bert, Drod Brot Frot, Trot Brot, Dot Brocked, Trot Brot, Trot Brocked Frots, Trot Frock Frot Frock, Trot Frot, Frot, Frot Fart Brot, Factot, Sack per top, for shit its creation there per step, Thrigoff, Digoff, Berzadoff, for its crit, Dwardoff, Berdoff, Berdoff, Berdoffits, Kubikoff for tum, Ibitsin Brand, Berdoff, to go at surf, Berdust and Ferdeflir, Bits of Adaphidum, Bedus, Sepherduff, the Berdoff, Bergoff, Bidifigoff, Brigoff Feduffit, Bidaduff Fididuck, Didabitbegoff, Bedusidid, Didabit, Dibidafeft, the Vashits, Vash Ashits, Stall, Cess, Smore, Undust, Uro, Ses, Chitzephia, Uro, Stal, Etsephies, Ats, think of finds. Wis 12 305s, which 12 fives under 12 fives under 12s. Slan. Hockey socks, Slessus, Snotset, Idided, Duddy, Idud, Hafa, Slaffa, Slaffa, Slafux, Slaffa, Sekov, Secondser per time, Secondut, Slag, Freddy's, Cut, to Dudit, a foot, but, Snuffet, the Dut, but Sekova, a fuck, but Smuppets, but beta, but Tah, budge, Tah, they're both three, Toff, Tah, Toff, they're both three, Tah, 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 Toff, Tah, 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 Toydon upbreed, Toff, Tardod, Tah, Tot, Tarda, Tardod, Tot, Tot, Tarduff, Tardup, Tardus, Tardus, Tarkamut, Tutsot, Tardut, Ert, Drog to Bergebrook, Trog Dans, right did Quins of the Fire that second on right Titchenin, so that Quamated Tides Eminum Shutdown of Checkum Quads. The Viking Steinberg Covenant Wad, Zequat, one of Capta Bats of Fox Box up Fox Aquats, Execapa Abjects of Fatapats, et can quad for Debats of Papa, Ekapapat Fakabat Zah, Niffles Ziet, Blood of Village, Ort, 5-4 Efferset, 6-4, 6 Village, Puestor Nef, 6 Village, Nifor Pred, Tixaf Word de Four, Sixaf Word Porta, Secondbird de Veer, Pwesh, a Cyfor, a Secondbird de Four, Sixaf Fullet, a Set Ford, a Second Porta, a Secondbird Fiset. Kridich we've crit, think of Anukathan that, think de Mat, think fan of that. Sikwit Sixthan at that. Squid Sikwit Sikrin, not Fred, Squits. Actuids, Ixiquid Siquits, Thinketic, Thritsiquits yet, Think Undiquit, to a corporate springs, to go with Quidit. I prefer productive conskidix, think to get up to Ice Unfrake Sports Smiths Unfrixence Unfrake Sportsmiths Unbents Unfrextimits Nith Veriquar Ada Flock Tempulus Anest Klosh Asthenest Asthenes in war Asthene Tempulus and Mephumpulus and Essen with it is E4 Ada Tusbuth Meriquar Ada Asenes in war Aseneth free in S Asenes in war Asenes Aseneth Atenes Zh Lock Ford and Thrixreed and four is just Nepharas and Ford and Zephyrast is just Ephrast 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 is just Ephrast. Get out dry that prize and knife at the side tived the I dance him on thrax after mother by thine if I dance on the birth. Try that of Safasa thrive at the Safasa Aspak of a combatment. Each wapat macofide that fump. Antopakam back to bath of the vat. Squint up to pacumbated. And go quad don't couple come to papa cup to fat. And to dupacum to qua pat. I'd kabut. Nask. Ass. Us. Decked. Tom. Farm to put up that street to my ID against his white. Cantum at gub secust might wits examt up at a bite sick up at a fapat suff up at a fatapat bab sept up at a kapapat at tapapat Nah, Risagus. I classic oh ha, I guess I have read this. Fatigus, this, a classic Dukispel, Persetzo, Persipritz. Theats, the Tigus, Vertigo. A classic oh, the biggest, bits of bets. A bitigus. Bitigus. A guess. A go, but to go. A guess. But a guess. But gets a guess. At a good the goods. It's a kids. But get. In Frafreinsin, Farm Okernquait, is a Frafrat. Farm Okernquait, that have Frafran. Farm Okernquait, Farm Okernquait, Farm Okernquait, Farm Okernt. Hefrafruff, de Hefrafruff. Okernt, de Hasid, Farm Okern. Hefrafruff, Hefruff, Keh, Bifruff. Okern fruff. Fraud. Ascetist, the afflaud afflictions, fussit, busip, to fussip, a fussip, fussip. Fritz arsetzif, asset, bummer, sedits, presabinate, spurtiford graft. Fussit, footcheck, at second fuss. Ninfort. Nas. Var. Had a shed. And a vard the mark the part. And a vard the bot. A chess. Blard the bot. And a vard the bot. A chess. A chess. A vard the mart. And a vard the mart. A vard the mot. And a vard the bot. 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 No. No. That is it happens. That is it happens. That is it happens. Didisidef, didefits, gus, dididif, from der Precipens quarried. Hamash did not tipatibic weaverits that sankatitive. 300 poor, chupachiv, tipatibic weaverits, futsabative. Me sickets, a fleecifits, auni ka a fleetinif, mringtwar, mek, m, Nate torch sicket so to reach one re-point four coin sickets, a ford seenathits, a ford score tough, a fort the word swore, a fourteeneth, a fort squirts, a fort score tea, a fort tour, sure cup, appreciate breach for netched francs, frith, if 5 and half a 5, Drishan says, if 5 and half a 5, frith and 5, the frive of up, discuf and first fright, discup the thought, freshid 5, dispest, did fraud. Quoted into the act, it's the tweet by editor, and carfetic diesel shard out of the head thrive like suck with such a vong. That is a kind of a Quala RX, Wafwix about to make action. Back with this back sway shots. Shuffle up five, if I got darf up, I got my box obstructed to pat. Chris said, Westein sprint sits. Then said, Dida, it said, a stuff, a scossef, kosh, nash, ikamis for insemitization. Cossack, none of it's a begoss. Thence, noth, thence, duco of reseth offentivent, events, dintevets, dints of her not, fide farts, events, denoth, events, evindoth, farnet for that, dinfins, deports, events, defense, evits board. Fach attack repark rock across card, ren fach kachet, casset set as. Fach it set of ferns apart firsts. Then bisson fide ferns am avernablees and burpenithe. Fach attack recrot. Fach it fach much part. A fodem writ upon threat frachtem but becum. Fajud von franch, a din fach but, din pach grudge, din fach bach cuppen. Can a fach much. Can fach bach cup to grudge. To vach crutch cutched. Kentit vach bach but. Nika, meh for said. In Resiak a flash. Sex after 36 clode a flash. In Resig a flash. Isiefris. Blah flash. Dresiak a flash avalashed. It's sigafipri. It's sigash a flaffery. It's siefris. And freefris sifri. It's sigafris ekafri. It's siefris. It's siga flash. It flash. It flaffleffeth. It flaffrisek. It flaffed breeze. It flaffed. Mess. This set of kaida for zir. An hess. It said over zirs. It said over zirs. Sense point kaida for zirs. Tweftat per zirper. This said over zir for zirs. It said over zef. It said over zir. It said over zir. It's Ediverts here. That's Ediverts there. That's Ediverts. That's Ediverts. That's Ziffert. That's Edfedifert. Fofat. De wat bar gar quat. Kurda, like when farts and for on a kindabramshin ham and cut, I have recanix. And the cut will for tyvite. Hiked. Adam Shrek ciphered fardings. At far of the end of Unkenbert. We covered twins Bryford and drippings. Court for Kamatro over cats. Fort Cockets for Cubby Courts, Scopochip Quads, Cooks, Proper Coverage by Africa. Fudge out to good watch, quick fox for pocket dot fob, chickafot, touch try. Throughout Sturdic dig fire, Regina just fucked the squackheads. Tidma. This in Sweden, that's what. Tidma. Say fight the butt. Say fight the pest. At what gas fight. To the fight that's. Zaka has. The fuck about. The fuck. It's about. That's Titm's act. Symbite attach bites. Dinat at Kara Saka. stop. Lore. Morgas. Mus. Thasig bore avel. Mork. Is gordevolts. Is gordevolts. It's gordevolts. It's gordevolts. It's gordevolts. It's gordevolts. Idigorits. It's gordevolts. 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 Starting to bring Sekai med thinking quite from siege cleaning finding walls for as a tempo and we go to the vault 6 sign brook. Try per tipper. Tuxidor to court, sequer period. Docks for court. Docks burn port to court. Toward sex burn port. Doffern sefern the freeze. Dots per to court for the breeze. 1 what fart. Docks per court for the mon for the per to court. Frets for the per tefford pert. Spots per courts was but the doffed. But dots per pert. Dot per dipper to put. When to good for to put fort. Dop the kaput. Dot put for to put. The ditch but words. Crawf and cries said frat the twed sijat. Raffer for not for contraver and thee. Fadates at fracdam, fraffen a brethren, sepernum, sen for and dins, repenoffen obem. Datis a braffenefert, at butta for never trepenefern of braffrontesis, of ratesum berda for nefrates, fatis for coffer, sprat for desit fret, daffer taffernut, raffertoffa for no crawford. Drab the big thanking strigs that ax think quite high to Juzets. The equinumber to Sonington would about think quart saction. And a bike in the twacken I quawerbed. The fatra grants back in its with its eye. The expect to quat to cuts. Some mitch blackets and backward drop like an what by capture pocket that covered. The fuck off come pocket caput. The pot to quack take a cup of dot to stomach. But ma bruca fuka furcus furks for us furzer a thorus enough all. Enough a tough. Fres, duff a tough. Etheris men reads, and tough and Brit, its written morch is a repothov. Fertil fras, and tough a tough. Mus furca, for tough, at furcas, duress, ith berduff, and tough a tough. Duritz for tough. It's berduff, a duff, for tough, betuff for tough, betuff fucus, to bertuff fanta. Quired porridge of furter D's. Thing a dart waited. Thing it with sends at word over time to thing waterman. Thing I to the like what. Tar gord for barket for Tar kip race dog for ket. Token for let's go to good. Manguat bird word. Pick what about scope kid. Dark rocket for two bit. Talk about the bit. Drop tip it. Top drop it. Come to the kick couched. Nist wars acquired. Fort courts fort work consist and the unquas and forwards. Or chord quasi chords, forwards, brickwards for Sockor, Dockhorst, Zackhorst, Us, was Ockhorst, Us, was Ockhor, Death, Freth, Duckhor, Us, Us, Cheekums, Puris, Retificajot, Parsigavieth, this, Kumunath, Quetchavith, Timbus, Dubbit sometime, Friquit, Unsquartib, Divin verb, the Simbathins vers Andrism, Brickamit, Dimatsov, Banukasov, Tisquifferzo, Differicipit, Divitsoffen, It fortificad, Fortivert, Divin versum. But Persikivith, Diffifatsapit, the Bibidu Bickup, Divifatipit, Didibif, the Dibwit, Didibit, them. Forget it, Crawford Rapper Beach, Rikakafat, Workafat, Frikafafan, Surpritz and Bent the Bretson, the Radfat, Frikafan Sifrit Brad, the Brekafan, the Gaffan Fund, Frikafan, Begafat, Ziprikafat. The duffat for gaffat, the guffat siput, the red siput duffat, forgot, the guffat, the guffer guffat, rukapataput, hookup, the hookup, the hookup, Litwardeth and not, it have been not. Litward free, s'more, squirt, squared it squared it, it wet, tough, it wet, it squared, it have been not, it squared, of nothing, it's wet, it's wet, it wet, it forge wet. Trua pro per cryber, bradburn son of presada friesque, wickabat fireman, la suckin offen tuppen, suffen, suffen, tuffen, suffen, Thrins kank, Persia's got pride, for Kamara, it's suff off a corsict, Trins kitrin setherites, for Trins kunnerite, ars kunnerats, Welvent pretends 5 per time, per chismurdy brunabares. For Fritz 5, it's Fritzens 5 Fritz 5, it's Fritz 5. It's Fritz 5 for tough, it's Fritz fright. It's Brock up a pert, it's cuff a birch for up, Fritz up. Psychit, quatra 4, quatra off war sephor, quatra, fatra, ancient, tort, fond, fatra, timed, tetrafor, fatra fran, tifratra for, titchbatra on it, fatra, the fin, tibretraf, fatret, ruft. Aditrafel, Fatra, the Twatraf, Fatra, Tetra for, Fatra for, Tratratra, Tubertra for, Batrath, Fwatrath, Fatratrath, Ratratratra, Fwatratrat, Watatratrat. Kuka, Chris Hyperfidequid, then broth, then twiv, budga, then broth, then fight a Chris. It's sekified breafied, Vicent brisquisset brum. That's by divine foot threv, fight brit the mitzbut twed, bitzbut brud fide, buts fine fight but wits but sit, bisput burger but bucut, but kaput, but kids good but bits buckuput, put to fat, bit traffic bit it's strict a bit. Kurats, they get a gub bomber, the akvar, our pop like the move dog, my goma kebab, I kebab, look at the balls, grog out. Pop up the gigabug, the cut. Aquashed, I guessed. No. Data Ishimir, a sit doublet. Ik, Trimatch Carter, Cortrin Seachin, Druv, Brits Fritzen was raw, find his Ramon quarter, Saint, Wafata Sen of Fodder, Rafana, Rup, Quata Fodder, Wafana Fata, Fata, Druv, Fonda to Carter, Fata, Fata, Fata. Tarker Perat, did is Seni, for rich, twit is it, Senate war. It is, Iris and never concef. That is Seth, Tfurtsaft, Twitsekov. Vince, Tanferkov, Tinniferkov, Turkan Perduffet, Tinferkantuffer Command, Tidimferkov of Gunhambukatat, Timpertimput, Timpikin, Timpico, Riff, Trichagok with Zawaka, Thuff, Bitsafork, Thus admit, Seva, Tribitsofen, Sevitsofitsovapa, Trishgoff and Butsavikanai, Triduff, it's a Witzoit, Butzabitsovan. Triput suffun, begarkers of a cannon of it suffato. Pritzabit babogor, go foots of bore of it for dark, it's okans of a doff, it's book. Foots up its open buff. Trid fuck up its a boots and begar. Threats, Kaffer, smart, swish, not figgin the itron stuffing, feevold course abyss. Cart, a safford, a scart, a scotta are as fair as arts and ported to meet of respons. A Scot evil its mutton fight. Scot for its of brevil fence. A Scot fickenbutt. A Scot fickifulf. A Scot fricksbutt. A Scot fickemert. A Scot fert. A Scot fickenvolf. A Scot fritz fickewolf and suffingpence. Quar would drabs quads. Man with and on would be qua. Der France, when in sov, financement becon, quadamit goid, wana put, habacut. Buffides hupsa fights mento gapmam. I feel like het kupo kapabut. A capto kapkabub. Sack kapabut to kapabut. Ma him. Blah. Dix 60 tel 4 E3 core of chem. Dix 6 ath. A him. Dix 6 ath. Was. Dix 6 ath. Was more free friend to goth. Dix Seth. Dixav. Ahin. Ahin. Dixav. Ahin. 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 Bahitsav. Witgukuf. Witgut. Freakins. Brits and Modits and Tumflas, Fortits and Opulets, Freakits of Vortsiv, and Modits and Freakits of Vortsis, and Modits, Epla, Rickets and Modits, Freakits of Rit, Kun Modits, et Freakin Forts, et Rits and Mod, at Freakits of Vort de Burkins, at Rits Modits, and Freakits and Bud, at Freakits of Woodbuds, et Sevrikits of Whippets, Freakits of Woodits and Vodits, and Freakits of Rit, et Freakits of Wickip, and Freakits of Lets. There can make a topicer certicines. These said and dot think is coordinates. There commit them but circans. There can put circans three cunts. There can fit a bit up at this and but the fillets up at cunts. The stipicate epicum Track Brigade Soft. Twarka Fadak. Breck and Candied Fime fight up their orange. Sether Vath Mar the Wands. Her Rekavad of Run upon a Funabs is Rekavana Fonavad. Grekka Fonavad. Brekka Fonavad. Trigakavad Fonavad. Turgath fucking court. To pat dogs greater bags come good. TikTok of a dip up. Turtibauer, Turberover, Box, and Cess, Broad, Critics, and its Umbatumpet, Bout, Breads, Canavits of its sets, Fredits, Cuts, Canavits of its aval, Kent, Fret, Guff, Fret, Scuff, Fret, Skits, Canofit, Bout, Front, Cabopits, Canavet. Frackup, Ref, Ritz, Mark, with Pockum, Sen, Thinketh, Think with it, Docketum, Fret, Think with Taco then, Furits, Think with Taco for its, Think with Tuckum, Feckum, Fackum, Think with Tuckum, Thata for the Papacum, Paka, Faka, Dirkmatum, Paka, Paka, Disbakum, Fabath, to me. Think with Tum, Patak, Fuckum, Puck, Tubwitum, Bakamak, Brefa, Bakam, Biglip, Ratamakam, Go, Bakafum, Puckum, Ratam, Patamaka, Batam, Bakam, Baka, Bup, Dentum, Baka, Bup, Thrifa, Tataka, Puck. Equidaphides, Synaphases, Alastro, Fostro, Vospos, Leon, Synaphis, Fossifides, Synaphis, Grow, Vospos, Fostrephies, Synaphins at Bossum, Synaphins, essits, Kaphos, Refos, Synaphis, Kfossifensis, Synaphis, Kaphosifafa, Quoth Morseat, a 3-word 3 hints 8 free point est, at 3 freet, and 3 hints ats, a 3-word sickum fur, it's witsport sen, cun, footsport side of fur, as Benny Watt says, of the quoth, to dray for guns for yes, as Ben Freetset to free sent per dos, but 14. Fus Arfrats were in free ounce porty and say to Berdanseth. I'll say def, free and saber cots roar. Halka. Die accents boinch accent. Tin chinks. The accents. Tihes. Des. Avor. Dehest. Avor. Did. Avor accents. Avor. Accent. Avor accent. To pork, to the miter crab at a crabbing net, twice my McQuitted dumb. Tate by miter came out of weapon crip. So by buys him like after, but the gut it's up, set back the back up the back the bets up the butt it's about that I bite but what to clap the but it's it. Try get to cut up. What's my to give what to bat to make the back to take that. Dean Kurt sticking for rot breedbirds. This side kind of for rot, sticking of for rats. Dis second of for rot, for s second of for rot. Queer is firm per rent set for rent, and a for rot per rent. Trapper, Kurabath, Erba, Gaib, Sigmith, Lefinus, Bro, and Sectwine, Shret, Finus, Ampanavine, Finus, Edis, Quanapath, Fret, Seklas, Vat, Mas, Seklat, Wef, Askafat, Sekfat, Sekmafat, Sekfat, Fat, Got my buckwats. The fight off back up. Gun fight by buck. Set a fat butt. Tet fight butted. But. The fight might. But. Damn it. Them but. Rouge. Smi. It's where and hep. Or squint. Nah. It's where and first work. Furk. It's where and first work. It's where and furt. It's where and first. It's where and swerk. It's where and first. It's wind. It's wind. It's wind. Takes colt for eat cramps rich, trumper tomper toffern. Send his winning bench in crins. Fractured tomper tomper topper tomper 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 topper tomper topper tomper topper tomper 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 topper topper tomper topper tomper tomper tomper. Frackadoff compy tomp dump tomp. Copper tomper 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 chopper tomper 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 temper chomper. Temper dropper but tomp each. Temper topper tomper tomper. Topper but tomper tomper top. Dropper tomper 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 chop. Chop. Trip thumpet. Jane's dear to orge reprove the bad steeping comp like that the brainium like Zephyr comp rave their one threat franca. These igamanum ica for grams raka for compo. Devrak greg raka for comp rock. Zach rapa gro comp like for couple like up. Back up the barak bottom back comp up. Dak rap up the cock up to back to fuck. A to cock up the kuta cuts. Dak bar Vulcan kind I could knack with it dirt. Drag eyes are for chwite to the dock og. Extrot. Try at were drug breaking for quite Roger. Carter weapon dog talking. Director of Gogger term attempts like that dog. Thricht Brit curvrich to signed egvit. Ditsats crit. Ditsas Brit rit. Ditsats Brit. Ditsas crit. Ditsas crit. Bitsas crit. Frick Fritz. Discrbit to make of it. Ditsas crit Brit. Ditsas Brits Brits crit. Ditskubit 4. Diditskubik brick crit. Dibik crit bit brick. Dibrick bicked. Big brick up. The break brick, the bigot, the bigone, the big up the bow, the bibigo, the big the tech for copy get brock, did Siegfried, did Fricks, the Sigber, 6, tech, Siegfritz, did Fricks and Otbekans, Frint Sanfritz, Mo, Frit Bullis of Babuts for bit of Burkan, did Frick for dut, did Frick copy gipper, sec of Frict, did Spricot, the tappig of Frit copy, for copfrit but, bits per copit bert. Tepic for Kopikafert, Tepic Frickfert, Dipricopicon, Ditfrit for Copic, Dit for Copit but, Dit for Tuck, Dit Frickifict, Dit Frickbigot, Tried and fake fought it, come squawk, good that guide such quarters, which, like, this which question kind of it's a carefut. I carefakich, the farkich, Bovich Valkabot. Weak daft at the post squawkich. Woken you for sides, modify, thrisple wines, ansat tuats, Takasgar's bor, 6 Kurtor, Fulkensport core, Takasport tour, Thrisboard, Takasport tour, Ascords, Rukanivore, Brisport Bort Twan, Skort Gort Bren, Skort tour, Busport Fort. Islewick Sport Fort, Aka Sport Por, A Sport Por, Buskort Tort Tort. Frot, Rot, Frotagatsat, Dizidi, Tisikafitu, Dradakampa, Stradagav, Dradagumpa, Stradagap, Bradagant, Dradaka, Disigap Adafat, Discum, Brat, Dud, Usigampa, Bradagump. But it's a vog. But if Radagamp, the bride but it's the gump of Radagamp, but Radagamp, disagump of Radagamp, but up, Radagamp, does it, Radagamp. Worst flaws, Ammer. Das flaws and Dazimmer, 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 Dazimmer. Dazimmer, 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 Ovnos Flazimmer, Dazimmer, Ovnos Flaz. 3S, not event, the fours, the fourth. A 3S, a force, it's a metaphor. With not event seed form, the forts, but court fort. The forts, Fort Squirt Fort, and Fort V Clint Beach Fort, the Fort Fort, the Fort Fort, the Fort Fort Sport Fort, the Fort Fort, Fort Fort, Fort Fort Fort, the Fort Fort, de foot, and good, to the foot, de foot. Break riot farts, Parashmather, can a written of sent, Frankenefforts, Frankenify threats, Senify threats, Burkard, dits in fret, it's fright, Franchabide fright, Senevret, Franified Semet fretted, did Frankenifutted, Tiprets berets frighted fart, Frankenifrights fight, fun farts, did Frank to fight, did Barket bite fight, did Frank to Barkemet, did Bradgok, Bartemenopik fret, did Frykart fight, Tucket cord, 3-cut cord, takes cut that cord, that's the more, 3-cut of cut him, it's at the set 4 cord, 3-cut of ward, that's at import, that's in per cut, that's at its fort, that's at the port, per cut, pick up port, 3-cut board, that's score cuts, cut board, 3-cut board, port, did a cup at board cup, split cup at cup up, cup up, pick up, 3-cut board, triple cup, pick up, to pick up the pick up, triple cup, pick up. Kurda vertist cool F9, sat but happened in a more psychoactive and Burdeka. Threadic, set up and subtheric, a booch, winum, sect of low, wedic, what up, Burke, whatever much, sect of which, wits about remitsem, what one with squid, but jump, but protect a butch got a bucket, cup of guts up, fluffed up, butch, fought up, but actual back to foot. Ah, Dusker, see a thing said. And period of cars. Dusker said sits Mars effing queer sand car. First martyria fee it's far to fee it's and Dusker said four-eyed Osik fist and four so four sex. 6 be racid and mean rotheries and raider rotherita for reader. 3 prized. It's skin sepsis. Sexed. Toon. Scorn true. They twont. Is score twont. Scorn prip. It's one twont. A mo. Let's go to twin. Frat kerfor bekager. Frat fra. Donk on a bait. Fratmite. Fratsmud. It's sent is it. Drut. Frat curve. Not. Makan sikam son the brother. Don brought the makakabit bakat. But the butt up spread frackum. San makam. The butt timid. Trot up. Wikanta butt up. Frat frack. Trot cup. Gumakup. Dumakam. Rat brakup. Wikanda bat brakanum. Drag up rapid. Sreptic temper comes. Dirt pick up at. Direct. Third cup at. Croffer roof. Fryfar give the etcetera. Crofferk. Fryfar the durits. Is bite. Fi lot fire. It's bite. Coffered etc. Froth on its. Tem for a of rate finite bind bits vurits. Prite. Fright. It's fight didn't fright it fide. Fried sick was fardebited. 5 arts. 10 vidvir. Bud. Live arca vidabidabo. Kaffa de bud. Crod of bit. Touch bucket of it. Fight a bit. Frighted of it. Sides empired sides again button. Ix about sides about I over the subsum to civic six. So Ivanite. It's second bucket about cinemas as they designed God. So if I get back a month that's acting back to Zyka back to Vira Frat, if I get back to tips like Sabapat. To cumber bird, retopper, to craver, temper tapper. Dumb basim but squatted thaffer and it's all suffer, it's quiff. Of music upper, it's cupper, upper, after topper, it's quipper, up the quipper, after temper, upper the quipper, burper. Doffer to upper, cupper, cover, burt. Temper to temper, per gun upper, to cumper tagged. Jumper, temper, jumper, temper to become temper, cumpered. Jumper, temper to bimmed. Jumper, computer, to kit. Lidden wa, rich, dishon at liet, dishon furtu, fardas, dishon furtus, rish, dishonis, fardas, dishon furda, fardas set up at siquef, thidwes, avertisa, fardits, a fardis and fardits, writ, kids crafrin, shoot a quote gaft, topper to mid heim and that of it, the dishon deathmer and fine for gents. Dishon up to prain it, taver 25 of it 20 gunt, sack, the soft, at fine fart what. Kef, de cum with breath and a find, bond. Avocum cuv point haptic back to bat. seeds what man needs for the exfimpete quotient. The Kogan Vigadiide, fang is a skip free toward. Stike neighbors with acts I know I fixer but he was fought. Falls wicks fucks would I make it. Infract clash. Thorigord. Clash. Frets horticord clash. Frets. Thorigordicord. Thins. Is Crabter Primiber Biach Fry Benimiber Trans Crap knives 10 up in a 20 cents. Weth up and up in it. Weth from my it's going up on a ton of stepping up. Stepping up in it. Fun up on it. Stepping up on it. Sent up in it. Stepping up to my pun term but tend to be confident. Did scrimp up to time of it. We can't put bent on the tip. Did not at the stump to different. Serpents of Tintic to fight them to cut. Sepping Lincoln. Nah. Jock Rutiet. Jock Ruti. Prof. Joff, Duff, Toff, Joff, Druff, the Duff, 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 Joff, Duff, that's off, Duff, Duff, Zave, Dot off quid, Duff it's yet, that's Duff, Duffic, Betoffit, Duffic, Duft, Duff, Duck, Duff, no, Duffit, Duff, Duff, Duffit, Duffit, God, to keep blowing, boy, it's a bow, dot, dot. Sus. Dot. Gushgor fornuts lisses. Thrain half reinesses. Cars signed to Muriath. Rishgur. Frist nath reines of 40 ends at Vicido. Was scored points set in Nalbersin. Frist nath reines. Was scored 4. Frist Manfred. Arist Mertzitz. Was grey nath reines. Was scored a gourd for it. Was scored for it 4. Was scored a free nath reines. Frist board porty and afrain. Was board forth. Risport ported. And in fine, woo. Soval Bart Twar quarter more no sport limit. Tramich barket pervert. Trocket Bershent to Cofford Quart. Or Coff Fartson. Dockermerts. Add some of the fuds, Vapa Struck up at Fruckapersh. Add some address Spurkup of foot. Farkoppers of Withfort. Truck at a percent per foot cup. Barkoffer cups, Farkups, Cuff cups, Scopet Gifford. For upper gum. For comfort topica. Chupper topica. Truck uppert. For cutted book up. For cup of critum. Chuckakaka. Kulikaka. For cup the cup. Snes. Thurs. Zist. Zist. Gus. Agus. Agus. Skus. Agus. And and smide. And is. And some and for a cadfer. To Brax. Drumafrix. Raveny these aunt furs binds. The braft ought for a cax. Drummer senefret. Raffin of reds for rock threads. Braps can afford to blaffant. Fraffin of it camfort sprit brats. Drummer demfort de braperex. Drummer spraplets of brass. Drummer brin it brat. Brito brick up bond. Drummer thrappin of brap. The brit brap to brap. Drummer sprappin of it. Drummer to put gomp and big. Drummer per tumpant up a grap. Aseta, the Fothek word. Fothekta. Savek vort, the Zafek word. Savek bort. Fossik us. Fothek word to us. And move fosset. Tart. Tafek vort. Dafet. 10%. Fossek vart. Dafek vort. Fossak vor. A sword vek. Dafek vart. Asek vort. Sekavort. Fossek vort. Das Wort fort in feck effect. It's hot, gets quiss. Ports ast haxen. It zeeth. Shot. Toint. Fort cent. Fort toint. A hot toint. A cutsbut. A forts a foot. A forts of. Forts a put. A fort seth a foot. Ed side a foots. A forts hat. A forts up a foot. It's a forts it. A fortsef ka fireman and sabay gomen. The vibe might both like him when I get upwards. Chin fight that white is like white up with the buckets. Try to go. I take it but the quotes. Sack the put up cut. That no book at bats, but I'm a try to go for cut. To the ducks. Took a bit, taffen dit, furchmit, a fricovit, furchmit, second dit, furchmit, taffen second furt, at second furchmit, a furchmit, tekavit, furchmit, unfurchmit taffen vredi, furchmit, a furchbit, but tappen vidit, dit wittabit, tappen furchmit, a furchmit, a gabit, a furchvit, a bit, a vicavit, a ficavits of furt. Overted. Kate Sly, then box I can't. Wow. It's a gnag, and I've the coin panic for let and it's fine Dory sick large. And far off sinks frigging in a part, Randy Graft, and Thugger, Sekai and Quarka, Pack Crack, Flop Prot Sag, Kimbers Robaka Patch Fatrops, Aqua Cloffer, with Tina Prots, Flop Block, Scott, Scrafat, Scott, Duck, Buck, Lock, Scotch, Scrafat, Scott, Buck, got off for the Bakka, a couple of particular Fata. Nikha. Venice word, forge out. Lickus word is Sekai, floss my. Sikasaka 4. Sikasakis vit, grint, down 4. Freak, katop. Chispri, kas, tough, dus, duff, me something pre-beduff, duff and duff, it's buffet, duff, it tough, the buffet, mitch, furtrots, fropped kick, crop and prots, crop and far, frotdots, crots farad. Sip and sour, brought on fried sin. It's prot and sippend, alis. The bit rights. Sip and sit, it ruppen. And it frot and spin trot. It's been and sit on the crot. That fop, tippitippen. Bedipits, dipita, dippimits, debrut. Did farted a brot. Beditippicken. Dibidifrock. Snot prickanage grit, begupper. Tick friquigence. Sick that dashit. Smorsint. Sick that frigaps. Discussion. Dashin some percuth. Disquare bedathifica. Disperdath percufford up. Disperdafford forduffin. Discuth beduffican. Dispudufficath. Dispuduffica. Dus. Beduffigust. Disbeguff. The forguffed. Disbeguffica. Duffigufka. Duffigbitspit. Duffbidigut. Dutzertupperguthpivit. Tiphobia gradia grad radabai gansa. Forma. Commerfrids. Craft I pour. Satsford set. Farits. Satsford semplove. Conferids pridsempi. Comrid sempience. Confridsec. Thort griffunifrids. Confherbrids. Tritz comert. But scuffino first cummins. Timritsk bubrit. Cummudfut dumped. Turfut. But bigfruit. Dipodfruit. Bits bubbert. Timbigubadub. Bipitfinopig. Buckupik. Goodiflick. Bidipick to bidit. Biditukut. Wickupit. Bird. Bidirupt. Bird. Farnamker. Tough. Drizzits are narquiforox. Toughrus. Tough. Duff. Duffers. Effernuff. Tufferts art Frankrifor. Tufferduff. A freeze vertisi was pier. Tuckerfurt. At Furtzars. Benford Quifers. Tufford at Infert. Different. Diffrier. Diran. Dar. Duffert. Differnoff. Dufford. Tufferduff. Differduff. Ishtoffert. Bodidific. Sacret. Perdicat kid of Cref. 6 morth verse once. Topped birth worse mort. Thothmort. Topped morts of the suburban kid of verse warnsuff. Talked bird to birth cruth that verits birds. Thirds one upper kid bird. Talked for the big kid bird. Topper to kick up to bird but a bits. Dark to bird up. Dark to bird up. Talked bird to bird. Talked bird to cref. Tak for it to product for it. Tak the bird to brick. Did we do it? Not fruit fruit we associate. Breath it is. A this, a gov. Breath like this. Sassic. Scuff. Court. Tort furt. Stent. Stinker friend. A dag friend. A duck friend. Ithaca. A duckafu. A quartz poor. A discapu. Furt fret. Poor. A the breath. Got. The guff friend. The furduck. The furt. Ert. A duck. It's gak. Abda. Furk. Card ka. De my critch cutthread. Din for toth. Din temet for tond. Smart muthred. Din for tot. Din for toth. Din I got for tond. Din for tumathred. Din for tonthred. Din for tumathabat. For cupatard. Din my cupatub. But for toth. Din my dub for tot. Din but gum and tough for tummic. Dim but tummat the butummat brit. Dim a tumbat tumatup. Gummick guppet but tumpertumbit. Dim mic to put the bricket. The coish. The H quart for 6 this quast. Coed kibu. Dev. A coich. Des. 3 co 3 vritsamar. Hiss. Dis. Frit points sever his mouth. A twort fort were. A doisbwer. A doisef. En frit. A coish. Dit bort. A cois. It ridguis. It doits wetbert. It frickrit. It brickwood. Gnatter de coffered fought, jocksec 5. Fock, druff, doch. Stick fies, then mors binagary. Docht, twok, druffa. Drasek faf, ike faf, druffa fund. Docht, brick fuck. Druck fas, fa fund, fond bud, fond butch. Doffat fad, fad by. Truspa fat. Tarkabak, doffat to papa, to buffa. Deathbot. Dock buffat, but. Rock doffat buffat. I dread bucked. Right find fike up. Drat. Buffalabaku. Bah, city in Baden. Scud. But's a good. At hempen. But if mehentined. Efferate of nuts. Efforens. Thimrit. Record Kerpazathriots. Buckrits. Beckrits. Cess. The Corits. Buckov. Atsufferts. Ikfrioff and Efforts Furdsen. Forgorts it might murder the Brians. Thecker about the Furtofrits. The Tumrits. The fuck up but of the. It's murd but up of Fern. The Tumrd worrieds but up of the. The Spaka put up. The put up a coat up. The dipper dip it. For cup to book up. The courts but. The Brits speak up for cup it. The put back a good. Sheeprock for Brit Ritz. Brat. Tits. The Farox meet of. Defatiful. Dispern and pot separates. Defatiful. Disput. Ditsutspa. Defatifut. Defut. Defuts effort. Defatifut sip. Cratch for off dip quote. Fratract. Grass. Blood bust. Frost. Butchered best. Utrits. Let's bot of some. At thatrits. Utrits. At foot sluts. At the fut. At sut. Attract the fut. At fut. Fut. Kuffa. At it. At the fut. At that fut. At its. But the fut. Fut. At flut. Fut. But fut. But a fut. But. At stood fight. But back. Did but. But. Fight. At. Tits by the end. Science what y'all words, with the dex of the disc, exo its words, Vietnams, fan habit, what's quay 7 different things. 7 bytes, what's of its everyone come to attempt a capture for fight, so fight, so fights, X with comics, tap, touch up a fight with, there are tap, kite up to compite, jump to accompany, to cover attempt to fight a bunch of five tap, to approach which fight up, to fight a tap. Sash, rugged. Sive. Dexseed waff. Dexseed wanf. Stive. Dexseed want. Dexseed want. To. Broxseed want. Dexseed want. Thekid want. Tigu wanf. Erat. Tickid wanduct. Tickid want. Tickid want. Erat. Affruct. Befruct. Edox. But. Erat. Urk. That's too cold. They're at a cup. Dots. Dart for pot. Recurred to catmit. Cross. Dart for dun safford. Sec for dun. Duck for duncy in the saffordunus. Efferkurt. Smot dum seeing the end of her path Buddha. Daka for tarnis per pufferdums of its ean bits up for canfricurt. Daka for dunt. Daka for dunt. Daka for dum. Darka for dum. Darka for dump. Tarka for dump. Bacuppadupud. Daka for dump for dumpicupumbu. Daka for dump the dupadum. That the pickup the took up dupuka. Doctor for to permeates berake. Jaw croft. Droff croft. Tisprints off for its. Doff. Sequiseds. Doff. Dofffords. Daffremites. Ditspreads. Drawfords. Eatfrids and brights. Bitfriends braids. Droff. Differits eye. Fright. Reeds for groffen. Broffrent frets. Frots breaks frits. Droff and brits. Joff. Droffet break. Joffrements. Doff goff. Joff. Droff. Doffet. Doffet spuffed. Doffets. Doffetric doft. Doff up. Doffets. The brat. Knots, knotted os. Fotsic os, knotted o. Second hard. Redzid. Talks o secco. Pox vork second. Foxabido. Talks vidico. Talks vidico. Fotsavit. And second hard. Redzico. Talks vo. Fodidit. Udded Tim. Talks vico. Fodidit do. Droft. Not. Miseda brevins. Troft to musicia. Trot of tgor. Trot of gor. Thros ents. Trotcheft. Trot. Drot wor. Drot. Miseda bret. Drot droft. Droft exbref. The toft. Drot. Droft. Bit. Butot. But. Utswort. Drot. Let. But. Drot rom. Drot. Dot grotted. Dot. Dot. For it. Tomaquis, Brida, Bridus, Emafriad. Tomakov, Force. Tomaquis, and Frida. Fordma, Force, Amagoff, and Thing Ferenc of Rita Frida, Forn Thomas Bria Ferret. Pontamet Frieds, Ferenc, Fria, Fort First Worst Fritz. Don't Fritz Brit, Fitzwin Bin Forets. Don Frit Frit, Friedent. Frit Bertua Frit. Don Forgot Brida, Fria, Fun Frida Fit. Don Figwins, Brida Fun and Brit. Don Fritz Bridan, Bitwitz Frit Funuff. Dumpagas Brit. Dumakaffet. Haut corporet, den cadenifat gut, fortunicitits, fortunierch. Secondissimits fine parsiments, tendi parts part von parses of frontisit bark, dakas part guff, fortunes fart part, den cadenifart farts of our quartits. That den to partanifart, den dinkit, dit fart part fart, den fortidibart, didibat art, to fart bart okra fart, dimid bartibart, to fart bartibak, the bartifartibat, Bertibartibok. The Dipertibartib. Racist. Smuth. Muss. Puff. Huth. Goig fortiode. Kassuf. Kass. Dada. Ustat. Affout. Afdaferif. Eine Kaz, Werus wins more. Nis clash. Vreseth. Vresetheffer. 50 for a sefer. 50 for a setzo so tau. Vres. Dash. Vreseffer. Vreseffer. Vreset Zephyr-des, Vriseferet, Vriset Vres, Vriset Breseferet Zephyret, Briseferet, Vrisefresef, Vrisefres, Vriset Defereferes, Vrisefres, Vrisefresefres, Vriseferet, Vrisegreferesefres. Fadazin, de, Ahabazin, Noth, Irazin, Noth, Nos, Succasids, Dust, Succasin, Succassid, Rightsy, to Snoth. Frogfoot of Frogfur and Set. Frogfuret. Frogfuret. Then port to port for the cost goes bitches and Frogfuret. froffer and send the meter kaival, minbor cover ent, froffer and de frot furdiver, frock furret, denpor kaival, frock for de furt, frockfurt, denpor tufert, frock for de furt, denpor tupor, frock for de furt, frockfurt, frock for de furt. For good pork, turnipor finport rika tomater, tunaport tor lockort, hodem is fort misport, tunaport dorn finkt tunaport de porn ficken pork, tunaport fort tort fort, tunaport port fort port, tunaport fort port. Quaff, naswetter of race, tessawettereth, thessagetter, tessagenetfereth, thessawetter's race, tessabettereth, dessabird, furts, messabutter, earth. That's when furts reese, tessawet, efrits with, itsawitbit, utsabetber, tessawetter, chuptetsaget, tessabittered, earthswetter of race, tessawetteris, chuptettabritz, bequav, chupitavabitter, tuptetabitfit, to the macus misapades, at hadafir zias secus, me secus ecatrier, me secus, mein twasaphonal of catafir zier, tadafir ziet secet twasafecus, and afitis secets, tadaficus, hadafitis secus, sephir, me it's a tadafitis. Throcus, perchwitz kurka, fertwitz kofferk, so with ferts, a defertosids, a detspertsit, idis pertwitz fert, fern smore, fern ferquitsen, a tidevern bead fertsen, set fertskurtz mert fertan, a tidever doth bretts for twitsen, fern fertschritz, fertsfert effort, a duck, trotsquitfert, fern ferguffert, winfert skutut, at bertwitzkot, fern fertquit, at bark, twine bid miny for the surod. Quite bob skluff tides, bombs fall but sap toba. Tells up bob up double sots, take up fob, up fob, up up, up tuck up, Baba cup right, wab up, up up, up top, top got, stops, get out. Frockum, Disica, Furka, Furxic Frigs, and the 13, Cinema more Zerator, 8 Saga, 13. Tag fights 5 by and wine pipe wins. Fact fight on gets 5 bits. Tag fight talked in Sime. Tag fight on Cyclones right but when fight time bite. Fight hard that. Back out that fight. Tag on gut. Back out that fight that bite that. Tag that bite done like but. Tag that my bite that one side. Tag a button chuck tag that but. Tag that button. Tap on tap them right. Tap that them to chuck them chuck at dollars. Tap that set. Gresh, Nusserpew, Dresh, and I hear a glutagov, Brett for it for a glutagov, Dresh, on fresh, and I hear esh, on a stow, the detch for gov, and for glutagov, and dret free, for an disbeoff, on tets for its, says den off, and fritz for its fresh, and furt doff, and a furt glutagov, and a fritz for it, and a furt off, and that fritz. This it is Rydia Lashmoch. Tough, This it is Rydia. This it is Enfus. That's up, it's a bus. It is a book. It's a bus. It's a bus. That's a this is for, let's a bus, ocket, not heart settery faft, nod 5 her dway 5 faft, the settery fat, ockets, the settery tway fath, not 5 fath, to settery pert, ockets, not 5 fath, the settery tway fath, ut 5 fath, ut 5 fath, a tway fath, wade fath, a tway fath, not tway fath, ha, forge butte, ka, and a herefute, and a hereft, ha, Voxis 4. Loxit 4. It's ein Hitch, Kaben Katz any reft. Haha. That's more Ka Ford newer. Suxua 4. Nat Fort, Ich Clort Orge, Quast, Snats Fort Frists, Sex Ford Port, Sex Ford 4, Fort Ford Me 4, Sex Ford Morin, When Forts, Fritch Ford Forts, Sex Ford Port, did Sex Ford, Each Word Fort Fort, Ich Nat Fort, Uch Nats Ford Port, Ich Court Fort, Uch Court Ford, Uch Court Fort, Ich Court Fort, Ich Court Fort. Brigibber Kerperth Fort Rips, Sin Friend Satanet. Brett Furtsworth, Fretziv Rev, Sev Arquath, Fretziver First, Fretziver Effer, Asiv Retent, Fretziv Fret, Frequets Frets Whipsgood, Squetsk Frekin. Abrots Brent, Brotgood Quick Book Fatsubbook. Rekbrukt Bubbuk Quopik. Abrat Quopit. Chapter Brekip, Tinputska Book. Reptip up, Bukwit, Tifarkit up. Frets, Rut. Shekna Tub 30 Zider Not Sucks Dig 6 Cuff Eastlick Stow or Sucks Wordig Self Thix Farikbin Kripper Kretsticken Krebin Foth Quested the Perdacua Kafrik Kritza Fartspin At Ritzeperdiv Dart on Fritz and Fart Fritz Dart Taffert the Ritz effort Fartsbertsabertsen Dardimbit Ten Tretzebrick Fartsabertsabert Bird Tartsbertibert Dart Tarts for deferred Fartsabert Dartibit Gart Bertabert Tortsabertaberkabert to Fartsabertaberkabert to Fartaberkabert Cradisit rough like Mukath good rat and Fredith like Sexakor No Bibmorsts and Vike Daffets Fika Fink and the Gaffink and Vikabaries Prats and Vikabaries Rend if Vika find and the Gaffint and the Gaffink Fikaver and Vikabank Credifind and Skafind the Fika find Fika-fink at the Gaffink and the Gabaffink the Gaversid and Fika-fink. Then I can nip the ought for me dot, a fort court, ost for me ought, a fort ought, a fort court, ought fort, fakita court, ought, foot dot, foot. Sotwood cruff, produft, trops war you, twaffen a fra, sacken thrift, twaffen a froth, troff to go, twaffen a furdo, binkreft, twaffen a fra, twaffen a freft, troffen a fret, twaffen a fret, hudda perdo, thraffen a ferdum, fotst, cannot, thrud of finferd, dividuft, putaberduff in a fret, swat for the fin of ferduff, buff in a fretwuff, thruff in a facoth, truff in a ferduff, trot skimbuthford, trot. Force a crew, Marcuses, that's first, and a huff, sent, and a huff, forsic and see it, not the F, that of, S and S that's marred Matt that break I think that's this like a spine to give up a stump over the think he size. I tip like this jump up like you put him chip but it does my big broke up on cobble clock to pop like I put quit about which kept that well I think my go to bubble Chalk the prior fire finds. That's 100 product we tucked down. That's an fire finds a briar finds. Talks prior fire finds. The 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 tuck pine pipe by the confines come. The fine pine cut. The fine pine campaign pint. Chart for edge. Dwarf wild calf by the tap from diver from divums. Fahimus, et Tony's rock, 2 of and 12, 5 from 5. Second of 5's rock, tap and 2 of 5 out of 5. 25 to F on a 5 but. Sakamo Fata Fata Fat, Fafafam Potapat, Kafats Kamabo Catmathapat, Tapabat Patapat, Bab Lapatata But Tapat T Heady Keen that Sandy rhymed as Samd. He can also put T finds a dism for dead. Yeah, Jeffords much of farns. Yeah, goes a miss. Jet part with Gilfats de bark, Mucket parts unwaved and departs Milkit and Bats Quakit. Back a pot quake could pot kipped. It's quite boat sucked off the dips of deck. It's a butted big to predict the big cuppet. Gash. Nesh. Bahuggy veers likes point sext, tanks 6, coffre stop tesh. Nesh, mir sex. Bahuggy veers. Dish. The hudded zurus. The hudded zurus clemis sex for tomorrow. The hudded zurus. The hudded zurus points in martsesh. The hudded veers point to marts. The hudded zurus x. The hudded zurus. Von Shark for Ash. Truck for Akcha, fine quas. Doan for us gia. Doric fights when chiam. Buck rappers gun for us quanshav. Fuck rapper sent. Truck for us cross. Truck rapper sent fon. Truck rapper sent fine chen. Breck wefford uppereds. Dark birds gov. Doak was the end birds. Dark ruts but fought. Dark rap. For chapper guts. But we'll chop it up. Dark rat von dotted. Avar dapper duff. Fuck rapper work fuck. Dark fuck black spot and bird barked. Dark fuck got fought. Direct up upper check off for ask. Frizz hook hand up fisks. Hands made out with that. And pat cuddles idiot. Fight that's one of each crabs. That wide with her. So. Sa per chapika tuper upich arct tuperga. Thrith. Da fricassi per smart slit. Farts iperga fricassi per sma thick upper spiga fitcha. Farts got smarted off a gaffiga per seeper da frictifragaffic. Farts up begafficats. The ritz begaffits per spit bit begafficats. Turrets athri begats begaffit. Dritz gapit begappit. Dripigapigapit gapigappiga. Dritz begaff gavat atga. Dritz brid begappit. Flickagapig. Rock burchup rosets. Thix rock worries the shin. The gets radamarta then rosin burchup Ras brought bedrats rats rapid rapid Sandburpertoops, current crap row, fria. Tushin for apro, braprin, cyber craprin, seprin, fru. Free it forward, brent set for 8 fret. Fits for referent for it. Fits for it up and for it. Brent severed craprin for it. Puts for it for friends. Tapper it dubrin for call. It puts brits at for brits grant. Fritz for it, fritz for to live. Fritz bit for to doll. It's but dump it's for tippet. It's but tippet. Fritz for Bits prit. Fuck. Smas. Nas. Zirieth. Ses. Smas. Smas. Zirieth fuck. Snas. Musta cuff fuck. Spes. Orieth fuck huff. Zirieth fuck huff. Zirieth. Smas. Roser cuss. Toriaphis. Ziriaphis. Tuaka proper chopper joe. Fakaduf. Zotmit. Fakachev. Sockets cuff. Zakafa bufub. Sockets a cuff. Zakafa jeff. Socket per suffet fuff but fakad sparkus of fit dissempered frav. Fakabutsuds cuff. Drit brakaper. Dripper. Zakaverdzan. Fankad fum. Frakavitz put. Tuar. Fakavat fen. Tuar fakad fika. Frakababib. Trakabim. Kapurkthakop, Bekimp. Threadapdipikip. Directopidin. Siege Bridge, Kapaka, Kotrazen. Fordnath, Teach Quince. Datch was unfimest in Rich Wen. Datch wins of gets of. Datch woods of a covet. Of its spoikov, Deet Frickoff. Uchrikaft Kakta Ford Duff Tabok. Soft quick but squick duff. Detrod pocket bobub tuck pickabit fritz. I go but with bogabobit. Triplets but quid but bagabit. I could be bagabit tuck. Dash where's a canle, thida. A zith. Riss a can where's a canle, thida. A zis a canle, that of where's a can miss a com, putty second 4 to 5. Smash where's a canless. Bash where's a canwis. A zen 4 to farm where's a canwis. Dash where Thomas a can for bubuka sit a farm. Dash where's a can where to miss a fu at void. A zith. A zen 4 to farm putty se canlith. A ze canwith at a zen 4 to farm. The copper to grapper commersal for gadu. The gaffer dopper comfer copper the tummer zephyr quipper tummer copper tummer quit tummer copper quit tumper quit tuffer copper copper toffer cap tupper cup the copper tupper copper tumper cup lama copper tumper cup the copper cup up dimmer break up a cup the cumber nah cried druff cough not for off druff fruff druff, rough, it's for a sinif, druff, ofreds, septicus, both and for off, frat for off, sreth for and spin for and fen. Front furs of row courts, debuth rough for it, druff, it thrust, cruff, druff, fruth rough, druck for it, druff, drut furts, druff ruck, drud furt ferret, jerked, dodakatets. Nafbi is a cachet. Zaffiniers 3-4. Duscot. 6. Dusic. 6 3-sec. 6. Duffant. Gussin. Withrud. Unthrin savage fars. Enfroth. Fart. Guffin. Enfref. Enfroth. Etfres. Borizepsa meat. Efference venera. Enfrotzibin. Enfrontus. Etdues. Enfart fort. Effort buff. Efrotze cafshet. Enfrotze fart. And Frotzevich for, and front Frotzeven. Prad, would it's grass it act. Jacob at the beginning tot, I'm sure what kick you for Gubabak. Got what about my battle can take that buck, got up about Sega Wilbooks. Ha. Mirica, French Rufia, Fritz Bexlin of Hortense, Fernid, Forts Kind, Setiv Cunef, French Setiv Rufia, Sprendibrica, Berdufbint. Ha. Dirica boot more for nit virik boot for nitens. Dirica for nit for sedivert bexlen for tens. Wisset rat. 5 sect. 5 sept. 5 sept. Ballista pi 5 sept rat. Fry 5 deck fry 5 thick deck far a sec far. Amasago, Amasapar, Avar, Dequars, Dickvar, Dickworth, 5 a 5 a 5 Deacon Prapper, Dark Kamich, their prince second with Reese Maffians, Dark Prince Princes, Dark Prince Everence, Dark Prince Eprince, Dark Prince Eprince, Dark Prince Eprin Brett, Different suffering bread burn prints. Different print prints. Dark print Dark print brent. Dark print. Dark print the print up print durka. Toast med digim swasti men in vat steen 19 fadidens. Bats sots. But whatnot, but traumatic but hive come up cookut up frat quirb quotum and of quilping them into him it's webs weapon fractures quacked sex strips sex flip fog sex flip six of books after the book I'm taking through concoidum kit walk wild calm can cup twine cup to take wibes for to gut fret but off I cup to go cooked free profk treasure set Tetchin wiki at where, Tetchin where, for gaz, Tetchin pussif, Tetchin pussifa, second wet, Dawson prus, Tetchin fussa prutha, Tetchin puchin beref, Tetchin putofric adifa, Terpritchgut spick pricket per its cuff, Dadich butperkipper its fart gaged, towards redforts, Dutch putchin pertued, Tibetchin buth, bitchet bricks. Dutch but your realm. The church but it better. Dirtimbakach but tiktava. Tirapipipipipipipits. Tratisatsachiva, diated ketafarli varth gone for quartz, that the senses a quet of quetter, or diatus and far as a varda kenafarda, it's farta fana fana vara fana farta fana fut, zifartsa fata parta farta. Zifarta pods, fortans cookans cuts of bortabard. Tantiquad barquet can board drink up. Dakota want come to bartamut kapipakipatum to vicbig fitipakabatica. To be nepet to Trepicat, free dot from Metsear. Thede sits get a frights is in a dot, frike. Thede sits a frat, but dots a frat, frats a paguts a frats is it frat, a pagut, it's a frat, the frat, it's a frats, did the frat, fratted, frat, the cat, the frat, the pagut. The frats, muts, cook him up, bucket, quick and bibly, but to write the kabut, pick. Miss Aswanitas, Ms. Asquinef. Vadawis. Ms. Asquinef, Sasquinef, Asponesamaroban, Ms. Asquinef, Casquinefinatus, Track, Croc, Crapt, Twaft, Sedif, Soth, Twas, Croff, Twaff, Crap, Trough, Twaff, Twaff, Truff, Twaff, 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 Twaff in a buff, Trat, Twaff and Sibuff, Twaff the Croff, Twaff enough, Twat crapped. Twaff, twaff, truff, truffet, twaff, tuent, twaff, up flop, twat vaff, twaff, brood, twat off brood of vote it's sewed. They forge your barfs with all watch for that will fudge, acts, watch the butch bats, watch the pot at boycott, squat top what's all but top at well, chip up, chubby top cat, squawk chuck, what sort of object, it's about but skick up, did me dear guy ride, set in bedit set of said at sock for this is said recana because as regard at sup and up at it sit for but a guy resid said at sup at the cuff at a tie for the gutter but sup at up at the pacat up at the tap at tap at up at up tap at sup at the cup at the but cup at it but up at the cut up at it fad that rat. That fat bad, va, frad of abat, farad, fops, slap, bop, tap, bop, some, the cubby vat, quap, bop, some, skip up that top, Theoka, Prathers, Prather, Uskirps, and let's go. Reth, Theoka, let's go. Metru, Don for when, cessed, not for Mitru, true, Don for, true, Twitcher, Tonfer, Twitcher, Snack, Charuk, Falconets, Cephasecus, says, Falconets, Daruk, Cephasecanus, Falconets, Fur, Mubu, Simbark, the Sack, Duruk and Ervabu, the Cephatse, Fighter, Regenera, Azababu, Azaburakan, Edor, Tarbeats, Thepabulabu, Duruk and Ervabu, Dark, Falconet, a Falcons, a Spokant, a Sekagib, Darkwat, Darkabuk, Darkit, Smas, Wushik, Smo Smart, Smote Saret, Chmara, Smoke, Meh, Lu, thus, Smoria thinketh. Franford misses in a thinkitsus, saith, squist, the. Sigafort, Oguf, a samort in a thinkitsus, air. Diavort misses in a thinkitsus, Vuth, Sigafort, Scafort, Utha, Squiss. Schreyenford Missika Finfair. Thramphet Quad. Tienen Squad. Dat six Sport. Dat 66 Squad. Dat six Ford Fernit Squad. Dat 66 Sport. Dat six Fork. Dat 66 Squad. Dat Fern Dat six Squad. Dat Squad. Dat Ferd. Dat Squad Fwad. Bradza. Brepefwad. Brepokt. Preport Quad Squad. At that squad. Shut. But Fwad. But Quad. Befrod. But. Befwad. But Bot. But. Brookwood Takapwad. But. Burst. But doth sucked. But. Dot. Akasosh Naza Mitter. Wasaf Musaf. Wasaf Risax Wasax. Basosh. Wasasosh. Quasax Frisaf. Nasaf Risax. Musaxoff. Wasax Risax. Wasakasax. Vasax Wasax. Aflosh Riosh. Niggeriosh. Niggeriosh. Afigosh. Defuosh. Ifigosh. Aflosh. Ifigosh. Atigriosh. Afrigosh. Afriosh. Afrigosh. Afwash. Ifigosh. Afriosh. That's what you. Flogzan is Athern. Fought what F. Oh. Strikef def. Fought Blotcheft. Fought a thought ears botchef. Tfatiets Morketh. Blodziefit. A swatchfunts. A squatchef. Titef. Fatiefs. A tfs. Fatief. Oh. Fatiefs. The guy sighs, standing in front of the man, and tells Second that he is quite strong. Second says that if his curl form was at least class 5, he would have lost a hair's breadth from defeat. Unknowingly, he would have made him look bad. There is no power here. He looks at Second plaintively and objects, asking him if he is really strong. Second looks intently. He asks the guy if he's mad. He lost to someone who looked down on him. Isn't he mad? The guy says not really mad. Second asks him not to lie to himself. If he doesn't get angry here, he will remain that way for the rest of his life. After that, they remain silent. The blonde boy's older brother comes up and claps, saying that this is a great perception. Just like Second said, his brother lacks courage. He keeps repeating it over and over again. He caught a glimpse of his capabilities. He is truly capable. He gives him his permission to join him and learn leadership with him. People watch their conversation. Being under the direct supervision of Klaus, the first prince, means he is guaranteed a position in the highest echelon of the First Knightly Order. Plus, when Klaus ascends to the throne, he will be promoted even higher, which is an incredible situation. And he is aware of it. However, if he refuses, it will be tantamount to publicly revealing that he has chosen Klaus, the first prince, as his enemy. It is impossible to refuse this. That is exactly what everyone thinks. That is, for a normal person. Suddenly, Second denies the guy's offer. All the people are shocked by this outcome. He asks him to repeat his words. Second smiles and says that he refuses. The guy is silently angry at him. Everything is fine, because the main character predicted it. Now Klaus couldn't knock all the bad out of Maine, so he decided that in the end, he would come and try to recruit him. After all, he is the big boss of this suspicious knightly order. He gets angry and asks if he wants to. Seknot says that before the match started, he promised Maine that after everything, he would go to the royal palace with him. The meaning of these words is hidden between the lines. They mean that he has already cooperated with the second prince. He certainly made an agreement with him just a couple of minutes ago. The guy asked to take him to the royal palace. He agrees. The judge nearby can witness this. The guy remains angry and asks the dark-haired guy if this is true. He nods and agrees. He grits his teeth in anger. The contract between the second prince and him has already been made. By pushing in and soliciting, it is essentially a public attempt at recruitment. Even if he is the first prince, it is a breach of etiquette. He understands that this is really unfortunate. Great. From that moment on, he asks to show him his devotion. The guys look at him. The blonde boy turns to Second, who realizes that the boy has forgotten the lesson he taught him before. Now it's time to continue the lesson. Seknot asks if he could continue competing with him until he goes completely berserk. He asks him to be gentle. There's no way he can beat him. Second says that this trait of his requires changes, so he calls him a weak, stupid brother who says that he is terribly strict with him, almost like an older brother. The protagonist asks him not to put them in the same line and lightly hits him on the forehead, admitting that it is because they are friends. At first, the guy looks at his friend pitifully, and then smiles and agrees with his words. An angry guy walks through the building, swearing at Maine. Then he goes into the principal's office and asks if Paula Memento is here. The girl in glasses asks him to calm down, but he rudely demands that she shut up and quickly give him all the information on this scoundrel second. The girl takes out some papers from the table. Suddenly, he takes the documents from her by force, and after reading them, he notices something. He asks if that's all, if it's not just a description of how he spent his time at the academy. The girl explains that he's a man of even greater mysteries. Even the island nation of Zippin, where he comes from, is still completely unknown. The guy angrily throws the papers on the floor and leaves silently. The girl gets upset. She heard that he is temperamental, but not to such an extent. She turns to Second and says that she should keep a better eye on him. After receiving the Ring of Gonesia as a prize for their victory, they manage to escape and leave the Royal Academy of Magic behind. And somehow his plan to get magic was completed. Now he just needs to somehow learn the 4th and 5th forms and everything is ready. He is standing in front of the estate. The protagonist raises his finger and asks the girls to listen as he explains the current goal. Anyway, they are going to focus on gaining experience in dungeons. They are going to do research until Iko reaches intermediate level. The guy is sitting on the bed. The girl is listening to him, standing in front of him. He understands that in their case, he realized that raising their overall ability level should take priority. From now on and for some time to come, they will concentrate their efforts on exploring dungeons. The girl asks if they are going to Royce's dungeon again. The second girl with ears waves her hands and rejoices. The protagonist asks the first one not to be afraid, because this time they will go to the second-ranked dungeon. They will explore Limtafatha there. Both girls agree to his offer. Limtafath's dungeon doesn't spawn a ton of monsters, and each one has high defense but weak attack. This will be a good workout for their coordination. Plus, the stone shell shield drops from their stone turtle boss. Perfect eco item. The girl asks again about the shield for Echo. For Echo, the appropriate task is to repel attacks from monsters on the front lines. So shouldn't they go now and improve her shield skills? Then, she understood. Even so, there will be times when you will get hurt through your shields. And to be prepared for such times, you need to learn healing magic as well. The girl asks if they are planning to put such an innocent young girl on the front lines. The protagonist says it's okay. She will become indomitable in no time. That's not what she meant. The group enters an armor shop. They bought a large shield the size of Echo. There was no armor suitable for Echo's body, so instead they bought high-end small equipment. Afterwards, they stopped at the Great Royal Library, the whole thing costing 4 million, which was much more expensive than the guy's equipment, where Echo learned the art of the pawn shield and the art of the spear shield. The protagonist says that they will go look at the healing magic grimoires in the church. He comes and says that he would like to look at the weak healing grimoire for healing magic. The girl brings him a book. The girl with ears reads the book, and after a while, the magic of healing of small treatment is successfully learned by her. If you ride 4 hours from the royal capital on horseback, and another 30 minutes later the agricultural town of Peiho, you can find the Limtafath dungeon. They arrive at the agricultural town of Peiho. Soon after the day of arrival, they began to explore this dungeon. For the first 2-3 weeks, in their spare time, they focused on obtaining Iko's shield art abilities. Iko easily mastered the abilities of the art of counting, with which it was worth starting, excluding the 5 art of the bishop's shield. And they have the following effects: the pawn shield art, the usual defense, the spear shield art, acts as an armor-piercing reflection, the shield king's defense art and repulsion, and the golden general shield art provides both area defense and repulsion. A few days later, and also on our 10th visit, Iko began to clearly describe himself as a paladin. A master that looks like a dinosaur attacks a girl, but she successfully blocks his attack with a shield. The second girl shouts to Eiko about whether she is okay. The protagonist reports that thanks to her skills, her health and defense have increased significantly. It seems that she is gradually growing into a promising tank. The protagonist thinks that it is time for the bishop's shield art, thinks that it is the right time, They advanced to the boss located at the deepest point of the dungeon. The boss of the dungeon is Licta Fatha, a huge monster called the Stone Turtle. It boasts high defense, but it does not have great strength. The guy asks Echo if she understood. Let her use his team's abilities to protect them even if they make mistakes. They will need 15 minutes to win, and if they make a mistake, they will start over again. Will she cope with this? The girl nervously says that she can. Then she walks forward a little. The main character suggests starting. She stands in front of the monster and holds the shield in front of her. The protagonist blocks the attack. The conditions for obtaining the bishop's count art are: use the count art to fully defend against 100 consecutive attacks from a boss that is stronger than you. The main nuance is full protection, roughly speaking. She cannot receive even a unit of damage. That is why she will not have so many ways to protect herself. The protagonist blocks the blows again. She will reflect the long-range attacks with the shield spear art, or parry them and beat them back with the knight's count art or the golden general's count art. Parry is a phenomenon that is provoked when you synchronize the enemy's attack and use defense at the right moment, which protects you from any damage and applies a small knockback effect. Now that it comes down to it, it's a music game. And it's damn hard to master. However, once they learn the timing of the attacks, they can constantly defend with parries, and they can fight with an insane advantage. The main character calls out to his friend Echo's team and blocks the blows. However, at the beginning it is quite difficult to find the right moment to parry. This stone turtle attack is quite primitive and ordinary. However, nevertheless, at the beginning, it is quite difficult to find the right moment to parry. Suddenly, the girl flies away from a sudden blow. Her partners look at her in surprise. The main character reports that Anatoly has slowed down a bit. But can she continue? The girl confidently says that she can. She uses weak treatment. The monster rushes at the girl again with a scream. She hides behind the shield. From that moment on, they fought with the stone turtle for almost 2 hours, and eventually Yiko received the art of counting the bishop. The main character holds onto the wall with his hand and tells Sylvia that it's time for her to learn magical shooting, and she looks at him in surprise. The girl agrees and says that if she can, then with pleasure. The main character reports that she can. From this moment, they will begin to master magical shooting. The girl is not ready to hear this. The girl with the ears beamed with joy. She asks about what about her. The main character thinks and understands that this is a good question. The guy says that today he is going to the dungeon to test the shield art of the bishop at Echo. She will fight with the stone turtle in order to get the shield stone shell. The girl suddenly rejoices. Lately, Iko is always happy this girl should be like a cat, but inside she is definitely a dog. The main character suggests moving on. They go into some forest. The Trinity walks through the forest. The main character says that then they will start by fulfilling the conditions of combining shooting and magic. The blonde girl agrees with them and pulls the bowstring. To acquire the combined ability of shooting magic, they need to use magic to kill 1,000 monsters whose 25% of health was taken away by shooting. She will easily fulfill this condition in about a week. The protagonist turns to Iko and asks her to try art, considering the bishop she will surprise them. She agrees with his proposal. The girl stands in front of the monster, covering herself with a shield. The monsters are about to attack her. However, she uses the bishop's shield art, and her shield begins to shine. Both girls are surprised that Iko managed to defeat the monster. The bishop's shield art has a defense-enhancing effect. It protects and enhancing the shield at the same time. If the art reaches rank 9, they will be able to defend with 600% of your defense. If your character has high defense, it will be a strong ability that can even repel attacks from monster-class bosses. The guy says that this is an incredibly powerful ability, but it uses up quite a lot of mana. Let her use it only when needed. The girl looks at him in bewilderment. She's in tears. The guy asks what happened. The girl says it's amazing, she's finally useful. So the stunning usefulness of the bishop's shield art somehow touched the notes of Isio's soul. The blonde girl happily says that she has learned it. The guy suggests then to check it as necessary to use the form. The girl agrees. The girl is already standing with her bowstring pulled. Then she notices how big the monster is. She is shocked and asks the main character if he is sure. He agrees. After that, the girl releases the bowstring and shoots an arrow. The 5th rank pawn shoots. Then the 9th class fire curl form. This is a combination. The monster explodes. The protagonist realizes that she has rank 9 Fire Curl form. The critical damage was 1.612, which is quite worthy of use. If they turn her pawn shooting into a Rook or Silver General and improve her curl form, then magic shooting will become a support skill for the rear. He wants her to give it her all. Echo is happy with Sylvia's progress. The main character wants to do this. He suddenly approaches the girl. She looks at him in shock. Sylvia doesn't understand what came over him. He tells her that he wants to do it here and now. The girl asks him to stop. Isn't it too early for this? Maybe they should get to know each other better first. He says he can't help except to become stronger. The girl is confused. He says that when they got to the Ring of Persecution, they should become stronger. The girl gets angry and sarcastically agrees with him. She hit him on the cheek with her palm, which left a mark. The guy apologizes for this. But she must understand that it also affects her bow of the fiery wolf. And Iko, just like her future stone turtle shield, she had already fallen asleep on the bed. In any case, he asked her to listen carefully. The reinforced equipment is insanely important. How much damage will she now do using Rook shooting? She assumes about 3,000. The protagonist says that if she enhances the Flame Wolf Bow to the final version, this number will increase to 12,000. She is shocked. 3,000 added to the upgrade will give you 12,000. That's 4 times more. If the upgrade is that significant, then it's definitely important. The girl asks what happens when it comes to improvement. The guy understands that she understood. They will need a blacksmith. How will he get it? He has 4 possible paths. Create a team and register in the guild, and then accept new recruits. Recruiting people as a member of a group is easier than doing it alone. However, it is impossible to say exactly when he will meet a good blacksmith. And there may not be a blacksmith at hand. It sounds problematic. The second is finding and recruiting people who are capable of learning blacksmithing. If they are lucky enough to find one, there are a lot of advantages, but the chance of encountering one is not even 1 in 10,000. The third is to recruit an active blacksmith. This is the most realistic way, but not so much prospects. A blacksmith is a valuable profession. It is foolish to ask him to give up his work for strangers. The fourth way is probably the best. The girl looks and asks what came to her mind. The protagonist offers to buy a servant. The girl says that in this case it will be easy to find him. He is surprised that she is not angry. She says that he is looking for a servant with a disposition to blacksmithing. A good one is coming. If we are talking about the servant market, then no one will be against looking at their characteristics. The guy is surprised that she agreed. He thought that she would get angry, like he wants to make fun of the servant and then hit him. But this did not happen. The protagonist says, that's fine. In that case, they'll go back to the Capri tomorrow and visit the servant merchant. She understands. She thinks he should wear that very outfit. This is a rare outfit, rich looking. He will be served better. It is a good idea. Then everything is decided. He will prepare it. The main character and his companions find themselves in the capital of the Kingdom of Winsitin. They enter the servants' market of Maurice's company, where they are met by a cheerful man who greets them and says that he is pleased to meet them. He is the president of the company, Philip. This is the most influential man in these lands after all. The influence of this clothing is truly amazing. Its mere presence gives incredible results. The protagonist says that he is looking for a blacksmith servant. Is it possible to look at the characteristics of several to analyze them? The man allows and asks to allow him to introduce them to him. There is a cup of tea on the table, and several chained men enter the room. The protagonist now understands why Sylvia was not angry with him that time. He sits with his arms folded. It seemed like it was a misunderstanding on his part. They were looking for blacksmiths here. But even so, the servants encouraged him. Since he expected them to be young men, the guy sighed in disappointment. Philip asks if he likes anyone. The guy asks to give him some time. He was surprised by the fact that they are all grown men. Because of this, he didn't like anyone. Now they show their characteristics, and he sorted them. As for the desired characteristics for a blacksmith, you need strength, dexterity, and luck. A good intellect would not be superfluous, and a class that completely fits this description is a blacksmith. Besides, since they can become the blacksmiths who service the weapons of the man who is going to become number 1 in the world, you would want them to have naturally high stats. The protagonist thinks hard. The main character reports that this is not good, because the one he is looking for is not among them. The servants silently look at him. Philip asks for forgiveness, in which case only criminal servants remain at his disposal. The protagonist does not even know how they differ from ordinary ones. But as long as there is an excellent blacksmith among them, he does not care. The protagonist agrees and asks Philip to show him. He agrees, and says that since they are criminals, he cannot bring them here. He will need to go with him to the slave-holding cells. The guy asks Iko and Sylvia to stay here. In that case, they agree. It seems that Maurice's company is quite wealthy. Apparently the servants here live in reasonable conditions, and only a handful here look desperate. Philip shows that here are the cells of the criminal servants. One of the prisoners is a blacksmith. A blonde guy sits and looks at them. However, the main character informs them that he will not suit them. Philip understands this. He is terribly sorry that they could not live up to their expectations. Suddenly, the guy notices something. He notices a secure door and asks who is hiding behind it. Philip says that this is the least he can do for him and opens the window of the iron door. There is an elf there, fixing her hair. She is an assassin who served the Duchess, who was recently executed because she was forced to kill using a servant contract. The court decided that she was not guilty of any crimes. She was pardoned and sent here. The boy is amazed by the race of the Dark Elf. She is talented, however. She was assigned the clause of peacefulness in her contract with the Kingdom of Castle. If she was used, it would most likely be as a maid, and as the guy can see, even though she is a Dark Elf, no one has taken her away in all this time, which causes great inconvenience. The protagonist realized that she can't attack. It's a serious limiter. But how come no one took her? There must be a big demand for such a hot thing. Philip says the people complain about the limiters. That's right, because in the Kingdom of Castle, there was discrimination against beastmen and persecution of Dark Elves. They must have established some rules to deal with it. In other words, not to mention Dark Elves as maids. Even the very existence of such a servant is shameful. The main character looks at her through the window and asks to show her characteristics. The elf looks at him and sighs. He looks at her with interest. What immediately stands out is her agility. Her strength and intelligence are quite high. Dark Elves are a versatile race specializing in fencing, shooting, and magic. Her characteristics match the game design. However, how come her look and speed are both so high? The guy asks her what skills she has. The girl names fencing, shooting, magic, string manipulation, stealth assassination. Now he understands. Abnormally high agility improves not only magic, but also string manipulation. The reason for its speed is that it improves stealth assassination. This means that her class can follow the blacksmith branch. The protagonist asks how much is her price. Philip was happy. At that very moment, he decided to buy it. It cost 16 million. The brilliant embryo of a magnificent blacksmith for such a price means that this world is already doomed. If so, Philip will draw up a servant contract. It is used for servant magic. He saw it before in Mobion. The master and servant bound by the contract cannot go against the points specified in the contract. And this magic is not about what happens after the violation. It is about the all-powerful mystical force that does not allow even to try to violate it. There are a couple of tricks for violation without punishment. Philip asks about the points of the agreement. The main character thought so much about unnecessary things that he didn't even read the lines. The meaning of the contract is this. The master treats the servant humanely, and the latter obeys him. These are normal points, but there is one thing. That last point. A servant cannot attack any people. This is serious. Doesn't that mean that if she is attacked, she will just be beaten? Can't Philip do anything about it? Philip says it's a government decree, so it's okay. The protagonist signs the contract with these points. The servant also signs the contract. Philip uses the magic of service. The elf and the guy shine. Now the magic is concluded. He thanks Second for the purchase. The protagonist asks the calm elf what her name is. She says that she has no name. The guy says that they will go up to the reception now. Second understands that his joke didn't work. And besides, this elf makes her look full of disgust. Despite the fact that she is a servant, she is not simple. However, she doesn't have a name. What kind of life did she have? In that case, it would be problematic to ask her if she would mind if he gave her a name. She agrees. Second is thinking about a name. Sweet chocolate skin, purple-violet hair. He thinks about the color purple, thinks for a while, and makes a decision. Second asks the girl, what about Yukari? And she calmly closes her eyes. She bows and agrees. Her name is Yukari, and she will be at his mercy. He calls her master. The guy introduces Second. Later, he introduces his comrades. The girls are surprised by Second's arrival because he didn't come alone, but found a good blacksmith. Sylvia looks at the two who came with a smile. Sylvia asks the guy if it is possible that this lovely elf girl is a blacksmith. The protagonist explains that from today on, Yukari will study blacksmithing. Sylvia is shocked by this. She never expected the blacksmith girl. Why didn't she think about such a possibility? Yes, they are gigantic. Iko introduces herself to Yukari and says that they should get along well. And Yukari hopes that they will get along well too. Echo has her own amazing and unique communication style. And now they also have Yukari, who never loses her composure. The guy says that Sylvia is there. Despite her appearance, she is an excellent magic archer. She does not understand, but the guy promises that in time, she will understand. Now they are returning to the city of Peiho, and there they will discuss what they will do next. He thought he was excited at first, but he was wrong. During their journey to Peiho, he tried to deepen his relationship with Yukari by asking her various things. As a result, she behaved with restraint, and no matter what he asked, Yukari answered coldly and very sadly. Since he was not good at communication, he quickly gave up on this idea. They rode horses. Although she is a servant, she is also a valuable comrade. If possible, he would like to get closer to her. If their relationship is not favorable, even if she becomes a good blacksmith, she may leave. He thought about it and eventually came to the answer that he just needed to ask her directly. They arrive in town and the protagonist asks Yukari if she can tell him about her past. The girl asks if this is an order, but if she doesn't want to, she doesn't have to answer. They stare at each other. With her eyes closed, she states that, with all due respect to him, she refuses this. Then the girl leaves. Second thinks with a grin that he didn't even expect that he could get much from her. It's because she reveals a lot of emotions when asked. There's definitely something in her past. That's why she talks a little and acts like that. She's afraid of her past being revealed. Suddenly, the protagonist realizes that it was somewhere around the time when he was number one in the world. He remembers how one guy asked him what he did for a living. It felt like he once had the same feelings as Yukari when answering the question. He always answered that he was in real estate. Why did he keep it a secret? Because it would ruin their relationship. If people knew from rumors that he was unemployed, they would definitely stare at him with angry glances. In fear of this, he always kept his distance from others. He acted in advance, saying that he had time and money, so being number one in the world was his hobby. Yukari doesn't have such simple reasons for this. He thinks that they have a lot in common. She has thoughts that he won't accept her if she tells everything. He needs to make her believe that these people will definitely accept her for who she is, even if she reveals her past. It will be hard, but if he doesn't know what to do, what else can he do but try? Suddenly he stands up and says that anyway, it's time for dinner. They discuss whether they should form a band. People in the bar are drinking. Sylvia and Echo look at the elf, who asks again about the band. Second completely forgot. He never told her about their goals. He aims to become number one in the world. Sylvia and Nico are his comrades who help him. He would like Yukari to help him too. The girl says that she is a servant. If there is something that she is capable of, then she will definitely help. But what does number one in the world mean? The protagonist asks if she understands that he is not joking. She calmly agrees. The guy understands that she does not believe him. Sylvia says it's been on his mind for a while. But how is he going to turn the world's number one dream into reality? The protagonist says it's a good question. She asks why he uses her full name. Second says that the answer is simple. Study each title ability as much as possible. Defeat their owner. You just need to win each title fight. The girl is shocked by this. Titles are the pinnacle of any skill. This can be explained using shooting as an example. There are 7 sub-skills ranging from pawn shooting to improved rook shooting. To obtain the shooting title, you need to max out each of the 9 side skills to rank 9. This is the first requirement. The second is attending and winning the title fights, which are held twice a year in summer and winter. This is a tournament style of competition where those who fulfill the first requirement fight in hopes of winning the title. If he fulfills the second requirement, he will be rewarded with the privilege of fighting the current title holder. And if he wins, he will be able to officially take the title of armor-piercing demon general for himself. It is possible to be the first to fulfill a requirement on a server or to defeat others in a title fight, which means that the same title cannot belong to different people at the same time. From this, it is clear that the title is the absolute mastery of the skill. It can be considered that in theory and in practice, it is the highest status. If they were able to achieve it for each skill, they become the best. Winning each title is a significant factor to consider him number one in the world, but it is not enough for him to proclaim himself as the real number one. Mobion's ranking system included other criteria. The first thing to do is to aim for every title. He asks if she is familiar with title fights. The girl says yes and asks if he will take part in them. The main character will aim for world number one. There is nothing surprising about this, but the elf says that this is impossible. The guy asks again. She repeats again that it is impossible. Seknod asks why she thinks so. She explains that this is the way the world is. You can't be that powerful. That's not the reason why she thinks that. She says you can't be that powerful. The girl says that she thinks he shouldn't talk so frivolously. They both look angry. The protagonist asks her to stop avoiding the question and let her show him the reason she thinks they can't become stronger. The girl again answers that this is the way the world is. But the protagonist does not give up and asks why she thinks so. The girl wants to finally give an answer, but suddenly remains silent, and then asks him to forget it. She asks if she can take her leave first, and second gives a positive answer without hesitation. The protagonist wonders what she wanted to say. If you think about the fact that she no longer has the status of an assassin and a name, the answer suggests itself. It is quite possible that she was not raised as a person from childhood. So hard is the life of an assassin. The pain and cruelty of becoming stronger. The inability to protect someone with such goals. That's why she got angry, saying it was frivolous. He would tend to agree with her if she wasn't talking to someone like him. Sylvia asks the guy that she is quite dangerous. The main character says that she is probably morally unstable. Considering how she was chained up in prison before he bought her, it's innate. She's not able to control herself. She wanted to say something, but it was obvious that she was holding it in. That's what she thought. But what did Second think? He thinks she was afraid that her secret would be revealed. The girl smiles and the guy asks about it. She says that she was not laughing at him. She winks and tells him that women sometimes have conflicting feelings, and she wakes up Echo, who had fallen asleep. For the first time since they met, he thought Sylvia looked hot, but the tissue stuck to her thighs as she walked away, and he abruptly took it back. The group ends up in a rank 3 dungeon called Isekai Barn. The protagonist wonders why they went to a rank 3 dungeon at such a time. It's all for the benefit of forming a team. To form, you need to complete the quest. You need at least 3 participants to complete in less than 2 hours. Any rank 3 dungeon will do, so this is a pretty easy quest. He hadn't completed a 3rd rank dungeon for a long time. He had only entered the Isekai Barn dungeon once, a long time ago. At that moment, he completely forgot that Isekai Barn's nickname was the Dungeon of a Kick in the Ass. The group is met by several armed goblins who stare at their potential enemies. Sylvia is surprised by them. The goblins suddenly start laughing. Then the girl is going to defeat them with magical shooting. She uses a combination of pawn shooting and Oppo fire form. The goblin looks at the girl who flew up and chuckles. The elf calmly watches this and understands everything. Sylvia won and happily says that it was as easy as pie. Because it was only rank 3. Echo realized that it was easy and happily went to attack the goblins with her shield. The elf asks the guy if it is normal. Second says that it is a fair question. Now she will see for herself. The girl shouts the word Oryagasai and uses the Golden General's shield art, pushing away 2 goblins with it. Then she defeats several more with her shield. The elf says that this is incredible. The guy explains that with strong warriors both in the vanguard and in the rear, they will be able to pass the dungeons without any danger. At this rate, if he joined the slaughter, it would only hinder their coordination training. He was simply watching for an ambush and protecting Yukari. A huge monster appears from the tunnel. This is the boss of Isekai Barn, a monster nicknamed the Knockout Goblin. He is huge but slow and has almost no defense, so he is considered an easy boss. However, he has 10 goblin sorcerers who can use magic. It can be annoying to fight against the boss and them at the same time. With their current firepower, they will kill the boss in 2 hits, and the mage requires 1 hit, so there should be no problems. Iko behind the guy asks him what their strategy is. The guy says that they don't have one right now. With her delight and sparks on her face, it is simply impossible to refuse her. Second says that Echo will distract the big guy in the center of the arena. Let him hold him back with the art of the bishop, and he and Sylvia will kill him. The guy asks Sylvia to act as usual, and Yukari to stay behind him. Both girls listen to the guy, then he says that it's time to start. Iko happily walks to the center of the arena to bait the boss. It works. He swings and strikes. After the girl blocked a powerful blow from the goblin with her shield, which only took 3 points of damage from her, the main character shouts to her that it was well done. Sylvia then shoots magic at one of the goblins, defeating him, but it becomes rather boring for her. The monster continues to hold the club on Iko's shield. Then the protagonist pulls the bowstring and suggests to hurry up and finish. He uses rook shooting and hits the boss in the stomach. Yukari is surprised and watches silently. He used a combination of knight shooting and silver general shooting, and 2 shots were enough to kill the knockout goblin. And Sylvia had just managed to clear out all the goblin sorcerers. The guy asks her if she finished. It's strange, the team formation hasn't finished yet. As he remembers, after killing the boss and his henchmen, everything should have ended immediately. Suddenly, he understands something and gets scared. The body of the knockout goblin should have evaporated after a while. Behind the goblin's body, there's a smaller goblin hiding. The main character notices him and understands that things are bad. Then the goblin aims his club straight at the elf. The main character rushes to her. The guy moves the girl behind him with his hand, which surprises her. He wants to protect her. He then uses his Oppo form of fire, forming a ball that is aimed at the goblin, causing it to burst into flames. Suddenly, the boy and the elf find themselves on the beach and in confusion. They are in a blowing dungeon. A Sciosparan is so called because of the magic of random teleportation that goblins can use right before they die. It forcibly transports the target to a random location 4 kilometers away from the battlefield. The protagonist does not understand where he ended up. One day, a topic appeared from the Mobion Wiki, an online encyclopedia that was the first resource for sharing knowledge between players. A case of very distant teleportation from Asian, and its contents were amazing. It was expected that it would teleport 4 kilometers from there, but to this user's surprise, it was transported 255 kilometers. The idea is that if, while the knockout goblin's body is evaporating, the goblin sorcerer uses random teleportation while touching the body, that place of movement will be from 4 to 255 kilometers away from the dungeon. It was a funny, strange case. In teleportation spells, the place of movement depends on the spent mana. The system will move it as far as the mana is enough. Since the teleportation location is unknown, if they didn't let the knockout goblin spend even a little mana, they would end up being teleported 255 kilometers away. The guy completely forgot about this detail. All because the pumped players do not monitor the 3rd-ranked dungeon. Only newbies go there. The main character looks around with displeasure and rubs his neck. The elf also looks around. The elf is horrified by what is happening. She does not understand what happened. The main character asks the girl not to worry. The goblin simply teleported them. She asks again about teleportation. The guy says that he most likely teleported them about 255 kilometers from here. The girl looks at him sideways. The main character realizes with displeasure that this is how it is and will have to come to terms with it. Then is surprised that they have finally created a group. It looks like the goblin mage is dead after all. Wherever they are, as long as they are in a group, they will have access to one of the group perks: open communication, group chat. The protagonist turns to his partners and asks if they can hear him. Sylvia screams and calls the guy names, asking where they disappeared to and if they are okay. He answers that they are fine. They were teleported far away from them. Now they will return. They should stay in the city of Peiho and wait. The girl asks how long they will have to wait for them. Second says about a week. They have a vacation for that time. Let them have fun. The girls are shocked by this. The guy says goodbye to them, but the girl asks to wait, but he disconnects. The elf asks if they are really far away. The main character says that of course there is no point in doubting it. If you think about it, for a week he was stuck here alone with Yukari. He would like to try to open her soul during this time. If we decide that they are on the coast and 255 kilometers from Sciosparan, then we can understand that they are now in the southeast, in which case they will go north along the coast. They will reach the city of Kula, and from there to Peko it's about a day's journey on horseback, and from here to Kula it's about 5 days' walk. The elf says that he seems to be familiar with this situation. He asks if she can believe it, but that is not the point. The guy asks why she is so calm then. The girl apologizes and says that she was born that way. He understands that she doesn't even think about portraying emotions. He can't do this anymore. He will have to change the original plan. He has no choice but to force her to show her real emotions. He tells her that from their first meeting she seems to be under a shell. What secret does she want to hide like that? She says that everyone has things from the past that they would not like to tell. In that case, is she going to continue to behave like that, trying not to reveal the past? The girl gives positive answers. He understands that she has finally begun to reveal her thoughts. Second, asks the girl if she admitted that she was behaving badly. The elf denies it. She was just trying to make conversation. The guy asks if it's true. It just slipped out of her mouth. If she's nervous. The girl's lips are trembling. The main character notices this and draws attention to it, asking if she feels it herself. She's quietly angry. The guy understands that the tactics are working. Emotions are starting to overwhelm her. Now they should move on to a more important topic. Having arbitrarily decided that if she told, it would be pointless, she created a wall between them, whether she really thought it would work. The girl remains silent. The protagonist says that this is a rule of thumb, but he will take on her burden of telling the whole truth. Frankly speaking, she already has a guess. Last night he learned something. The recently executed old woman, Isekai. He had already heard about her. The guy asks her to be honest with herself and throw off this burden. There is no point in keeping secrets. Then she says that she is hiding them for someone else. Not for herself, but for the kindness of Mrs. Lucia. The guy says he doesn't understand, but it seems to him that she does it only for herself. The girl gets angry and turns away. The guy's operation was successful. He was able to make her show her feelings. Maybe he overdid it. But if he hadn't done that, the wall of feelings would have remained the same. Yukari thinks that he is a superficial person who is trying to lure her in by telling her this unrealistic, stupid dream and does not deserve to be her master. He sends a magical archer and a little beast girl to the front, while he himself stands aside. A person who goes through dungeons like this will never be able to become #1 in the world. She thinks about the accidental teleportation. It's definitely a lie. This man uses dirty methods to be alone with her. Most likely, having got into such a place with her, he wants to defile her. She cannot resist. She is disgusted by the idea of this. Perhaps she should leave. She can't just leave, interrupting the life given to her by Lady Lucia. Her life was provided by her. Day turned to night. Then morning came, and he still hadn't touched her. It seemed he had been watching the camp all night. He had been on guard all night. At this rate, she would soon exceed her limits. On the morning of the third day, she had been struggling with drowsiness all night. After 2 nights without sleep and 2 days of walking, she felt herself getting weaker. He didn't even touch her last night. It's quite possible that he's waiting for the moment when he completely loses his strength. He's a really treacherous man. Like yesterday, they spent the whole day just arguing. Whenever they talked, everything ended in arguing. Their relationship completely evaporated. Due to politeness and sleepiness, she can't even make the right decision. Yukari's actions are completely unstable. Because of her hostility towards him, she behaves normally next to him. Maybe it's just because she's tired. However, everything together has had an effect now. Watching her fiercely try to protect herself, he was convinced of something. As long as the servant contract existed, he could not harm her. It was impossible that she did not know this. This means that she was brainwashed, perhaps to make her careful with the master. The culprit of this was definitely Duchess Lucia Isen, who had the ability to brainwash. She was a famous character in Mobian with the nickname of the brainwashing old woman. There was only one way to dispel her spell: the concentration of strong emotions in a life-threatening situation. In the story of Mobian, the character who was brainwashed by Duchess Lucia was able to get rid of the curse only when his beloved was killed in front of his eyes. Such a nightmare actually existed. This magic, which is unique and unrepeatable, and which is only suitable for soap operas, it is completely different in the real world. It is too complicated. He has no choice but to force her to show her feelings, and not simple ones, but very strong ones, in a life-threatening situation. It's very difficult. What should he do? He thinks about it for a very long time. Suddenly, someone attacks the guy from behind and stabs him in the back with a sword, and also grabs the elf by the hair. A guy with scars on his face grabs her and smiles. They shout at him not to touch the girl. They ask if he killed the guy. They are about to leave. They walk and discuss how much they will pay for her. She looks special. They will give 40 million on the black market. The fire remains burning, and the guy lies on the ground, unconscious. However, he is alive, gets up on one knee and realizes that their target was Yukari. They were so intoxicated by the idea of 40 million that they didn't even think to collect the equipment from his body. They thought he was dead, and so they completely forgot about him. It's obviously impossible to survive after his heart was pierced. However, even though he was pierced, his build has a terrible amount of health, so even half of it wasn't taken off. Their actions are not forgivable. The girl looks at her master's body. He is still too slow. He just didn't have time to react. For a guy who so wanted to become #1 in the world, he died so easily. She will become nothing more than a toy again, and then she will be sold and enter life at the very bottom. She feels sick at the very thought that this is her fate. She does not agree to this. She will never agree to this. Why does she have to go through all this? She can't stand it anymore. She can't do it anymore. At that moment, it was as if an electric shock had struck her forehead, and then she remembered everything. She remembers how her grandmother told her that now she would become her shadow, let her address her as a mistress, and she does so, and her grandmother praises her. Grandma says that she needs to work a lot. Does she understand this? She must be useful. This is her duty. She was trained as an assassin, was an acolyte of Lady Lucia. Then that day her last words were, the grandmother asks to open her forehead, because she has undergone training. The girl asks what she wants to do. Grandma casts a spell that will make her happy. And then she passes out. And when she wakes up, it's all over. Lucia was executed for plotting a rebellion, and her servants were also destroyed. Only she was made a servant in Maurice's company. She was saved. It was her mistress whom she respected, Madame Lucia, who did this. The girl lies on the floor in despair. The girl realizes that she's been brainwashed and holds back her tears. Suddenly she throws up. The guys call her names for it. One of them kicks her, but they order him not to damage their goods. But it's just a stomach. They won't look at it. It was all confusion when Lady Lucia smiled at her. She did it only at the very end. Touching her forehead, she created a murderer out of an orphan. Can she be a mother? Has she forgotten this life filled with blood? Why they freed her? Why they erased her memories? She screams and asks why this is happening. The guys ask what happened to her. Is she completely crazy? The girl cries and realizes that no one has ever loved her. The only man she clung to lied to her. The guys understand that they can't let her bite her tongue off. They need to shut her up, so they tie her mouth with a rope. Night falls. The protagonist approaches the house. Among those entering the hut, he notices 5 people and the tied-up Yukari. There are 2 more on guard. No one knows how many more are inside. He must not hesitate, or all is lost. This magnificent seed of the future blacksmith that he found, he must not lose it here. The guy shoots arrows using piercing arrows, knightly arrows, and a combination of the two kills 2 people. He killed them. He thinks he won't be able to forget this feeling for some time, but now he has no time to think. People inside heard something on the street. Want to go check. 2 people come out. The main character is ready to attack them. He suddenly lunges at them. They both look at him in shock. He rips one of their heads off. The main character goes inside, sees the door, and realizes that the elf must be there. He kicks the door down. He bursts into the room. 3 guys look at him in horror. The guy uses the golden general swordsmanship and kills the 3. One of the guys is ready to swear that he died. They stand in front of the elf, ready, and ask if this is the guy. They rush to attack, but the protagonist uses the bishop's fencing and defeats them all. One of the guys asks the guy why he is so bloodthirsty. The elf is surprised when she sees the owner. He notices all the hostile caution in Yukari's eyes. The brainwashing spell is cancelled. The guy demands that the protagonist not move, then holds a sword to the girl and demands that he drop the sword. The main character does just that. And then the guy is about to do something when suddenly he feels something. He concentrated too much on the sword and didn't notice the spell circle under his feet. Suddenly he screams from the fire on his head. At that time, the guy rushes towards him. The protagonist pierces the enemy with his sword using Silver General swordplay, Water Curl form, and Magic swordplay. The guy approaches the elf and frees her, asking her if she is okay. They need to go, because it smells like burning. It's already dawn outside. The main character says that he is very sorry, because his carelessness, Yukari got into danger. They sit in the forest opposite each other. Yukari says that she should be sincerely sorry. The protagonist asks if it is for her early actions. The girl gives a positive answer. Second seriously reports that he already knows that she was brainwashed. Most likely, it was brainwashing, so that she would definitely be careful with her mistress. This is the brainwashing effect that Duchess Lucia owned. The girl does not understand how he knows. She can take her time. We can talk on the way. Yukari reveals that she lived as a pawn for the assassins of the Duchess of Lucia for many years. She adopted her, did not even give her a name, raised her as a pawn for murder. The protagonist understands this. She must have been brainwashed. She is happy and glad to be a mercenary. But in reality, she did not fall into despair after the attack of these bandits. She idealized her past as a shadow. It was a stupid misunderstanding. She was blatantly brainwashed. But real despair came after the spell was lifted. She cries, realizing that Lady Lucia never loved her. She lived a lie all this time, relied on fictitious love. She was not a good housewife, much less a good mother. The main character listens to the elf. The girl asks permission to talk about her silence, although it would be better to talk about what she kept silent about. Because of brainwashing, the guy asks if she means the execution of the Duchess. She agrees. Officially, Lady Lucia was executed for plotting a rebellion, but this was a lie prepared by her enemies, one of whom was Prime Minister Balmoro. Second asks how she found out about this. The girl says that it was the shadow of Lady Lucia. Her duty was to kill for her. He probably already knows about this, but she was brainwashed because if she told that information, Lucia would be at a disadvantage. The guy asks if she could listen to what he thinks for a second. At first, she is silent. The protagonist says that she probably thought about it, but nevertheless, Lucia Isane definitely loved Yukari. The girl says that this is impossible, because all her memories were washed. The main character asks if the brainwashing was also done to protect her. However, this cannot be. If it were so, she would at least have given her a name, and would not have raised her as a murderer. The guy explains that the reluctance to give her a name and the memory washing, all this was for her protection. She created the image of a pathetic servant who was forced to kill with memory-washing magic. Yukari says that it's not an image. She really lived as a murderer, but she was happy, at least once. But she thought about it. She already said that it's just a memory wash. The protagonist then asks her to listen carefully and tells her that the memory wash can only be used once on a person. The conditions for washing memories in Mobion are the same as in this world. So we felt that something was wrong with this situation and decided to take it apart. In their case, the brainwashing was to be careful with the new owner. He is sure of this. It means that she was truly happy. The reasoning was half-truth and half-sweet lies. She had to believe it unconditionally. To be honest, now she wants to say that she doesn't believe him. But if he tells the truth, then she and her life, love and faith will cease to be a lie. He asks the girl why she doesn't escape from captivity. He thought about it after the memory wash was over. Well, in simple terms, he means a loophole. To be more precise, he will be able to illegally avoid slavery. And as a bonus, he will also get rid of the ban on fighting. Maurice's company will keep an eye on them, but it doesn't matter. There are more important things. She must trust him, because he needs her, no matter what. The girl looks closely at the guy. She thinks it's absurd. He needs to think about Maurice. Escape from captivity, in other words. He wants to free her without officially canceling magic, but it's impossible. Since she has decided to escape from captivity, then why doesn't she trust him? She doesn't mind. She is obliged to trust him. The main character says that in that case, let her hit him with her head, with all her might. The girl looks at him in bewilderment and agrees. But according to the contract, she still won't be able to do this. But she can. Let her not be afraid. Just try to do it as hard as possible. Let her hit him very hard. Suddenly, the girl swings and does what the guy said. She hits him with her head. He writhes in pain. The girl understands that she did it. She somehow managed it. He didn't lie to her. It was definitely an attack. Second says that it seems she did it. She thinks he really plans to become #1 in the world. He let those two clear the dungeon by themselves to train them. That teleportation was true. That stubborn behavior was to remove the wash. Just saying, trust me. It was all for the sake of making a blacksmith out of her. He did it for her. He went for it. The guy asks if she trusts him, and she tearfully replies that it's a matter of time. but she will definitely trust him. The plan to remove the spell was successful. If the player headbutts the servant, any spells between them will be broken, perhaps because of the absurdity of this rule. No one even tried to fix it. It was considered a minor bug. One could say that this detail was not worth paying attention to at all. The girl tells the gentleman that they have finally arrived. They are in the port city of Kula. They both admire the views of the city. The sea waves could be heard from afar, while the morning breeze hit his face, a wonderful time to immerse himself in his thoughts. Did Prime Minister Bamaro really kill Duchess Lucia Isane? Yukari personally participated in those events, so she is unlikely to be mistaken. But he is interested in something else. In his gut, he feels that there is something else behind this case, some huge mystery shrouded in darkness. For a start, the Prime Minister of Moreau is the head of the Order of the First Prince. Given his power and character, they can get away with anything. As for his father, King Bebelkestel, he's probably some selfish old man who puts profit above all else. But he's already convinced that this world is different from Mobius. Therefore, in order to become number one in the world, he cannot ignore the existence of the king, whom he did not even remember in the original game. Besides, there is also Maine, the second prince, in the balance. He does not want his friend to be dragged into this political war. He must solve this mystery. It is necessary for the realization of his dream to become number one, and for the bright future of Maine. The guy tells Yukari about the minister she told him about. He will deal with him, maybe not right away, but he will definitely come up with something. He shouldn't throw around such promises. Her ear twitches, and the guy notices it. In the farming town of Peiho, Sylvia meets them and gets angry, asking what they've been doing for so long. Were they in a honeymoon or something? After a week of separation, her mood was the same as when they first met. Eiko throws herself into his arms. The protagonist says they are sorry. Sylvia asks where everything is okay. They had a cavalry of problems. She looks at them both. All three girls leave the guy. Sylvia says that they all need to talk alone. They start chatting. The guy realizes that this is women's gossip that he has only heard about, and he wants to eavesdrop on it. The guy thinks that they are arguing about who will get him. They probably missed him. He is so glad that they were able to become such friends with Yukari. Echo beams and asks what their plan is for the dungeon. The guy tells her that it's pretty late, so they won't be going on raids today, and the girl gets upset. But instead, as she gets the idea to discuss the raid plan over dinner, they walk hand in hand. The girl says that is wonderful. Now their task is to gain experience. Is it necessary for Yukari's development? They will gain experience for Yukari. It is necessary to bring her blacksmith skills to rank 9. The raids will be directed to the Lipta Fath dungeon. They will enter it until she becomes a blacksmith. Fortunately, it will not take long. The dungeon is located in the vicinity of Peiho. Yukari asks the guy if they've chosen a name for their team yet. The guy completely forgot about it. The girl is right, they need to choose something. Sylvia has an offer, but he immediately refuses her. Yukari will gladly listen to her. She will start by saying that she is a knight who took a blood oath under Lupin. The protagonist realizes that she definitely knows something. Her words are dangerous. Yukari says that most of them are not knights, so the name will not work. Sylvia suggests the name Knightly Order of Rebirth, but is silenced with a bottle. Yukari came up with his own version. Some for, in honor of the head. O, the common goal. Some for him, aspiration. U, success. In the end, he gets SOS. The guy does not understand where they come up with these names. The guy says let Echo choose, but she's asleep. Second thinks he'll have to come up with something himself. They become a lightning team. Yukari listens to him, and Sylvia gets drunk while Eiko sleeps. Yukari says that if they don't become the best, it will be quite a shameful title. But they will manage. And inadvertently, he is going to become number one in the world. One day, while drunk, he randomly chose a name for the team. This will sound like an excuse, but he believes that one should act just as boldly. They are in the second-ranked dungeon Lipta Fath the next day. Sylvia and Echo stand ready. They attack their enemies. The main character is pleased to find himself in the Tupa Fata after a long break. What is pleasant, people will ask. Killing everyone in the dungeon and gaining experience. That's what is pleasant. Even a month would be enough for Yukari's blacksmith skills to reach rank 9. What was she thinking about? She didn't expect it to be so fast. They were very lucky. Among all her skills, the ones that reached the ranking system were first rank of pawn shooting and first rank of night killing. Only 2. The rest couldn't reach it. Rank 2 monsters fall dead before his eyes, as if they weren't there. He never thought he'd see something like that in real life. The guy says that if she becomes a good blacksmith, she'll be able to forget about upgrading her combat skills, and will be able to explore the world with them. Thanks to her, his dream has become much closer. They are approaching the goal step by step. So he hopes for her, of course. She should also follow the path of number 1 in the world to be worthy of her master. The number 1 blacksmith in the world. She considered these words a joke, but now she seriously decided to become number 1. These are the same words that in the past angered her, made her doubt human strength. He thinks about her smile. Just the sight of it was enough. He was in 7th heaven. He is glad that she became his friend. It's been 2 weeks since they continued their routine life of farming lip the Farda, and for once they got the desired item, the stone turtle shield. However, something unexpected happened. The girl with the shield in her hands was breathing heavily. Her eyes were watering. The elf tells Echo that she is not going to steal the shield. She just needs to upgrade it. Sylvia confirms this because even her flame wolf bow became stronger after Yukari's upgrade. During these 2 weeks, Yukari has been pumping up the equipment improvement skill from the blacksmith branch, and thanks to this, she has already reached rank 5 of this skill. Just starting from rank 5, the pumping sharply increases the chance of successful improvement. Yukari will be able to improve weapons to the final stage. Echo asks if this is true. Yukari says that it is, so will she give it to him now. But Echo doesn't give it, and says that the elf is now scaring her. She looks so much like a cat that doesn't want to give up her toy. I wonder if all beastmen have such instincts. They didn't bring up the topic for a while. There was no hurry anyway. Iko apologizes. Sylvia explains that she misunderstood everything. She decided that they wanted to take away her first gift. Now the main character is almost sure that the beastmen have their own instincts. The guy asked to upgrade the shield to the 3rd stage with an emphasis on durability. She carries out his order. The girl gives him a ready-made shield. He thanks her. He didn't expect anything less. She says that it wasn't that difficult. He realized this a little later, when Yukari was happy or embarrassed. Her ears would first turn red and then tremble slightly. The protagonist gives the joyful Akil her shield, and she thanks the elf, causing her ears to tremble. Sylvia asks if they changed the dungeon. They do. Sylvia asks why. They go through the top to Fata very quickly. They give a lot of experience there, and they can earn several dozen million for selling shields. There are 3 reasons for this. The first is that in the new place they will get even more experience than here, which sounds really good. The second is that new monsters will drop ore, from which he wants to make new equipment. The boss of the next dungeon will drop tons of mithril, and from it you can create equipment needed for intermediate and advanced players. Third, they will receive much more gold there than in Lipta Fata. Sylvia asks if there will be more gold. The protagonist says that they will save up for a house. All 3 are surprised by this news. They will choose a mansion in the suburbs of the capital and will use it as a team base. In his past life, he hadn't had the chance to delve into the property management system, but in this world it would be quite useful. And if he decided to take a break from the main task, he was counting on a magnificent mansion. Their goal is 50 billion, and they will achieve this figure with the help of mithril alchemy. Both girls raise their hand. The protagonist first asks Sylvia, who asks why they need exactly 50 billion. It's pretty simple. The most expensive estate costs about 25 billion, so they need a house twice as expensive. His logic is that if the most expensive properties are worth 25 billion, then his house will not be the number 1 mansion until it becomes at least twice as expensive. Now Yukari can ask a question. She asks, what is mithril alchemy? This mithril alchemy, in the world of Mobion, is a well-known way of earning money. The ore is mined from the Golem, the boss of the 2nd-ranked Dungeon Pro line. It is located in the vicinity of the Forge City Black Gold, where they will go. Yukari will be able to make pure mithril from the ore, and then using fabrication, mix it with iron, and they will get a mithril alloy. Mithril alloy is obtained by combining pure mithril and iron in a ratio of 1:10:20. It is an extremely strong and valuable metal. Sylvia suddenly became interested in how, if Proline's dungeon had not yet been found, he knew so much about it. What should he do? He simply has nothing to answer her, whether to justify himself or tell the truth. What to do? Even at their first meeting, she noticed this feature. He has a reason to know this. she's right. There's a reason she knows all this. It's a damn long story. A reason that's hard to believe. Even if he knows that it is not so, he cannot shake off the fear that he will not be accepted. He feels this because of the guilt hidden deep inside him. And if so, then maybe he should just accept himself and tell the truth. The main character in reality lies in glasses. He can't. His very existence is far beyond the understanding of these girls. People are afraid of the unknown, so he won't tell them. He feels it will only take him further away from his goal of becoming #1 in the world. Sylvia trusts him, so she doesn't mind. Let him tell them about himself. She will accept any truth. The main character is surprised. She has the courage to want the truth. A girl with a brave and straightforward heart. That is what Sylvia is. She has so many things that are beyond his reach. A pure, brave, strong heart, something he will never have. The protagonist apologizes because he can never reveal his secret. He simply avoided the answer. He decided that it would become his secret. And yet, he wouldn't be himself if he told. And if he didn't avoid answering, he would never be able to return to being the #1 in the world he once was. The protagonist would be lying if he promised to tell her about it later, because it is a secret he will take to his grave. Sylvia looks at him silently. She says that in general she is not against it. If someday it will torment him, then he should not be afraid to cancel the promise about the grave and tell her about it. The group ends up in the city of the blacksmiths of bad gold. The protagonist says that as soon as they find buyers for the mithril alloy, they will head to Prolin. The men tell them that safe deliveries of mithril are impossible. They don't have time. Some just laugh. They went to many buyers, but not a single place gave them the green light. That's how it all turned out. When he occasionally thinks that if a stranger shows up and says he'll buy all the mithril, he's willing to trust him. The elf says that they should make one swift raid into the Prolin dungeon to build a reputation. If they show potential, they will gain trust. The protagonist asks if this is an adventurer's guild. He doesn't want it that way. It only left bad memories. Can't she think of another method, but nothing concrete? And as for Sylvia and Deco, they have no idea. And what if they go to a raid without registering in a guild? In this case, everything will be complicated. If you go to a raid without registering, you don't even know what they can do. They can put pressure on customers and interfere with business, or even send assassins. If they are the same as the famous guild, then it is possible you need to head to the Adventurers Guild after finding a place to stay. The protagonist greets them and says that they want to register. A friendly girl greets them. She gives them guild cards. These are adventurer numbers, such passports for the guild. On his card, his rank is listed as F. The ranks go up to A, which means he is a low rank. Would they like a beginner's manual, but the guy refuses. Second is annoyed that he can't get into the bastion right away. He was refused the sale of mithril. He is annoyed that he is a lower rank. A rude man asks them if they are newbies. If so, he will teach them. His friends laugh behind him. What pisses the guy off the most is that he has to listen to them. He hates this guild. The man says that the guy should be grateful. The guy asks if he thinks he's lucky with the weakling. The only bully here decided to shake his fat. He thinks he's asking for trouble, but the guy denies it. It's not his fault. It's the guild's fault for neglecting guys like him. The man shouts at Second not to ignore him. Then the guy says that the man is squeaking like a mouse. Let him come here already. He won't even be able to defend himself. After that, the man attacks him. Sadly. But he is open everywhere. He can defeat him at any moment. Suddenly, Echo asks them to stop and puts herself right in front of the man's blow, which leaves the guy in shock. He hits the girl and then suddenly screams from the pain in his arm. She, unharmed, looks at him in bewilderment. 3 guys are screaming and asking who Second thinks he is, and suddenly they are grabbed by a rope. Behind them stands the elf who tied them up. She tied them up for their own safety, she tells the master. Sylvia understands that there is no role for her. He does not understand what she wanted to do with her bow in this small room. The girl demonstrates what she has been practicing, a kick from the fire wolf's bow. The protagonist thanks them all and offers to go. They all head forward. The guy notices that he is shaking. The guy doesn't understand whether he was afraid of that giant. He was afraid of himself. If he hadn't allowed himself to lose his temper and fought with them, there might have been a massacre if he had won. It wouldn't have been killing the player. It's not a game, he knows, but he didn't understand until now. The guy lies on his bed and stares at the ceiling, thinking that becoming the absolute and flawless #1 in the world will probably be somewhat difficult. At the table, the guy is talking about how he thinks they should go to the pro line today. The girls are looking at him. The elf says that she understands, but even if they go there themselves, the Blacksmiths Guild will most likely not approve of this. He asks why. Dungeon raids are conducted by large groups and are organized on a regular basis, like mass raids conducted by an adventurers guild. If an unfamiliar group claims to go voluntarily, it will seem like a lie. Then how about collecting mithril by the end of the week? They could do this for weeks. She forgot about that possibility, since it seemed too weird. In this case, there's an opportunity to skip the mass raid and make a deal with the Blacksmiths Guild. But will it turn a blind eye to their invasion? Sylvia asks why they don't join the raid and let the Second Lord show his full fury. If only they would agree to accept a rank F group. Sylvia says that's a good point. Warriors from the kingdom will gather for mass raids. Even if they conquer it, no one will believe them. How many months will it take? He won't be able to motivate himself for that long. It's all because he thinks of it as a game. He suddenly asks Yukari to tell him if his rank was higher. Would they be able to join the raids? The girl says yes, it is an extreme case. The protagonist says that he named the best method. In the past, when he played in Mojin, he was of no use. That method was a soaring bomber. They will rush to the dungeon. The soaring bomber is a method that will allow them to instantly raise their adventurer rank. The method is simple. There are items that appear in their place in the dungeon, mana crystals. They will collect them and give them to the guild, that's all. Prowling Dungeon generates 128 crystals every day. To reach rank A within 6 days, it is enough to donate 83 crystals, so they will get rank A if they bring in about 500 mana crystals. Why exactly 83? It is because crystals are not born in huge quantities at the same time. They are restored over certain intervals of time, forcing one to be patient. You can take them in a secret room. They contain tons of mana crystals. The name of the soaring bomber is justified by the way it reaches these rooms. It uses a technique, a rocket jump. The protagonist explains that the moment she jumps, he will cast Kurl's wind form on her legs. Then she and Sylvia set Echo's legs on fire with the Kurl fire form. She defends herself against it with the Bishop's defense art, the Knight's defense art, and the Golden General's defense art. The secret technique allows her to jump higher than he can. If everything works out, she will be able to jump higher than 20 meters. Sylvia asks if she's sure about that. With Echo, it should be fine, but testing is needed. The protagonist offers Echo some practice and orders her to jump. The girl jumps up and down happily, and the protagonist uses Kurl's wind form at this time, directing the wind towards her. Echo uses Bishop's shield art, and Sylvia uses Kortwirl's fire form and Knight's shot. Echo covers himself with a shield. Then they do this procedure again. The girl again blocks everything with the art of protecting the Golden General. The girl starts screaming with joy. Trinity looks at her and asks if she'll be okay. She starts falling, and Second didn't think about landing. The protagonist shouts at Echo to use protection, but he uses Kurl's water form. The girl falls, water splashes. The protagonist looks at her with excitement. The girl beams with joy and asks the main character to repeat this procedure again. She really wants to. All three breathe a sigh of relief, and then the guy suggests something serious next time. The girl takes off again. The girl says that she took everything from here. Holds mana crystals. The main character says in this case to go down. Now it's time to give them to the guild. The girl who sees this is very surprised by their find. She understands that they are real and there are many of them. Second asks if their team will rise in rank. The girl answers that this is exactly the case. He gives all the mana crystals to the guild. They also contribute all their money. Let them raise the ranks of the participants and the team itself. The girl agrees. The protagonist winks and thanks her. He will bring more tomorrow. The girl looks at him lovingly. It was strange that he got goosebumps. It seems that the results are great, despite the things he did with such an air. In the notorious Adventurers Guild, it is very important to have a good relationship with the administration, as from a strategic point of view, it can be beneficial in the future. Sylvia and Yukari glare at the protagonist, who awkwardly looks back at them. While they are collecting crystals, they need to earn experience on golems, getting rank A. They will be able to walk around Pro Line and explore it. Sylvia agrees. With the experience gained along the way, whether they will continue to rely on Yukari's blacksmithing skills. There is no need for this anymore. You need to distribute the experience equally in the group. They will be able to improve each of their skills again. Yukari says that Sylvia is working on a magic arrow, and Echo is working on her defensive arts. But what the master will do is something he wonders about. From tomorrow onwards, he will be improving the enchantment, the guy says, raising his finger up. 5 days passed quickly. While Iko collected crystals, she and Sylvia killed time in constant hunting for golems in the places where they roamed, whether they would die out from this. While they were settling things in Proline's dungeon, Yukari was free. He asked her to do something for them. Paying a visit to the Guild of Blacksmiths and Adventurers, as he expected from a former assassin, was a trifle for her. They received information. Firstly, that the next mass raid was planned in the next 3 days. Second, the Blacksmiths Guild is racking its brains over a chronic shortage of mithril. Upon learning this, the boy changed his plans. Maybe they should build up a reputation as an A-rank adventurer to gain the trust of the Blacksmith Guild and clear the dungeon without waiting for the mass raids, and then sign a contract as the owner of the dungeon. In the first case, they would avoid conflicts, but it would take time to earn money. In the second case, they would get a lot of money, but would definitely become enemies of the Adventurers Guild. The guy is thinking when suddenly Yukari approaches him and asks if she can ask for one day. He asks if she has something in mind. She says that the owner does not like to waste time. Then she can offer a primitive plan. They can use the third option, the Merchant Guild. They will be charged a commission, but it will bring more benefits. The protagonist asks if this will make them enemies of the Adventurers Guild. Yukari says that they will participate in the raid. It will show the public that they are building relationships with the guilds. Why shouldn't that make them enemies of the Adventurers Guild? The more bars they sell, the more they make. As long as they can maintain the deal, no one will judge the master. He understands that they need to grow and protect the money tree. The Blacksmith Guild will become dependent on ingots. Then they will be able to unite the two guilds into one ally. The guy agrees to stick to this strategy. Yukari asks to leave it to her. Tomorrow, she will present this plan to the merchants. He is very glad that Yukari understands these things. She solves issues that even he has problems with. The guy thanks the elf. The girl accepts his thanks, after which her ears begin to turn red from embarrassment. The next day, they brought more crystals, and he easily became an A-rank adventurer. They visited Proline again to gain more experience, while Yukari negotiated with the Merchant Guild to pour every drop of experience into sorcery to improve the spirit summoning skill, which has almost reached level 4. The monster summoning skill will allow you to control tamed monsters, and the spirit summoning skill will allow you to control one spirit unique to each. Raising spirit summoning to level 4 will unlock the possess skill. This will allow the summoned spirit to possess a body, a buffing skill that a high-level player should definitely have. He will immediately open possession once the spell reaches level 4. He still hasn't chosen a spirit. Summoning situations are rare, so he plans to use the premium ticket he was given when he purchased the temporarily available premium avatar. He was promised that his strength of spirit would be at least 25,001. It's so cool that it's even worth shouting something. Spirit power is an indicator of the strength and rarity of a spirit, something that will be encountered in typical gacha games. The question is, when he should use the ticket and summon the spirit. He worries that in Mobion, spirits were considered natural, but now that they are in the real world, he realized that even spirits have the ability to exercise will. If this is true, then another comrade will join the group. In such unstable times, he does not really want a new member in the group. Sylvia, with Echo sleeping on her lap, says that she received a message from Yukari. She received their consent, but they have a condition. The protagonist asks if they need to prove their strength. Yukari agrees. She received an answer and a contract from the Merchant Guild, but it will be approved if they prove the strength of the group. A bald man comes in and introduces himself as the current master of the Merchants Guild. His name is Shinsei. He asks if he is second. He hopes that they will get along. The main character also hopes for this and shakes his hand. The master says that they are grateful, but the Merchant Guild is interested in results. With all due respect, they do not care how great the A-rank adventurers are. After all, you can declare anything you want. Iko notices that he has a scary face and hides behind the main character. The man says that he still has hope, so he would like them to prove their strength. They are going to conquer Proline as if it were easy. If they can do it, they will accept their offer. The protagonist understands that this threat would affect an ordinary person, but it does not make an impression on him. This is because he's confident that he can cope. We talk about ranks. This muscular guy wouldn't even reach 10,000th place. He asks what it will take to prove his strength. Should he go conquer Proline right now? The protagonist thinks that he wants proof that he can explore Proline multiple times. They look at each other and then the man starts laughing. It was easier than he expected. He was exactly as Yukari described him. Sylvia realizes he was testing them. Yukari apologizes and says that it was necessary. The man gave Yukari the task. He felt it was necessary to find out if they were capable of ensuring a stable supply of ingots. The main character notices the frightened Echo and starts to get angry, shouting for the man to apologize to the girl. He apologizes twice. And then, a few moments later, they came to an agreement with the Merchants Guild. Maybe it seemed to him, but in reality, there was one problem left. The man says that they still need to prove their strength. If his judgment is correct, Second has reached a high level. But no one except Shin trusts him. Sylvia will use a magic bow, and Iko will deflect the attack with a shield to demonstrate her strength. The man asks what technique Second uses. He says shooting, swordsmanship, sorcery, and witchcraft. Sylvia says that she can only use the element of fire, but Second can harness all the elements with his magic, which impresses the man. Yukari asks the master if he raised the level of sorcery. He raised it to level 4. The man is shocked by this. Iko gets scared again, and then the main character again swears at the man, who apologizes. He reports that they have found their solution. They are talking about summoning a spirit. Second realizes that he needs to demonstrate summoning a spirit in front of the crowd. The strongest force of the spirit is obsession. The highest rank is the summoner of the spirit. The most striking and spectacular is the moment of summoning, especially the first call. And in Mobion, each call of the spirit was accompanied by a unique scene. If such appearances are inherent in this world, none of the observers will have any complaints about the demonstration. The guy understands that people understand that the summoning of level 4 is very high. It is a good idea. With the help of the spirit ticket bonus, he can summon a spirit with a high initial spiritual power. He is sure that it will be a spectacular scene. The protagonist agrees and is going to develop their discussion in this direction. He never dreamed that their issue would be resolved this way. The atmosphere on the core was tense. Sylvia held her bow with the string drawn, and Echo readied her shield to deflect the blow. At some point, the arrow left the bow and flew towards the shield in a bright flash. But Echo was unwavering. She was fully focused on the incoming attack and was able to take the blow. The people watching this were stunned by what was happening. When the girl waved her hand at them from afar, enthusiastic cries were heard. One of the men with a serious face said that they could really clear the Proline, but the other one with a thoughtful face said that the fire bow and impenetrable shield could go there several times a day. At this point, the girls began to leave, and the host said that it was time for the last demonstration, namely, the main character of Second. The guy confidently appeared before the crowd. Without saying a word, he raised his hand up. A premium ticket lit up in it, after which a magic circle in the shape of a pentagram lit up under the guy. Looking at him, people did not understand what was happening. One of the men exclaimed in surprise and pointed his finger at the sky, where gray clouds began to appear and lightning flashed. They started talking in shock about how the sky looked. They were surprised that he could control the weather. The main character stood and looked above himself. He thought that this was just a summoning scene. At that moment, he remembered something. People just continued to be amazed by what was happening. In Mobion Online, after each massive update, every first-player summoner receives spirits with spiritual power of at least 35,000 units, and they took a spirit of a certain type. In the past, the game that went through 29 major updates had 29 people playing who owned it. Of all the spirits, there's one powerful and rare one, whose spiritual power was equal to 41,000. Shocked people continued to watch the sky, where at that moment something began to form. At some point, the giant cloud outlines turned into a human hand. It gradually formed, and you could see that it had a vague tattoo on it. Straight from the sky, this hand landed next to the protagonist with such force that cracks appeared on the ground. A strong wind blew towards the people, causing them to scream, but the protagonist only slightly narrowed his eyes. After that, the hand disappeared and threads began to form, which formed a ball. The main character was surprised by what was happening. A young man appeared before him and introduced himself as Angomoi. He was the great master of all spirits, the owner of the 4 elements. The protagonist was puzzled and looked at the real front spirit, who was smiling calmly, after which he bowed his head and bent his knee, saying that he was waiting to meet with my lord second. People looked at the scene in horror, saying that the main character had summoned a demon. They began to run away in fear. The boy thought that they were right. Every cell in this boy was draining evil, and naturally the ruler of evil bending his knee before him would cause such a reaction. He thought in panic about why he got this guy now of all people. The probability of getting a spirit with a spirit power of over 35,000 was 1 in 10. He would be satisfied with a spirit power of 35,000. He apologized to the spirit tensely. He told him that he would chat with him next time, but now he was letting him go. He also asked him to show up normally next time. The spirit asked if he was unhappy, after which he apologized, as he was delighted with his first summoning. After that, the protagonist said goodbye to him and returned him back without listening to him. He was constantly thinking about how he could explain everything that was happening to the people around him. Looking back, he saw that their negotiators had disappeared as if they had never been there. In the end, the merchant and blacksmith guilds had fled in panic, shouting words that they would never deal with him. The guy himself was stunned that he was able to summon him. The character Angolmois, the great master of spirits, standing above all other spirits and controlling the 4 elements. In the end, the scene of his appearance was too unique. The guy apologized to the girls who were waiting for him, and they asked him not to worry. Second was number 1 in the world, even in his past life. Angolmois was a rather rare spirit that no one had ever owned before. For his goal of becoming the number 1 in the world, this could be a great opportunity. But due to some circumstances, he could not be truly happy. Ikari bowed her head and offered her sincere apologies. The protagonist, sitting in front of her on the bed, asked what she was apologizing for. He added that he was very much at fault. The girl replied that she had miscalculated. It was pointless for a simpleton like her to suggest such an idea to him, and that had led to her master now being tied up. The boy asked her again, puzzled. She replied that the master was extraordinary, persuading the guild to cooperate or gaining their trust, worrying about such things and making beautiful plans. None of that was necessary. She had learned a lesson from this situation. The protagonist asked her in surprise why she thought so. She replied that the owner was unusually carefree about this. He did not believe that any failure was truly a failure, but he denied it, saying that he thought it was a failure. One could even say that it was an epic failure. The girl disagreed with him. She added that after a real failure, human beings would not eat dinner on time, enjoy wine after a bath, and say goodbye to friends with a smile on their lips. The boy listened to her thoughtfully. Yukari was sure that the owner did not consider this incident a significant failure. On the other hand, in her opinion, he thought from the very beginning that losing or winning did not matter. Second thought that her words were meaningless at first, but they made sense in the end. After all, he was trying to save money to buy a house. Even if it was a failure, it didn't stop him from his goal of becoming the world's number 1. After these reflections, he realized that, indeed, as the girl had said, he did not consider what had happened a failure. He told the girl in amazement that it was amazing. It seemed she knew him better than he knew himself. In response, the girl exclaimed that it was not that. After that, she became calm again and apologized. She also added that she understood the owner well, but if she knew the owner a little better, she could come up with a better plan for this situation. He told her that she shouldn't worry about it. Although he didn't know her well, he could only rely on her in everything. The girl replied sadly that she had taken responsibility for it and that it was her failure. But the guy insisted that it was his fault. There was nothing she could do to prevent this incident, and she has nothing to worry about. Only he made this decision. Moreover, he took full responsibility for it. The girl kept her head down and remained silent in response. The guy continued encouragingly that this time the plan had not worked as well as it should have. He was sure that next time everything would work out and suggested that she develop a new plan with him. The girl happily agreed with him. Raising his finger up, the guy said that he would count on her. The girl again agreed with him. She also added shyly that then she needs to know more about the owner. She wants to know everything about her owner. Her words left the protagonist speechless, and the girl began to approach him. Coming close to him, she invited him to be with her that night. She was embarrassed, and her cheeks turned red. Her face was already a few centimeters away from the main character. But at that moment, there was an unexpected knock on the door, which made the girl wary. She looked away, her face full of discontent, causing the protagonist to literally freeze with a distorted face. The door opened, and an elderly man entered the room, apologizing for such a late visit. Looking at the guy, he asked if he was Mr. Second. The guy confirmed his words. He introduced himself as Majordomo Forrest, an employee of the lumberjack family. He was sent by a gentleman who wanted to talk to the main character. The guy did not understand the essence of what was happening. The girl said that this was a count's family who owned the trading city of Renyado. A personal visit from the housekeeper was a sign of respect. The guy understood what was happening. In his opinion, a majordomo is a butler. These complicated terms were hard for him to understand, but he still didn't understand why the count's majordomo had come to him so late. The girl added that she believed he wanted it to remain a secret. Yukari read him like an open book. The boy turned to the majordomo. He was curious about what the count wanted to talk to him about. He replied that the count had a proposal regarding the trade of mithril ingots. The protagonist asked what he meant. He thought that if the count wanted to talk to him despite his recent terrible failure, then he probably had some ulterior motive. The butler confirmed his words and added that the count wanted the boy to sell the ingots wholesale to his family at any cost. The guy grimaced thoughtfully. He found it suspicious. But at the same time, it was a very attractive offer. He noticed the girl who was looking at him with a serious face. He realized that she was eager to prove herself. She probably hopes that this time she will definitely succeed and that she will have a chance to make amends. He asked her if she was ready to take on this case. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl agreed with him and asked him to give it to her. After which, she continued the conversation directly with the majordomo. After some small talk, she informed the gentleman that they would have to meet the count once. She asked him what the plan of action would be. The guy replied that he was fine with her deciding the action plan for this matter. She replied that she understood him and would try to make his schedule as soon as possible. She outlined a plan for the next few days, which included meetings with the count, dinners, and a meeting, as well as an agreement on the contract. The guy said that she was like a super express. He wondered if the count would agree to this. The old man bowed and said that in that case he would come for them tomorrow evening at the appointed time. After which the door closed, and the boy and the girl were left alone in the room. The protagonist asked her what she thought about this, whether it could be a trap. The girl replied that she could not say for sure, but the probability of this was extremely low. She added that they immediately released and adjusted the schedule for them for 3 days. In addition, the count did not hesitate to send his majordomo to greet them. She believes that they want to make a deal at any cost. A majordomo is a servant of the highest rank. Therefore, from a diplomatic point of view, this is the most respectful greeting. The boy thought that this foreshadowed some trouble, but it was hardly a trap. However, Yukari seemed to be very busy. Second asked the girl if she was sure she wouldn't mind doing all this. She agreed with him and asked him to leave it all to her. She would organize everything in the best possible way. The guy said it sounded encouraging, but he was asking if it would be a burden to her. The girl didn't understand the meaning of his words. Looking at her calm face, the guy wondered what was on her mind right now. Was she confused or not? He said that in addition to blacksmithing, taking care of his personal belongings, and being his personal secretary, she would have to handle the deal. He would probably have collapsed from exhaustion by now. The girl calmly replied that she wanted it herself, and there was nothing wrong with that. Personally, she thought that striving to become number one in the world was many times more difficult. The guy asked if she really thought so. Blushing, the girl replied that unlike destroying others, this was beneficial. The guy smiled at her words, after which he seriously added that he would call him again tomorrow, so she needed to be ready. The girl wasn't very happy about it, and frankly, she wasn't at all sure that they would get along well. But the guy wasn't sure either. The Great Spirit King could be an extremely powerful weapon in his quest to become the number one in the world. But that's only if he can get along with him. The next day, the protagonist announced that he was going to summon him now. Iko and Sylvia stood next to him with their weapons at the ready. Yukari said that she didn't mind either. Then she hid behind Eiko's shield, and Sylvia screamed at her that it wasn't fair. Second decided to start the summoning. A circle formed under him, and the King of Spirits began to appear. He was extremely unhappy with what was happening. He began to ask about what it meant. The looks of everyone in the room were extremely serious. The protagonist first thanked the spirit for appearing normally. The spirit replied that he had been asked to do so next time, so he had to fix himself. Second realized that the king of spirits was much more simple-minded than he thought. Engelmoy said with displeasure that he demanded an explanation as to why he had been sent back. Didn't the protagonist need his great power? The guy replied that it wasn't needed now, but sooner or later it would be needed. He replied irritably that he understood him. But that didn't answer his question. Pointing his finger at the protagonist, he asked if he was being too rude to him. Had he forgotten that he was the great king of spirits? He was the supreme ruler of all spirits. Second was also dissatisfied with his words. He seriously asked him what the big deal was. After all, he was number one in the whole world. And Gomoy's responded enthusiastically that this meant that Second was such an outstanding person. He laughed and added that he was worthy of being the master of the ruler of all spirits. The protagonist, purely out of curiosity, asked whether the Spirit King was a boy or a girl, and also how old he was and what he wanted to be called. He replied that he was a great king of spirits and was devoid of such concepts as gender and age. But he could be considered either a guy or a girl, and any age could be assigned to him. He could also call him whatever was most convenient. The protagonist was shocked to realize that the spirit didn't care about anything. He agreed with the spirit and said that he would call him Angomoi. He also added that he wanted to introduce his comrades to him. Angomois was inspired by the idea of meeting the protagonist's comrades. The guy turned towards the hiding, frightened girls and introduced each of them in order. The spirit immediately realized that Sylvia was a master archer, Yukari was a master blacksmith, and Echo was a shield bearer. They truly had a well-balanced group. Alarmed, Second asked him how he knew everything. He replied that he himself did not understand. Something came to him from him. Second wondered if he was reading his knowledge in real time. Then he asked when his birthday was. The spirit replied that it was July 7th. The protagonist did not give up and told him to answer the question of who was the first emperor of Japan. The spirit definitely should not know this, but he, without thinking, said that it was Emperor Jimmu. Thoughts about the knowledge of the spirit excited the boy. Angomois laughed and asked him not to underestimate him, because he was the great king of spirits, the ruler of all spirits. And he added that he could not compete with Second. After that, he asked if he should call him Seven. The protagonist's face literally froze in amazement. The spirit asked him in confusion what was going on. The protagonist irritatedly mentally told him not to reveal information about him. He hoped that this would get through to the spirit. The spirit replied that he understood everything. Second, looking towards the girls, decided that they did not understand anything. He guessed that this strange feeling of unity was a system for such telepathic communication. He asked Angomois to think of something too. He then mentally asked if Second could hear him. The guy answered happily that he heard him perfectly well. The spirit was inspired by this pleasant feeling. The protagonist completely agreed with him. He understood what was happening to them. The protagonist thought that this was a high-class thing. It significantly expanded his tactical capabilities. The telepathic communication system that does not exist in Mavion and the Great Spirit King, desired by all players. They make a significant contribution to his path becoming number one in the world. Angomois has a feature that surpasses all spirits, the element of lightning. Inherent only to the great, controlling all four elements, the King of Spirits. In Mavion, it was called Unlimited. It can use elemental attacks that go beyond the absolute system of interaction between the elements, fire, earth, air, water, fire. It has no counter-element, so it can be called a cheat. Also, thanks to the sense of unity, the protagonist knows how to use lightning element magic. As soon as he tried to look at his own magic skill table, he mastered all the lightning element forms from the 1st to the 5th of the 16th grade. Suddenly, he saw something he didn't even know about. As far as he knew, there were no players in the game who had lightning element in their magic skill. He excitedly told the spirit that he had learned an amazing thing. The spirit replied that it was not surprising. It seemed that they had good compatibility. The guy thought about his words. He thought that this problem clearly could not be closed with such a banal explanation. But he had no ideas at all, so he just decided to be happy. He laughingly told the spirit that he thought they would get along very well. The spirit also laughingly agreed with him completely. The girls watched the two laughing men with confusion. They were wondering what they were doing. Yukari said that it was probably some kind of telepathic communication. Sylvia was surprised by this, because she didn't know that spirit casters had such an ability. Yukari wondered what it could be. Perhaps it was due to the Great Spirit King, or perhaps it was the Master's unique ability. The girls' faces became extremely serious. Sylvia decided that it was both. At that moment, Iko looked out from under the shield and asked with frightened eyes if the King of Spirits had already disappeared. Sylvia pointed towards the two men and said that they were still there, to which the girl began to howl with tears. After a while, Sylvia was greatly shocked by the words about the Count's family. Second said that their majordomo had come the night before. He asked if she had ever heard of them. She replied that nothing at all, although wasn't this the same famous feudal lord known as the Lumberjack Count? The guy wondered what kind of stupid nickname that was. Yukari said that the trading town was originally a thriving forestry town. It is believed that the family's acumen contributed greatly to the town's development. The boy frowned and thought that everything was clear to him. In that case, this nickname really suited him. Sylvia added that this was not all. Their fighting skills had been renowned for generations, no less than their acumen in forestry. Rumor has it that the current head of the family is a very capable man. He is intelligent and well-developed physically at the same time. In addition to this, she heard that his son and daughter were extremely skilled adventurers. Second was amazed that the Count's children could work as adventurers. He realized that their family was quite free. Yukari noticed that the Count's son seemed to be an outstanding swordsman, who was no worse than the first principal Klaus, but his younger sister. At that moment, she hesitated, and the protagonist rushed her with a question about what was wrong with her. Looking away and putting her hand to her face, she replied that she seemed to have been called a genius spirit caster. Second asked her again. Yukari answered that she was a powerful spirit caster and a genius who had become an A-rank adventurer at the age of 16. The guy thought that he was already in anticipation of the 16-year-old genius spirit caster with a smug face, just because she had reached A-rank. At this point, Sylvia thought about age and asked Yukari how old she was. She calmly replied that she was 19 years old, and also asked a counter-question. Sylvia said that she was 17, and Echo said that she was 16. This made Yukari nervous. Her face darkened at this knowledge. The girls began to tell her that she was the eldest and call her big sister. Embarrassed, she replied that by dark elf standards she was not yet an adult. Her age was approximately 16 years. Second wondered what kind of standards the dark elves had. He realized that, naturally, everyone had forgotten about him. He even felt lonely. He wondered if he should summon a spirit as a companion. After that, the spirit appeared before him again, wondering why he was brought back again. The protagonist apologized and said that Eiko was just scared, but now he needed someone to talk to. He was amazed that Second had summoned the Great Spirit King for this, but he didn't mind. The protagonist apologized again. Angolmoy decided to tell him the story of how he had destroyed the great spirit of the land, Nomel. The protagonist asked him again, and the spirit continued that it had happened deep in the night. He had rebelled against him, planning to take his place as ruler by crushing him. Second thought that if such conflicts also occur in the spirit world, then something like this is inevitable. Meanwhile, the spirit, sitting on the bed, puffed and told him that not only had he stained his favorite pajamas with earth, but he had also left a crack in his favorite mug, and that was unforgivable. He shouted that he should be ashamed for attacking him in his sleep, but he ignored it and attacked him without a twinge of conscience. Enraged, the spirit instantly turned Nomu into embers with a deadly bolt of lightning. The protagonist looked at the boy with distrust, and Golmois added that he shouldn't worry. His daughter had taken the place of the next great spirit of the earth. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. The majordomo had arrived and announced that the Count was waiting for them at the nearest establishment. The protagonist realized that it was time for the spirit to return. After some time, they were at a table with a variety of dishes on it. The Count laughed and wished everyone a bon appetit. At the table at that time were the man himself, the main character, Yukari, Sylvia, and Eiko. The majordomo stood at a distance. Second thought about the Count. He was an outstanding man who was an experienced merchant and a brave veteran warrior. He had a clear mind and a seasoned body, and he doesn't act arrogant with him. This is a real trick. The guy was wondering if the Count really wanted the alloys so much that he treated them to obvious surpluses. The Count asked them how they liked it, In front of them was vegetable soup with mushrooms, picked in Reniado. The children simply adore it. He added that he heard that all the members of the A-ranked first team were teenagers. His daughter was 16 now. She was a bit stubborn, so he hoped that they would get along well at the banquet tomorrow. After the meal, the men shook hands and said goodbye. Second thought that this was perfect. He had simply humiliated himself. He had everything: position, glory, power, and pride. So why did he have to humiliate himself like that? The Count smiled and, spreading his arms out to the sides, asked if there was anything else he could do to help. The guy asked the Count seriously why he attached such great importance to this deal. The man's gaze became more serious. He replied that his credo was, "Fighters are strong and serve the country when its people prosper." The production of weapons and armor using mithril alloys will increase the state's power many times over, because they will be strong, light, and last a long time. And they must do this in his Reniado, the trading center of the Kingdom of Castle. The guy asked if it was really for the good of the country. He disagreed and added that it was for the country, the fighters, and the people. All three of these elements had to be in harmony in his business. Second thought, he was well aware of the difference between the people and the fighters. In this case, by fighters, he meant not only soldiers in the service of the kingdom, but rather those who fight, including all sorts of adventurers. The Count understands very well how this world works and the difference between the strong and the weak. Therefore, he will not fool around with him under any circumstances. It seems that betting on this deal will be the right decision. The boy said that he would look forward to their meeting tomorrow. The Count confirmed this and added that he would be expecting them in his domain tomorrow. The next day, the carriage moved through the fields. Sylvia and Iko slept peacefully inside. Second and Yukari watched the scenery outside the window. Looking at the girl, the guy asked her how she planned to conclude the deal. She replied that she thought that long-term wholesale trade would not meet his needs. Therefore, it would be most reasonable to conclude short-term contracts. For example, to sell wholesale alloys for $1 billion within a few months. The guy started doing calculations, saying that in Proline, you can collect about that much mithril in a week. How long will it take them to earn 30 billion if they make 5 visits a day? The girl took the piece of paper from him and asked him to wait for her for some time. According to her calculations, it would take about 20 days. It came out to about 10 billion in 1 week. And in a day, it would be something like 1,400 million. It was amazing. It was impossible to believe that mithril was so highly valued in the world. Although if you think soberly, there is nothing surprising about this. The chance of mithril dropping from a regular one is 6.25%. And this is about 1/20th of the amount of its drop from a mithril golem. The rarity of the material is natural. The guy said it was weird, but the girl told him that they would be weird if they did it 5 times a day. The guy just laughed at her words. He added that it was worth considering the possibilities. For a 30 billion deal, 2 or 3 times a month should be just right. The incomes given assume 5 trips a day without rest. They must leave room for rest 2 days a week and sometimes finish after the 3rd trip to laze around in the afternoon. They decided to stick to this course. After some time, the girl called out to the sleeping gentleman. At that moment, their carriage entered a city with a large number of low-rise buildings. Once in the trading city, they saw a large number of different stalls and people making purchases. A little later, they reached the Count's mansion. They were led into a large office where a large number of people had gathered at a long table. The protagonist realized that the meeting was beginning. Sylvia began to tell them the offer. The guy thought that despite all this, he would leave everything to Yukari. And he himself was going to constantly nod and, in recognition of what was happening, make a mooing sound, as if he completely understood what was happening. His face literally turned to stone because he really didn't understand anything that was happening here. Men were approaching him saying that this was a truly successful meeting, and they wanted everything to go smoothly. They consider it an honor to be there. They were interested in whether the contract suited them. The protagonist gratefully agreed. After that, he asked Yukari what she thought about this, to which the girl replied that everything was as they planned. The guy thought about the fact that, in essence, it turns out that they will provide 30 billion bars in 2 months. At the end of the meeting, Second patted the girl on the head and thanked her, saying that she had been wonderful. The girl, with flushed cheeks, replied sheepishly that the contract had not yet been concluded. She added that after a short break, they would attend the banquet with the Count's family and other nobles. The boy thought contentedly of the kind-hearted girl. Later, a large number of people in evening attire gathered at the banquet. They were happily discussing the various groups and laughing. The protagonist thought that he should leave there. He wondered how everyone else was doing. Sylvia was talking to a girl who knew her father. She was telling Sylvia that her father had helped her once. But on the other hand, Yukari seems to be having a difficult discussion with several middle-aged elites. She impatiently told them that she would steal new know-how, as already at this time she was surrounded by maids who fed her with tasty treats and were touched by her appearance. The main character at this time was alone in the middle of the banquet hall. He felt out of place there and wondered what he should do. Then he decided that he should join in. Suddenly, he was called out from behind. A girl with an angry face stood in front of him. She introduced herself as Sherry Limberjack. The guy immediately realized that this was the girl who was the Count's daughter. She smugly told him that she had done him the honor of talking, so he should be grateful to her. The guy simply agreed with her, after which she angrily added that he shouldn't rush things, to which the guy replied that he wasn't even trying. She became even more indignant. She told him angrily that he was annoying her. She did not understand what kind of attitude this was. Second, did not know what to answer her. She turned around abruptly and ordered him to follow her. However, the guy did not follow her. He just remained standing in the same place. However, after 1 minute, the girl returned back. Blushing, she grabbed his hand and told him to follow her right away. The protagonist chuckled and thought that she had just been talking to herself without realizing it. Together, they went out onto the balcony of the mansion and stood opposite each other. The girl asked him if he was a spirit summoner. Well, the guy calmly answered that she was mistaken. The girl was shocked by his words. She fell silent and began to look at him questioningly. The guy realized that she was puzzled. He must have overdone it. He added that he was using spirits. This angered her again, as she realized that he was a spirit summoner. Pointing her finger at him, she said that now was the best time to warn him. He shouldn't even think about pushing his luck just because her father had taken him out of sympathy. However, the guy replied that he didn't feel anything. She asked him if he could hear his own voice, since he should show more respect to an A-rank adventurer. The guy said that he did exactly that. Then she chuckled and asked if the 4 of them were A-rank. The guy didn't know what to say to her. His face froze without any emotions. He thought to himself that no one would be able to work with her in principle. The girl literally boiled with rage, asking what this cold look was. The guy told her that if she had problems, why didn't she just discuss them with him? But she didn't want to listen to him and hit him back. Second was outraged by her actions. But she proudly replied that it was because he did not know his place. Therefore, he got what he deserved. The guy literally grimaced with rage, not understanding what she wanted from him. He indignantly asked why she had called him. She pointed her finger at him again and said that she had to, that she just wanted to show him the difference in status. The protagonist did not understand her words, and she simply repeated them again. The guy thought he was looking forward to it, and asked her how she wanted to show him this difference in status. With a laugh, the girl answered that he would soon find out about it. Turning around, she asked how long his endurance would last. After that, a summoning circle formed between them and her spirit appeared. The spirit's name was Terra. She asked why she had been called. Cherie ordered her to show the boy who she was. The girl agreed with her. Terra said that she was a great spirit of the earth. The boy shook her hand and thanked her for her kindness, introducing himself in return. They were glad to meet each other. Cherie was extremely angry. She ordered her to stop being nice, as she wanted her to just say her name. The spirit apologized in response. The protagonist thought that the spirit of the earth is quite rare. He thought the spirit's number was equal to 32,000. He realized that the difference in their status becomes clearer. Cherie was outraged by his laughter and demanded to call his spirit. She also added that calling him after the great spirit of the earth would be very funny. The main character thought that it would be really funny and said that if she insisted, then there was nothing to talk about. At that moment, Sylvia ran onto the balcony and said that something bad had happened to Echo. Without thinking, he ran after her. Cherie tried to stop him. In the room, the doctor said that the girl had eaten too much. With proper care, she would soon come to her senses. Iko said sadly that she thought it would be a big omission to leave it uneaten. The guy wondered if it was really that tasty, or if this was just cat behavior. In any case, He realized that he would have to watch her diet. He didn't want her to become a fat cat. If she became fat, it would affect her role. The next morning during the final meeting, according to Yukari, it was decided that they should supply the existing stock of mithril ingots of 30 billion or more. The guy didn't understand all the details, but his part in this deal was crystal clear. He had to actively explore the dungeon and earn experience points. They finally signed the contract and shook hands. The Count smiled and said he was looking forward to the day they would see each other again. The butler asked if it would be okay if they took them to the city of bad gold. The boy was perfectly happy with that. Suddenly, the protagonist had a feeling that he had forgotten something. Yukari called him not understanding. He decided that it was unimportant and it was time to go. At that moment, he was asked to stop. Sherry came running to them and said that she wanted to join them. Second and Yukari looked at her suspiciously. Throughout the journey, the protagonist and Shuri talked incessantly. Whenever he tried to act stupid or embarrassing, Shuri would intervene and fight him. From the outside, it looked like a comedy duo, where everything revolved around the funny person and the straightforward man. The guy realized that, overall, this girl always seemed happy, regardless of her complaints. He decided to ask her what made her go with them. She thought about it at first, and then said that it was a competition between her and Second. She wanted to know who was the best at summoning spirits. The guy asked her how she wanted to test it. She asked indignantly why they would do it that way. They were spirit summoners, so obviously they would be measuring their summoning skills. The guy thought about it because, strictly speaking, he was not a spirit summoner. So he decided to ask her how they would do it. She thought about it, and Second realized that she was making it up as she went along. She said that it wasn't quite right. There were too many ways, so she was choosing which one to use. Suddenly, she became inspired and said that she had an idea. She proposed a competition based on points for contributions to the Adventurers Guild. Based on her words, the guy realized that she had made it up, but the girl denied it. He asked her how such a competition was related to summoning skills. She replied that since they were spirit summoners, they earned points using summoning skills. Hearing her sigh, the boy thought that she was doing it with an expression as if everything would be so easy. He could contribute even without using the summoning skill. The boy decided to check how long this competition would last. Sherry thought about it again. Then she said that it would only be for one day. At dawn the next day it would begin. The winner would be the one who got the most points for the contribution. Second simply decided to agree with her. In town, Sherry has taken a room next to the protagonist's room. Apparently, she will also join them for dinner, which will create the most annoying situation in the world. All the people around her recognized her as a spirit summoner. They admired her, which made the girl turn her nose up. The guy said it was sudden. It turns out she was an amazing person. Sherry hit him back and told him he shouldn't say that. The boy realized that with her hands and words, she had become a truly outstanding child of a straightforward person. However, he gradually began to get used to her. Moreover, he actually becomes a little happier when she interferes. Sylvia was too serious, Yukari didn't care, and Eiko was too cute. He didn't expect any good comedy breaks from them. So in a way, she might be the one to bridge that gap. Later in the room, lying on the bed, the protagonist remembered and used the summoning. However, the spirit, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, was very irritated. He stared at the protagonist. He apologized and said that he was tired because of a lot of things. The spirit brought his face even closer. He asked if he was going to tell about them. After he learned everything, the Spirit King became interested in Terra, whom he had met earlier. Second said that she made a pleasant impression. The spirit replied that perhaps she was, but that she was not so easy to understand. The protagonist remembered that the spirit had dealt with her father. He wondered if everything would be okay if they met. And Golmois laughed and asked him not to worry about it because everything would be fine. Moreover, she was happy that she could become a great spirit. Second did not believe his words. He thought that Terra might be an unexpectedly cold spirit, just in case. He asked again whether it would be scary if they suddenly met. He confirmed and added that he could scare this Shuri at the same time. The protagonist said that if he wanted, they could go right now. They were in the next room. At that moment, something caught Golmois' attention. Second asked him what had happened. The spirit asked if the neighboring room he had mentioned was to the left of them. The protagonist confirmed it. The spirit replied that he did not sense anyone in the room on the left. Second wondered where they could have gone so late at night, and why they were not in the room. He realized that something was slipping away from him. Sherry said that there would be a competition based on points, and it would start the next day. They wondered why not tomorrow. What was the point of such a random contest that seemed like she had just made it up? He had many questions about why Sherry had confronted him and why she had followed them. He did not understand why she wanted this competition. The spirit told him it was envy. The boy thought he couldn't deny it. Sherry really was jealous of him, and most likely, as a fellow summoner, trying to figure out a way to get rid of this envy, she began to travel with him. It turns out that she wants to solve his powers, or something like that. Suddenly, he realized that she was extremely annoying, and she was too careless. If that was the case, she would be destroyed. He ran to the exit, saying how tired he was. The spirit told him that despite his complaints, it was noble of him to rush to her aid. Sherry thought that she wanted to conquer the dungeon, and then they would only have to acknowledge her. They would have to appreciate her merits. Everyone would look only at her, and no one would abandon her. All the admirers surrounding Second will be hers. She will never be alone again. She will change and use her envy as a stepping stone to rise above herself. She turned to her spirit, asking her if she could not offer to be her companion, that she would do so in her place. Second rode his horse and thought that Sherry had fought regular golems in her life. He should slap her and go back. The trouble would start if she got to the boss. The boss of the dungeon is known for always destroying on the first encounter, and this golem is much larger than the others. Usually, everyone thinks that this is just another golem that is invulnerable to physical attacks. This is a common misconception. Using physical attacks against a golem is naturally difficult, and the best strategy would be to use enchantments. But this is different. Physical and arcane attacks are not particularly effective against him. Players who encounter him without the necessary knowledge will attack him with simple spells, but this is ineffective. The golem then turns towards the player who caught its attention while the player is exhausted and unable to move after using the spell. Those doomed to await their fate are crushed without giving them a chance to make contact. If they start the fight with a spell, then destruction is almost guaranteed for them. It's very easy to deal with this. You need to develop skills that deal physical damage to the required level. He knew that Sherry probably had no chance of dealing high-level physical attacks. Even if she could defeat a normal golem, she wouldn't be able to crush the boss. They reached the dungeon. The Spirit King said he would show them the way. He felt the presence of another spirit, which meant that Sherry was still okay. Second moved forward, taking apart everything in his path. He tried to avoid aggression as much as possible and tried to engage in combat as little as possible. Either way, he ran as fast as he could. Sherry had been alone since she was a child. She knew the reason. She hurt people, and no one wanted to be acquainted with the heiress of the Count. It was inevitable. After all, her character had never been such that she could bring herself to change it, or even admit that it was possible. But honestly, she was lonely. She decided to study the art of summoning spirits precisely because of the feeling of guilt. Tara was her only good friend, and an entity that would never abandon her. She used this spirit to get rid of her loneliness. She laughed and said that she was an amazing spirit summoner. After all, she was the heir of the Count, and she had a beautiful figure and face. And she was also a seeker of switching. She had always survived on her own until today. That's why she never felt this pleasant feeling. Talking to someone who could accept her harsh nature brought her pleasure. Isn't it wonderful to want to be a friend to a person? He is the first companion she has encountered in her 16 years of life. Sherry realized that she will definitely not give up. She will make him speechless and make him acknowledge her. At that moment, she attacked the golems, directing her spirit. Powerful attacks flew towards the monsters. Sherry suggested hurrying, when suddenly a huge pile of mountain stones appeared in front of them. The spirit screamed at her mistress to retreat. The shot girl looked back towards the rocks. At that moment, the giant dungeon boss rose up in front of them. He froze, looking at them. Tara said that they couldn't defeat him. Realizing what was coming, Sherry ordered an attack. Tara tried to convince her otherwise. The girl commanded the spirit to prepare to use the fifth form. This was her most powerful spell, which she had recently learned. It was also her most powerful attack, which she could currently perform. She commanded to attack. Giant boulders began to fall on the golem from above, causing its shell to crumble into smaller stones. Shiri thought they had done it. She thought about how they had defeated the boss and conquered the dungeon before Second did. However, when the field cloud dissipated, she froze. In fear, she realized that he was completely unharmed. Tara was already exhausted from the spell. Mean, she was completely defenseless. The boss dealt a powerful blow. The girl's face froze in pain. She flew into the nearest rock and crashed into it with a roar. The spirit tried to bring her mistress to her senses. Shiri sank to the ground and thought about how many seconds had passed and why she had come here in the first place. Everything began to blur before her eyes. Tara looked at the boss in horror. Shiri realized that the spirit was trying to protect her. She couldn't say it for sure, but she hoped that Tara heard her gratitude. The girl was grateful that she was with such a stupid, lonely, and hopeless person like her. At that moment, her eyes widened. She saw Second stop the boss's blow. He kept hitting him over and over again, causing the boss to take damage. He literally flew around him without stopping. Watching his attacks, Shiri realized that this was the fortress of a master swordsman. She saw it performed by her elder brother, who was a first-class swordsman. Second was too strong. He has a truly extraordinary power. He was on another level. He crushed that massive golem, and he claims to be an A-rank adventurer like her. She thought all her titles sounded stupid. The spirit happily said that they would be okay now that they were saved. Shiri thought about how she couldn't even bring her back. She apologized to her spirit again. As she lost consciousness, she thought that she just wanted to do something. Maybe she should have gone there alone. She kept berating herself. The protagonist distributed all the experience points he got from monsters into spirit possession. He raised it to level 11, which expanded its capabilities. The spirit lord said the girl was in danger. Second realized that things were very bad. He said he was going to use possession. After the spirit agreed with him, a whirlwind arose between them and they united into one person. The protagonist was delighted with what was happening. Spirit possession lasted for 120 seconds at class 11. However, after recharging, it can be used again. It increases its characteristics by 2.5 times. Ahead, he saw a giant golem trying to attack the girls. He managed to run up and stop the powerful fist with his sword. From this collision, the giant's hand began to crumble. As long as one has enough physical attack power and the enemy follows relatively predictable patterns, such as these are easy to defeat. However, one must gradually get used to it. Sadly, people of this world lose their lives before they get used to it. Second stood on the defeated monster. He exhaled and released the spell. It was a stunningly amazing feeling for him. He thought it would become a habit. At that moment, Tara called out to him, congratulating him on his victory. Second began to scold the girl. If he had not intervened, they would have been destroyed. The spirit only bowed her head. The guy remembered that he needed to give Shiri a potion. Looking at the girl's face, the guy realized that everything would be fine with her. She said that Shiri was a good person deep down. Second replied that he knew she was a good person. She just had a slightly different character from the others. She was limited, stupid, and lonely. The spirit agreed with him and added that she had no friends except her since childhood. The guy noted that he understood it that way. The girl added that she believed that Shiri had taken a liking to him, but she's not sure how to deal with it since birth. The protagonist asked her why she only said this now. Did she really do all this just to get his attention? Tara confirmed his words and said that her parents understood it at first, but she believes that there are many reasons involved. At this point, Second could not stand it any longer and shouted at her to watch her more closely. She replied with a smile that she was a spirit and could not contradict her mistress. She hugged Shiri, apologized, and asked not to scold this child. The guy thought that she was annoying him. Scratching his head, he said that he was not scolding her. He decided that it was a big problem. But suddenly the thought came to him that he could use the Great Spirit Master, after which he summoned him, which greatly shocked Tara. Standing in front of the spirit girl, Angomoy asked her threateningly why she was still standing. He then pointed his hand at her, causing the girl's legs to buckle. Her face was covered with sweat. She bowed low before Angomoy's. Second asked him not to do that, but the spirit did not understand what he had done wrong and apologized. Suddenly, Tara felt relief and was able to straighten her back. Second asked his spirit to read his thoughts. It thought for a while and said that it would answer his request. He began to explain to the girl that spirits gradually become one with their owners. The higher their compatibility, the longer they live. The dwarf's daughter was controlled by this girl. He didn't understand what emotions she was feeling, but not being able to obey sounded like an excuse. She must never let her mistress get to the edge, because she was no longer a competent great spirit. Second wondered if becoming one could possibly make her submit to her mistress. The spirit replied that the masters cannot have unilateral control. To be united means to reach mutual understanding with each other. Numidia is too close to her master. Second thought that sounded a little pathetic. He thought that when you find a lonely child who has no friends, you want to be there for him and for him. And Kulm was asked if his master was angry with the girl. He replied that his compassionate side had taken over after hearing the story. The spirit laughed and said that then he would justify her. Second asked if he was sure of his actions. He replied that he was simply exaggerating. He had no interest in a relationship with the owner of some random spirit. He was simply picking on her for fun. The protagonist thought that this guy had a really bad character and he didn't understand when it started. He decided that it was time for them to head back, and then he picked up Sherry on his shoulder. Suddenly, he felt that the girl's clothes were wet. His face was confused from the realization of what was happening. He woke up Sylvia via group chat to help him at the base. He asked her to prepare a change of clothes and boil water. Soon, Cherie woke up. Sitting on her bed, she tried to understand what had happened to her. At this time, Tara ran up to her with hugs, pleased that she had come to her senses. Cherie apologized to her for everything, but she asked her not to apologize. She should have talked her out of it earlier. But the summoner denied her guilt. She said that there was nothing shameful for her in this. It was all because she had run away carelessly of her own free will. She replied that she knew the second liked her mistress. Blushing, Sherry said she must be joking. She couldn't possibly like him. Spirit replied that her face was the clearest proof of that, but Sherry kept insisting that it was impossible. So Tara began to ask her why she was so careless and decided to go to this city with him. She added that this is what she calls liking. Sherry doubted her words because she wanted him to acknowledge her and look at her. She wants to talk to him as much as possible. Could this really be all a manifestation of sympathy for him? Tara added that she should have pointed this out much earlier, and then the mistress would not have been on the edge and would not have gone through such humiliation. Not understanding, the girl asked her again. The spirit explained that when the mistress fell with a nosebleed, Second saved her, then gave her a potion and carried her on his back. The girl thought that she needed to pay him somehow. Shree thought about the nosebleed and decided that was what was humiliating. At that moment, she noted that she was wearing different clothes. Then Tara decided to explain what an embarrassment had happened to her. The summoner asked her again. However, the spirit repeated it again with a smile. Cherie blushed very much and began to curse with tears in her eyes. The city was already in a bustle. An unexpected knock on the door woke the protagonist. He got up, opened the door, and asked in a not displeased voice what they needed. Cherie stood outside the door extremely embarrassed, holding a note in her hands. After handing it to him, she quickly left, thanking him and saying that they would see each other later. Tara bowed to him and said that they would never forget his favor. She also asked him to convey her words to the great ruler. Watching them go, the boy did not understand what was happening to them. The letter had 3 topics: apology, gratitude, and reunion. All of them were described in great detail. But the guy just decided to go to bed. Later, the guy said with a serious face that it was time to hold a strategy meeting. Iko was very happy about this event. They all sat together at the table, waiting for food. Second thought about the fact that Sherry eventually returned to her place. They were informed about this by the owner of the tavern, who handed over the package that Sherry left for him. It was a bag filled with gold coins, probably payment for help. There were almost 2 million gold inside. She is a surprisingly honest person. The protagonist said that he would first let Sylvia in on their plan. The girl replied that she was listening attentively. Sylvia, who had grown up unexpectedly later, was highly motivated in her training. Second said that her goal is to raise all skills to the 9th stage and learn multiple and variable attack for magic shooting. These are 2 offensive skills that will strengthen her. And finally, if you have some free time, she should take the advanced rook and bishop shooting. The girl thought for a moment and asked, Didn't Second call the advanced Rook and Bishop useless? He replied that it was because these skills were hard to use. Not only did they require a lot of sacrifice, they also required a ton of experience. If used sparingly, they were useless. However, this was strictly at the beginning of her training. Professionals must know them and they must be effective. More importantly, besides getting the title, all her skills must be level 9. This means that the most important requirements will be an advanced bishop and rook. At first, the girl thought about getting the title, and then her face distorted with shock. She did not understand who needed to get it. The main character confirmed once again that she needed it. The ultimate goal is to obtain the title of demon-slaying archer. The girl repeated his words. The boy thought about how he originally wanted to take it for himself, but decided against it. Afterwards, he turned his attention to Echo with a smile and decided to tell her what to do next. First of all, she must obtain the advanced Shield Master Rook. Once she obtains it, they will instantly rise to the first stage. Afterwards, if she has free time, she should acquire the remaining skills of the Shield Master. Her goal will be the title. The girl happily accepted his task. He replied that he didn't quite understand her, but decided to consider it accepted. Then he turned his attention to Yukari, who instantly appeared behind him. Second sweated as she came too close. He said that she would continue to follow the path of blacksmithing until she reached the 9th stage, and then she would receive the gift and also raise it to the 9th stage. She asked what talent he meant. He explained that it was a skill that imbued equipment with a special effect. If she raised it to the 9th rank, it would be insanely good. The girl's eyes literally lit up from these words. She happily agreed to accept this task, after which she asked what her master planned to do. Second replied that he would first take the advanced rook and bishop of the Swordmaster, and secondly, he would raise the obsession to the highest level. Thirdly, he will learn transformation, and what he has as his 4th point, he decided not to tell yet. And fifthly, he will extract the 4th form, and sixthly, he will receive the titles of Master Swordsman, Sorcerer, and also in the field of the art of summoning spirits. Sylvia responded with fear that he was planning too much. Eiko didn't understand what transformation meant, and Yukari said that it was very frightening how concrete his vision seemed. Second was going to acquire a transformation skill similar to spirit possession. It allows you to radically increase your stats temporarily. Learn it, and its preparations for achieving a specific goal will be completed. He added that they were getting experience anyway, and also getting rich in mithril along the way. They would be going back and forth between the dungeon and the tavern for the next 2 months or so he would expect them to do their part. Eiko shouted encouragingly that they should all try together. The others looked at her with smiles, and even on the street their agreement could be heard. In the distance, around the corner of the house, Cherie stood watching them with a flushed face. She asked her spirit if Second had read her letter yet. Tara told the girl that someone was coming towards them. The guy approached and asked if she was Cherie. The girl replied that it was very rude to sneak up on her like that and asked who he was. He apologized and replied that he was a big fan of hers. His name was Sarum. He was 19 years old and a sea crank adventurer who was still practicing summoning spirits. The girl replied that he irritated her and that she was not interested in him at all. And, in general, couldn't you see that she was busy right now? But he replied with a smile that he had always dreamed of seeing the great spirit of the earth up close. He said that she was magnificent, and if you compare her with a nymph, then her aura was on a completely different level. At that moment, a wind spirit appeared nearby and apologized for being a spirit without an aura. She introduced herself as a nymph, a wind spirit. It was an honor to meet Numidia. She replied that she was also glad to meet her, and then she added that earlier in the night she had met a great lord. The nymph was amazed by these words. Sarum, delighted, asked again if she really meant that very Lord of Spirits. Tara confirmed his words and added that he was a truly terrifying person. The guy asked her where he could find him. Tara pointed towards Second and said that he was his servant. Sherry asked her in shock why she didn't tell her. She couldn't believe that he had such an incomprehensible spirit that served him. She immediately remembered her recent words, to which the spirit replied that she had forgotten and asked for forgiveness for it. Sheer exclaimed that she should not have forgotten something. This was a very important detail. She thought about how she would never be able to compete with him in her life. She asked Tara where the long-haired guy had gone. The girl pointed out that he had gone towards the main character. Cherie said that they needed to catch up with them urgently. Meanwhile, the protagonist looked at the man who approached him with incomprehension. He introduced himself as the summoner of the Serum's spirits and added that Sherry told him about him. Second did not understand what was happening to this guy. The nymph also introduced herself to him, asking if he was the master of the Great Lord. The reason she, an insignificant spirit of the wind, was here now was because she was sending him her greetings. Second thought that she was expressing herself very strangely. The protagonist was more than sure that the nymph's spirit power was equal to 17,000. He asked if they had any business with him. Serum replied that he would very much like to see the Great Lord of the Spirit. Second thought, discontentedly, that he hated guys who thought that they would live carefree if they buttered up another person. Suddenly, he received a message in the group chat from Yukari, who said that this guy knew about the assassination attempt and asked him to be more vigilant. He looked at the guy and thought that she must be joking with him. Gray ingratiatingly asked again whether there was something wrong with his request. Second thought that perhaps this was a technique used in assassination, which consisted of establishing contact under the guise of an ordinary person. If that's the case, what's the guy's motive, and what benefits does he get from being called up? The protagonist asked him why he wanted to see him. It was typical of the protagonist to ask if he didn't know something. He said that the great spirit of the land claimed to be a fearsome figure who stood at the pinnacle of the spirit world. To gain an audience at any cost was the desire of every spirit summoner. Second thought, that was an acceptable answer, if he is really a real spirit summoner. Suddenly, the protagonist had a good idea. He said that he would show it. Then he summoned Ngomoi. The protagonist mentally gave the order to the spirit to make them fall down. It agreed with him and used its power. Serum was literally pressed to the ground. He did not understand what was happening. Looking at them from above, the protagonist thought that the spirit had done the same to Terra. If this technique that made people crawl could be used in combat, it would be impossible to defeat them. Angomois informed him that this was a special privilege of the Great Lord of Spirits, shining dominance. However, it works on timid spirits and their masters, so its use is limited. The boy realized that the spirit was using him to make scared people bow down, and then making them even more scared. It was just monstrous. Trembling, the nymph said that it was an honor for her to see the greatest ruler himself. The protagonist thought that they looked pathetic now. Perhaps they should lift her head. Angomois immediately ordered us to look at him. Second thought again that this feeling of unity was magnificent. At that moment, Serum turned to the Lord of Spirits. Angomois told Second that this man was strange. He wanted to investigate it with the help of the nymph. He asked for a minute. Yukari added that the man was waiting for an opportunity to escape. Suddenly, lightning struck the nymphs. The Spirit Lord ordered the boy not to move. Angomois reported that this man is a spy from the so-called Empire. It seems that he is sniffing around in the adventurers area of the Kingdom of Castle. In the game, the Empire was a famous country for its belligerence. They gave the impression of a powerful country, with a penchant for aggressive warriors. Second is confident that they will eventually come to war with the Kingdom of Castle. A spy from such a country attracted his attention. Perhaps he was simply observing, or trying to recruit him. Second didn't know for sure, but it didn't seem like the real reason. He asked the spirit to raise his head. The man was crying and asking what he had done to offend them. The protagonist thought that if this was a game, then the situation was serious. Maybe he was just a dog of the Empire. He was still a first-class agent. The main character didn't care about the Empire. They seized power over neighboring countries with face-to-face battles, and the sudden rise of their powerful nation is somehow connected to the #1 place in the world. The protagonist decided that he would just do something that he would always remember. The name of the person who would eventually become #1, and then he would send him on his way. He told Serum with an angry face that he had done a good job. In order to investigate the potential enemy empire of Marbel, Serum infiltrated Castile in that kingdom. It is extremely fortunate that he was able to investigate Sherry's spirits so closely. She will cause problems. It would be nice to count on her in the coming war. But there is someone else he is counting on. He didn't think that he actually existed. He wasn't the only one who noticed that there was a spirit world ruler in this potential enemy country, so he couldn't leave it as it was. He couldn't let go of this opportunity. However, he was exposed. He thought anxiously that this man might have known everything from the very beginning, but he didn't understand how he could have known it. Maybe the Great Spirit Lord had done something, but he didn't even say a word to his master. He couldn't understand how he had given himself away, because there was not a single factor that would expose him as a spy for the Empire. Perhaps he could read his mind. He realized that here he had lost in his own arena. This man was superior to him in every way possible. He realized that this was the end of his struggle, and that here he would meet his destiny. Serum said that he had lost, and if possible, he would like to write a letter to his family. He decided to report the real state of affairs to the Empire at any cost. This was the last mission he had to carry out. Second wasn't going to deal with him. The guy asked him again, to which the main character replied that he could do whatever he wanted. If he wanted, he could even go with them. They were just about to go on a raid. Serum thought about his words, because not only did he know from the start that he was a spy for the Empire, he was trying to confront him before letting him go. He was testing him, manipulating him, leading him on. This unnatural composure of his stemmed from the game he was playing. Serum was an operative for the Empire's intelligence service. In fact, his life was on the line, and he was trying to win. He didn't understand where such composure came from. His legs were shaking. He thought it was all just awful. He said that he had to refuse. To which the main character replied that he could go. After that, the guy got his spirit back. Second told him to tell his boss about it. Second, the #1 in the world, likes the Empire. In other words, he asked to convey his words to the Emperor. The guy said that he would inform him, the man who thinks he is #1 in the world. He solemnly swears that he will never forget this terrible man. He will soon leave the kingdom. Yukari asked if it was a good idea to let him go. The protagonist answered in the affirmative. The girl countered that he was an Empire spy, however. She doubted the guy had intuition. The protagonist said that the spirit had figured it out, and Golmoy said that he could extract memories from any spirit under his absolute control. The protagonist realized that the Spirit Lord was simply incredible. He asked the girls if he had left a lasting impression. They only looked at him in bewilderment. He asked if they didn't know he likes the Empire. The spirit fully supported him in this matter and added that it was beautiful. Yukari decided to inform him that they were far beyond his reach. Sylvia added that he so calmly claimed to like the Empire, although he had just defeated a spy in a mental battle and sent him back. Provoking the Emperor was quite bold. The disappointed boy thought about the fact that he had just been scolded. But he realized that their words had some sense. Iko called him to go, so he decided to go to the dungeon. For about 2 months from now, they will gain tons of experience in dungeons while collecting mithril. A little more than a month of raiding later, they suddenly finished collecting mithril to complete the deal with the Count. They also had a whole bunch of experience. Now that they had some unexpected free time after the case, he decided to take the next step, considering it a good opportunity. Gathering the girls around the table, he announced to them that since they had a rare opportunity, they needed to study everything they could. In other words, they should learn the advanced rook and bishop skills from the basic skills they now have, regardless of whether they can use them. In Sylvia's case, it will be an advanced archer rook and an advanced bishop. For Eiko the Shield skills, one way or another, it will not only be advanced, it will be difficult to open them one by one when they need them, so the plan is to learn one while they have the chance and get them to grade 16. Sylvia was wondering how they could get them. The guy realized that the girl was enthusiastic and told her that all she had to do was defeat the dragon. The girl was horrified by the thought of it. The guy added that it was more important how they did it. In the case of the technique, the final attack had to be made by the archer. To do this, you need to use various skills, from the minimum to archers. Yukari was interested in whether such effective actions were possible in a battle with a dragon. The boy confirmed her words and added that it was very simple. If they repeated this sequence, as he said, in battle with 5 different dragons, they would be able to learn it. Sylvia was simply speechless. It sounds quite complicated. There are a lot of different dragons in the game. The main character believes that they can satisfy all the conditions. He does not believe that there can be anything more complicated, so it will be very simple. In the case of an advanced archer, she simply needs to defeat any 10 dragons using only the archer's castle. The girls looked at the main character carefully. The girl's face was full of fear. She didn't think it could be so easy. She felt like she was in a dream. Second said that the same conditions apply to the master. This means that they will hunt the dragon together, and since he will help her, everything will be fine. At first, the girl was inspired by his words, and then asked if he was going to throw her into the dragon's lair. The guy did not understand who this woman took him for. For Iko, it was much simpler. The dragon had to be defeated by the party leader after it attacked with at least one of the skills. They do this with 5 different types of dragons. For advanced, he needs to take 100 hits in a row using the Shield Master lock. It might be difficult, but he'll explain how to do it right. The girl said she'll try. When they finished hunting dragons, could he count on Yukari's help in dealing with the count? The girl replied that he could rely on her, after which they decided to proceed with the operation. That's how the adventure came to an end, and they went towards the ravine where the dragon is. The guy said that there were plenty of them in the dungeon. It was a canyon. It looked like a ravine, and there were 7 types of dragons, among which there was. In other words, it was a dragon's lair. Strong asked if she had heard him correctly. She noted that this lair had not yet been captured. Second had guessed this. The boy thought that this was the hardest dungeon in the 2nd rank. If Prolin had not been conquered yet, then he guessed that Medio had not either. Sylvia realized that they were going to such a dangerous place, and were going to defeat dragons. She wondered if this was normal at all. Second replied that such a question shouldn't even arise. There were many monsters in the dungeon. The 3 of them could fight any of them. At last, they reached a gigantic canyon, in which no one was visible except the birds flying high in the sky, after which they noticed one dragon. They decided that it was huge, and did not understand how they would fight it. Second said that he would show them first, and they should watch carefully. Standing in front of the dragon, the protagonist decided to use possession by calling on his spirit, and Golmois told him that he would do as Second wished. Once activated, he had no time to lose. This time, he was going to buy an advanced archer rook. They needed to attack each of the 7 different skills, from pawn to castle. He began attacking the dragons. First, he used the archer spear, which made the dragon roar loudly. After that, he used the golden general's shot to push it back. Next, he used the archer's elephant. This again caused the dragon to become furious, and he began to attack with fire. This is the cry of the dragon, which signals an approaching attack. After he was exhausted, there would be a chance to throw all his strength into the attack. He began to use the various archer skills in order again. Now he had fulfilled the conditions. All that was left was to finish off the dragon with the archer's elephant. With a serious face, the guy attacked the monster again. A giant flurry of various blows dealt damage to the dragon's body, wings, and paws. He could only roar in response. Sometime later, the dragon was defeated. Second canceled his skill, telling the boys that it was a rough example of how to act. The girl looked at him in amazement. The guy added that he had just destroyed one to demonstrate how it worked, but that they would do it together from now on. It is not difficult to destroy the white dragons. They throw back their advance with the golden general, and when after a deep squeal they attack with their breath, you need to try to dodge. He asked the girls if they were ready. Sylvia tried to protest to him in a panic because he had pacified the dragon alone, and that was unthinkable. Iko asked if he was scared. The guy thought it was some kind of misunderstanding. With a serious face, he said that there was nothing to be afraid of. He started explaining from the beginning. Even if the white dragon hit them 3 times with its strongest attacks, they would be fine. Plus, he mentioned recently that she pushes back his attack with a golden general and dodges immediately when he makes a stupid whiz. As long as she can do that, experience doesn't matter. Anyone can win. And the 9 want to become number 1 in the world. Therefore, they must be able to defeat the white dragon with 1 blow. The 4 fastest groups must not cower in the face of the enemy. The guy just laughed and apologized. He understood what he was saying. He hadn't thought through in detail how they could avoid losing their lives to 3 blows from the white dragon. The girls were outraged by his words. The village scolded him for his previous words. After he fully shared his knowledge with them, they immediately began hunting dragons. If they were to engage in battle, the red dragon would be the best option. He'd be fine, but the girls were questionable. For obvious reasons, the rainbow dragon is out of the question. If he were told to fight it, he could win on his own, although it would take a long time. However, if the 3 of them attacked, it would be almost impossible to fight him and cover the girls. Moreover, he would now avoid fighting the rainbow dragon, as well as many gold ones. However, their goal was not to conquer the dungeon, but to acquire skills. If they effectively fulfilled the acquisition conditions, they would be able to achieve this. They had no need to engage in slaughter with powerful dragons. Their strongest enemy by default was the red dragon. The guy suggested that they take a walk in the park. Sylvia said that she was very tired after such a busy day. Iko confirmed her words. They destroyed more than 34 dragons during the day. He said that tomorrow they will fight 4 more. They are almost done. Sylvia realized that these 4 would be stronger than the white dragons. Then Second remembered that he needed to warn the girl about one important thing. With a serious face, he said that it was wrong to harm the invulnerable. The girl thought that it sounded like something completely useless. She asked him to put himself in the place of his subordinates. The guy did not understand her words. The girl added that in other words, what is possible for him is useless for others. The main character did not know what to answer to her words. Sylvia hit him and said that he should first teach them to dodge blows. Second replied that he was serious. Tomorrow, she could not neglect defense. Even if she hesitated a little, she had to dodge. The girl agreed with him. He also told Iko that if she hesitated or realized that she would not be able to place the bishop in time, she should back away. There are 3 ways to dodge. They must remember them clearly. You must either run in a circle, or perpendicular to its movement, or bend down. They can dodge the breath if they are smart, the blows if they are faster, and the tail if they duck. He has learned this through countless attempts. Even in the past, Sylvia had doubts about how he knew all this. Naturally, he can't reveal the reason, and they both know it. So Sylvia nods silently without showing it. He added that as long as they remembered everything he told them, they would be fine. Also, they needed to use the same techniques as on the white dragons. Sylvia asked if they were going to conquer the dungeon. The guy answered negatively. If they prepare well, there will even be a possibility of conquest. But even so, they will not gain any benefit from it. The girls realized that the dungeon can be conquered. Sylvia thought that the protagonist was very strange. Even if he wanted to become number 1, he was not satisfied with the honor of conquering dungeons. The protagonist thought that he fully understood the fact that she was absolutely right. But you can't be number 1 without some weirdness. He told her that he just didn't want to waste time. This was all just part of the process for him. The girl thoughtfully replied that she would say that he had extraordinary self-control, and his unshakable confidence was strange. At this time, Echo fell asleep in the plate. It was already night outside. He described in detail the order in which they needed to destroy the dragons in order to achieve the goals they needed, and he also indicated the strength of each of the dragons. Sylvia watched in amazement as Second attacked the red dragon. She had already acquired the necessary skills. They constantly attacked each dragon in 3, and even if they encountered green or red ones, they could resist them. All this was thanks to the guy's precise advice. Besides this, the main character said that he also studied the archer. She did not understand. Why then is he still fighting? That's because he's trying to learn the swordmaster. He said that since he has a chance, he'll fight alone. It was like a cakewalk for him. If it could be summed up in one word, she would say it was beautiful. He literally flew around the dragon. The perfect movement, executed according to all the rules, mercilessly defeated the red dragon. After that, he announced that he had already mastered the technique and they could return. His face was infectious with the usual emotions. He looked like he had when they were sitting in that strange corner room at the inn, and when he had found the perfect dish at the tavern. She had often noticed these traits in him, but she had never seen such emotionality as today. For some reason, she admired him and wanted to be like him. That I was in the middle of a hookah. They decided to go back. Suddenly, they realized that someone was fighting ahead and decided to check. People rarely meet in the dungeons, especially there, considering that it has not yet been conquered. Only a foolish daredevil or some important person can come there. Watching the battle, Second realized that this was a swordmaster. They realized that he was strong because he defeated the yellow dragon alone. Apparently, he was not even tired. His strength must be higher than Second. Sylvia was surprised by this. The protagonist noticed that the man was apparently about to enter into another battle, this time with a green dragon. Sylvia watched his attacks on the dragon carefully. She knew he was strong, very strong. but his fight was not pretty. She saw that he was holding himself well. However, compared to Second, who had fought a minute earlier, the difference between them was almost like heaven and earth. The protagonist said that he would lose his life if he met a rainbow dragon. Even with a golden one, he would have a problem. The girl wondered if they should warn him. Second noticed that they were already leaving. The girl thought that perhaps he could be considered more of an important person. It seemed that he knew his place. The protagonist, taking Echo by the hand, decided that it was time for them to go back too. He wanted to meet Yukari as soon as possible and see the mansion tomorrow. At this time, Yukari paid a visit to the Count's family to receive payment for the ingots. She was politely received by the manor's majordomo. She had to exchange a huge sum of 30 million. Until the owner returned, she would remain in the Count's mansion. She was not so stupid as to wander the streets with such a large sum. However, she was not idle. Since they were planning to buy the estate, she organized negotiations to buy it. She gathered a large number of workers, but even they may not be able to cope with the demands of their master. After a preliminary inspection of the estate, Second said that it was half the size of what he had expected, and this was the largest and most expensive estate on the outskirts of the royal capital. But he did not care. He was thinking about buying several estates and combining them into one large territory. As much as Yukari loved him, hearing such words made her think he was stupid. But she wanted to make his dream come true. According to calculations, the estate, lands, and reconstruction will cost 200 billion. She did not expect less from the owner. He wants his house to match the name of the world's #1. Now that everything was finished with the estate and all that remained was to select the servants, she was informed that President Philippe of Maurice's company had arrived. This made Yukari tense. She thought about the possibility of them being followed. She knew it could lead to confrontation, but she didn't think it would happen so quickly. She decided to consult with Second about the matter. The girl had a bad feeling, but if the owner said that everything was fine, then she would believe him. A man entered the room. The man smiled and said that he came to pay his respects, but it seemed he had become boring. He began talking about people who illegally break contracts to sell them on the black market. The girl decided that he understood something, but it did not seem that he had come to threaten her master. The man added that for this reason her master was great. After all, he handled her so well. The girl realized that she had finally escaped. The man reached into his pocket and told Sylvia that it was for her master. He had been entrusted with something by her previous master. The girl did not understand why the Duchess was handing over the letter to her master. The man explained that the Duchess had asked that if the girl and the boy had a good relationship, he would have to give it to him. The girl tried to find out from him what he knew. The man said that it was just a misunderstanding and that he only knew that they had a wonderful relationship as master and servant. The girl did not understand why the Duchess did this. The reason why she was spared and why she was taken away and why the president foresaw her escape all point to this letter. In fact, she wanted to send this letter to the master. Standing in front of the gate of the mansion, Yukari said that this was the mansion at the planned location in the east. Sylvia, looking at the mansion, did not understand what it was. Echo ran happily through the rooms, asking if they would live here. Finally, it dawned on Second that this was too much. Even for them, this was too much. He said that even if they caught a cold in this house, they could go to another one. He suggested moving in a circle depending on the season. This would be their summer house. Yukari said that even if they don't use the building, money is still allocated for its maintenance. The guy laughed and said that he can earn as much as needed, and suggested looking at other rooms. Sylvia didn't understand if they were choosing between this building and the previous one, to which Second replied that this house was his too. He specified that all these houses in here. Sylvia was shocked. He chose one of the houses as the residence for the servants. Yukari asked him to entrust the training of the servants to her. The protagonist had a feeling that it would be hard work, so he asked the girl if she was taking on too much. She replied that she wanted to be trusted with it. The guy asked her to take care of everything. She bowed and thanked him. In the end, they checked all the buildings and made the purchase. Thanks to Yukari, everything went smoothly. Sylvia was happy that they could already move in. Up until that point, he didn't really care about real life. He was content as long as he played games. Although socially, he was a failure. However, now that this world had become a reality after acquiring this estate, which, according to his conclusions, could become winter, his mood steadily improved. They decided to have a barbecue in the evening. As he was going down the stairs, the boy wanted to find some coffee. On the way, he met Yukari, who was dressed in a maid uniform. She wished him a good morning. She asked him to wait a little. The guy thought that the appearance of a maid suited her. However, he did not understand why she was dressed in a maid's uniform. At that moment, Sylvia came down to them and was shocked to see that Yukari had actually done it. The girl replied that the winner makes the first move. The guy did not understand their conversation. Eiko came running, speaking hurriedly about the large number of different fruits she had found in the garden. The boy asked her to speak more slowly, because he did not understand her. The girl started telling again that she had found a big fruit. The guy understood her. He remembered the palm trees and guessed that she meant coconuts. He explained to her that she could only eat the insides, but it was extremely strong. At that moment, the girl, holding plates with sandwiches in her hands, announced that breakfast was ready. They sat down at the table together for a snack. Looking at the letter in front of him, the boy knew that the Duchess wanted him to do something. Yukari didn't understand why he thought Philip was okay. He replied that there was a possibility that he had been brainwashed. Thinking about his words, the girl realized that it was strange that the boss of such a big company had come all this way to deliver a letter. So they were both very curious about what was in the letter. The second was shocked by what he saw. What was written there was worse than he expected. The girl asked about what was there. The guy answered that it was a big problem, and it was difficult for him to explain. However, he smiled at the girl and told her not to worry. She should rely on him. The girl blushed and agreed with him. The letter told which people could be trusted, which ones could not, as well as the intrigues of the kingdom and ways to gain brainwashing magic. There were also stories about a crowd of spies and manipulation of public opinion. The people of the kingdom who are aware of this truth are now in a favorable situation. Apparently, the empire is one step away from taking over the kingdom. If the first Prince Klaus, who rose to the head of the reformists, becomes king under the leadership of the prime minister, the kingdom will become part of the empire. The reform they extol, where they will go in step with the empire, sounds extremely tempting, but in reality it will end with them becoming vassals of the empire, being unilaterally bound by agreement and then simply subjected to exploitation in the area surrounding the empire will also be eaten. On the other hand, the people of the kingdom who know the truth have put forward the second prince as their leader to uphold conservatism. However, he is undoubtedly ahead. People began to protest against military expansion. They loudly expressed their protests against the war. Therefore, they really needed to find the magic of brainwashing. The Duchess had known about what was going on for a long time, so the reason she wrote it all down in a letter was quite simple. She wanted the protagonist to solve the problem. They decided to entrust this to an unusually strong man. But if he fails, Yukari will return to Philip again to find a new master and repeat the process. Thinking about the current situation, the guy realized that it didn't bother him much. He was more worried that the championship wouldn't take place, and he was worried about Maine. He was thinking about how he could quickly figure out the current situation. His actions could have resulted in him being perceived as an enemy and assassination attempts being made on him. The guy decided he had to stick to the best-case scenario. The hero thought about many things but did not find a worthy answer. For now, he decided to end it. First of all, he wants to complete his own plans to become the undisputed #1 in the world. Second, told Yukari that he wanted to take Sylvia and Echo to learn the transformation skills. He asked her to take care of the other servants. Yukari replied that he could rely on her. The guy apologized that he was solving the issue separately. The girl asked him not to worry. He was wondering what her maid uniform meant. Then he said that the clothes suited her very well. Turning to him, the girl bowed and thanked him, after which she returned to her kitchen chores. Later, they were moving through the forest. The guy realized that the existence of the transformation skill had not yet been discovered in this world. Second explained that there are 4 conditions. They are very simple, so he will explain them in order. Then he explained that it is necessary to deal damage to monsters and bosses within a certain period of time. Sylvia asked if it was necessary to shout the word transformation at the end. The protagonist answered that she definitely did. At that time, Echo was practicing saying this word. Sylvia realized that the weapon his second had recently brought was designed to deal damage with the right numbers. Before going to the forest, they took 3 spears from the weapon merchant in the royal capital. And they also went to the capital's main library again to read a book and learn the spear pawn. They did everything to deal bad damage. If you're wondering why they came to this forest, it's because the slime has low damage but high defense. All types of slime gather here, but other than them, there's nothing else in the forest. The main character once again instructed the girls what they needed to do. Looking at them, the guy understood that they would be able to learn the transformation when they got used to it. If she decides to come up with special moves and names and shout them out every night, it might be scary. They finally decide to start hunting for numbers. They spent 3 whole days to acquire the necessary skill. What the protagonist feared became reality. Sylvia began to use unusual phrases for transformation. She came up with new variations of phrases. Moreover, she was completely focused on self-improvement. The transformation can be activated by any of the 4 great elements of your choice. Sylvia chose the fire transformation, so her equipment became fiery red. While selecting these elements, something unexpected happened to the protagonist. He chose the transformation of light. Performing a transformation without one of the 4 elements is obviously unheard of. The cape and mask were a new design for him. He wondered if it could be a secret element or some newly developed function. He thought that maybe this world was being updated. In other words, from now on, additional elements may be added to the game that he doesn't know about. This too is something to feel uneasy about, but at the same time, patiently await. At this point, Sylvia finally got to the point where she was practicing a special movement for transformation. 2 weeks had passed since then, and they were busy gaining experience continuously. The protagonist finished his preparation. He raised his transformation to the 9th grade. He also collected the minimum skills that were not necessary for his transformation. The probability of activating skills varies greatly depending on the type and strength of monsters he targets. All of his skills were made specifically to obtain a specific Majin. His name is Dark Wolf. It was a mutated form of the Black Fire Wolf boss in the dungeon. It evolved after centuries of isolation in the eternal darkness. It was extremely rare. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the ability to tame this Majin was one of the reasons he could continue to be number 1 in the game world. He was the only one who could tame it. It wasn't just difficult. It was close to impossible. The wolf was as strong as their entire team, so no one had ever thought about taming it. However, the dark wolf can be tamed. It is a living creature that has further evolved from the mutated species of the boss, and is thus considered a different creature from the boss. The protagonist studied various ways to tame him, but the result was terrible. However, he did not give up. He understood that he too could be tamed. He continued his endless hunt for dark wolves every day from morning to evening, and then the moment came when he was suddenly able to tame it. When others learned of this, they also tried to repeat the taming, but no one could do it. Now he would try to test this impossibility. This was what he needed training for. His mind was set on it. But this world is different from the game. He hasn't felt fear for a long time and tried to reduce the risks to a minimum. And in case of the worst-case scenario, he has insurance. But he can't get rid of the thought that he might lose his life. But even so, he will never run away. At the moment, the kingdom and the empire are in a state of cold war. Before the sparks fall on him, he will do everything to tame the dark wolf. Second realized that it was a good time to put the finishing touches on the girls. He ordered all kinds of top-notch weapons and armor for them. The protagonist accidentally realized that he was starting to exploit Yukari too much. He can no longer imagine becoming number 1 in the world without her, so he thinks he's going to give her a nice, carefree vacation while he's busy fighting the Dark Wolf. Lately, these girls have become addicted to the elegant life in these mansions. If this continues, they will eventually go through hell. And so, he has already come up with a training regimen for these two. Once he gets the equipment from Yukari, he will hold a strategy meeting with everyone. He has a lot of things he needs to tell everyone, like what to do if he is gone. The girls were shocked by these words. After talking to them all night long, he somehow got them to understand and agree to report to him every day using the team chat. It would be hard, but there was no other choice. He told the girls that they had to explore the dungeon using the tactics he had laid out for them. Sylvia wondered if it would be difficult for Echo. Of course, Echo can only use defense arts and recovery magic. Even one monster on this route would take her too much time. However, if he had to, it would be Sylvia who would have a hard time. With such intense training, the two would certainly understand the importance of front and rear guard, as well as support in battle. It would be logical if they could become stronger before his return. As for Yukari, he sent her on vacation. But on the other hand, it would be worrisome if she suddenly had too little to do. So he asked her to take care of a long-running matter. After various events had happened, he said goodbye to them for a while. As he was leaving, he noticed new maids and realized that there were many more of them. He had a long journey ahead of him, both by land and by water, through various cities. He had some business to attend to along the way, so he would be staying overnight in some places. He decided to share all this information, after which he performed a spirit call. He asked him to switch to mana mode. If this world was like the game, spirits should be able to condense their bodies. The spirit obeyed his order and said that no one else should see him now. It was very convenient. And Gomois was curious as to why he was summoned while riding a horse. The protagonist replied that they would be fighting a very difficult enemy, so he decided to share the information with him. Second said that he meant incredibly difficult. He said that the enemy was called the Dark Wolf, and he wanted to tame it. The spirit was shocked. He did not understand how it was possible to tame such a difficult opponent. The boy said he was going to keep trying until he succeeded, and Gomois thought it was going to be a very long battle. The spirit asked him what he was going to do in the dungeon. Second replied that he was going for the magician's horn. In the future, it would be his trump card. After some time, he got it and, having come to the city, asked to sell him all the health potions. Now you had an incredible amount of potions in his inventory, however. He could not worry that he would use them up too quickly. They continued their journey. In his free time, he told the basic information to the spirit. He was going to turn to the memory of the basic information about the Dark Wolf and ask the spirit to be one with him. It had several different functions. For example, it could transform into a human and a human into it. It could also teleport, use dark magic, a dark roar, and summon. Physical attacks had no effect on him while he was in wolf form. This was the basic information. And Gomois was shocked by such characteristics. He kept asking the protagonist how such attacks and defense techniques could even exist. Second said that it was possible. The spirit calculated the wolf and finally understood why the guy needed so many potions. He advised the boy not to get treatment right away, but to first check if it was safe for him. And Gamoa received more and more new information that he had never heard before. When using different modes, you can use the staff for various purposes. However, for all the described modes, an empty shadow can be accidentally activated. And Gomois asked if it was really a monster. The boy replied that the Dark Wolf, which even the great ruler of spirits recognized as a monster, was indeed terrifyingly strong. The Dark Wolf's stats are that high, but there's a theory among players that it's the strongest monster in the game. The reason for that is its attacks, which are pretty nasty. The guy definitely needs to tame it in this world. Second, noted that even if he failed to tame the wolf, he would be able to use the potion on it. Taming can only be used once, when the monster's health is low. Therefore, it will be much faster to fully heal the wolf and make it fully healed than to just wait for it to recover on its own. Of course, they could destroy it and wait for a new one to appear in its place. But there was no guarantee that someone would appear in its place. They finally arrived at the port city. Isores is an old, huge, half-ruined fortress. When they approached it, the protagonist felt a tremor in his hands and smiled. The boss is located on the top floor. This is one of two locations located in the very center of the fortress. However, his target is located in the second location called the library. Second told the spirit that they needed to hurry, and Gomoi agreed with him. At that moment, the guard began to attack them. The protagonist began to use the transformation skill, after which bright flashes of light enveloped those attacking him. During the transformation, every hostile character within a certain radius is guaranteed to be stunned. In addition, there is also 8 seconds of invulnerability. This is an incredibly useful transformation effect. Thanks to this, the main character gets 2 seconds of invulnerability to push back enemies even more. By doing this, he will be able to buy enough time to prepare the skill. The spell is effective against enemies with the Knight subtype. The main character used a combination of lightning to attack. The boy studied the result of his attack. One of the knights was lying on the ground, smoking. The second one was standing further away from him. The boy used his attack again. The spirit said it was amazing. The guy replied that he had dealt critical damage to both of them, so this time he had managed to defeat them with one shot. But if it weren't for him, it would have taken a lot longer. and it wouldn't have been amazing. They were moving deeper into the fortress. At last they reached the entrance to the great underground library. Second suggested that they camp near the entrance, and Golmois was puzzled since it was part of the road. The guy replied that this was a safe zone. Only ghost monsters appeared in these parts, and since they couldn't jump, they wouldn't be able to reach a certain height. The protagonist lit the torch and decided to go. Once the door opens, the spirit must use possession. Seeing the black wolf, the spirit began to panic. He said that there was no doubt that they had no chance. The boy realized that the spirit had excellent observation skills. After all, he was a great ruler of spirits. He was a good judge of risk. He couldn't defeat the wolf now. But this was a game. The boy walked further into the library and set down the torch. He approached the wolf. The monster was currently in its wolf form. It would always attack with a dash first. He is immune to physical attacks in his wolf form, so the protagonist attacks him with a combination of archery and sword. In the worst case, it is better to dodge. He will avoid the attacks by stepping to the side right before the strike. Whenever he fails in a grab or a claw attack, the wolf will definitely use teleportation. This is if you follow the pattern. However, at that moment, the wolf used the dark transformation. After that, he turned into a long-haired girl with protruding black ears. The guy looked at her with admiration. She remained a beauty, unchanged even in this world. The protagonist thought that this was not the situation where he could express such emotions. After the dark transformation, she should definitely use the dark summoning. He should prepare the advanced elephant sword master. He thought about the fact that she was not in empty shadow mode. If he had started preparing for battle only after seeing her transformation, it would have been too late. He needs to catch the moment when the black flames from her transformation dissipate. If he prepares advanced swordmaster elephant in the double 2 seconds when she lands, 3 steps forward and attack will be ideal. The protagonist also thought that the person would not be able to move while this skill was being prepared. This is the preparation time of a level 6 skill, which makes him vulnerable for 4 seconds. However, the effect of such a skill is excellent if, of course, it hits. At that moment, he attacked the girl again. She fell to the ground, as if she was not herself. The protagonist thought to himself that he had stunned his girl. Now they would need critical hits. While she is stunned, he will aim at her legs and fire 2 shots with Rook's shooting skill. But if the 2 shots are critical, he is guaranteed to knock her down. If they are not 2, the stun will wear off. If this happens, he will need to shoot 2 more times with the Rook's shooting, otherwise he will not be able to knock her down. A huge part of his safety depends on whether he can knock her down or not. At this point, the protagonist decided to use this skill. 2 attacks were launched at the girl. This time, he got both hits. If she is spread during dark summoning, she uses dark transformation again and runs. She will do all the actions again. Even though she has taken human form, she can use dark transformation. The protagonist will be able to intercept her with the skill Kobo Monster. He thought about what she will do next. She lowered her head, which means that now she will start running at him with the purpose of biting. He uses all his energy to dodge her. After she bites, she uses a dark roar. She needs 2 seconds to prepare for it. If she bit him, there is a 99% chance that the dark roar would be unavoidable. The girl, having changed into the form of a wolf, opened her mouth. A dark roar immediately began to spread from her mouth. After the dark roar, she will run at the person or use dark transformation. This time, she used just transformation. The main character thought that he needed to prepare an advanced elephant swordmaster. He should check on the empty shadow. At that moment, he just saw a shadow under the girl. He then used his advanced bishop swordmaster skill again, stunning the girl once again. He tried to deal some damage with Rook's shooting, but this time he only hit once. If the stun goes through, she will use dark transformation and dark summon. A moment later, she just used dark summon. The main character looked at this carefully and thought about what would happen now. The girl stood with her eyes closed and a black weapon appeared in her hands. He realized it was a shadow staff this time. She was trying to use staffmanship mode, but it didn't matter. He thought to himself, that's not bad. The protagonist thought that with these 2 shots, he had weakened her enough that now he could put her down with 1 shot by shooting the Rook in the leg. In addition, he uses a combination of Silver General shooting and Knight shooting to deal a lot of damage. After that, the protagonist ran towards her. the girl transformed into a wolf again. After he knocked her down, she ran at him again immediately after the dark transformation. A smile spread across the protagonist's face and a blush appeared on his cheeks. He thought that this was wonderful. He also remembered that the character second was quite eccentric. Even though the eyes of the great ruler of spirits determine that this world will be an absolutely impossible battle, he robes the wolf, the enemy he created on a whim. The main character did not receive a single blow from the enemy. He continues to perform divine techniques again and again. His friend at this moment was thinking about what Second himself was thinking about. At that moment, the latter was dodging another attack from the wolf. In fact, he was not thinking about anything. He was simply delighted with life at the moment. The protagonist knows for sure that in the end he will get it back. Then the throne, and this is not a lie. His dear second undoubtedly risked his life to return as number one in the world. Even if the battle may seem impossible to everyone, the protagonist continued to stand in front of the she-wolf while he bowed his head. Angolmois thought that someone possesses strong tenacity, toughness, loneliness. The main character wants to be stronger than everyone else, and he is ready to give up everything to make it happen, no matter what. He admires such a noble and independent person immensely. He clearly understands that Second is no longer alone. So Angolmois wonders why he should not risk his life to walk this road with him. The man himself laughed loudly at his own thoughts, which attracted the attention of the protagonist. The latter turned to him and told him to be quieter. The main character looked at the wolf and thought that his girl's health was finally being restored by about 20% in an hour. It's pretty simple. When this dark wolf's health drops below 25%, tongues of black flame begin to burst from her body, and she goes into berserker mode. Second thought that she just needed to calculate how much she needed to attack to reach the 20% mark to return all the damage received. Now, it is not difficult for him to tame them. If he uses taming when she pounces, then everything will be fine. Even when he tried to tame his girl in his past life, the conditions were about the same. However, this time it did not work. The main character thought that if he couldn't use his skill, then in that case he would simply throw several jars of potion at her, which hit the wolf's body straight. From these actions, the wolf's body began to glow. She raised her head up, after which her whole body froze. Angolmois asked if the protagonist was sure, to which the latter replied that did he tell him that this method was more effective. His friend still had doubts. The main character and the she-wolf stood opposite each other. Second was surprised that a whole hour had passed. It took 4 times longer than before. However, nothing could be done. After some time, the main character said that he was defeated. He climbed into his tent and thought that he was already trying for the 10th time to bring her to a critical state and tame her. But now, he was too exhausted. Until this dark wolf leaves the great underground library of Isekai, there's no way that will make her follow him. Angolmois poured him a drink and told him that he had been tormenting this monster for 10 hours. Naturally, he was tired. Second said that he was going to do this every day. His friend chuckled and said that if battles like today's continued, he didn't think she would have any reason to resist like this every day. The main character said that he was just very lucky today, all because she couldn't use the empty shadow during the dark summoning. He explained that when she transforms into human form through dark transformation, she initiates a dark summoning, or she can use dark sorcery. While she is transforming, you can prepare and hit her, after which she will stop and you will need to put her down with 2 critical hits to the legs. If you do this, then during the fight, you will not have to worry about using dark summoning. Angolmois said that he understood everything when you hit her with advanced fencing. If the she-wolf is in this state, it will not be possible to stun her, and the risk of her using dark magic will increase. Second confirmed his words, but he explained that it was not a matter of witchcraft. If, during the black summoning, she switched to some kind of mastery mode and summoned a shadow, it would all be fine. However, if she enters the most powerful state, the power of the dark fire will increase. His friend interrupted him and asked what would happen in this case. Then the main character raised his palm, looked at it, and said that he would have no choice but to use his trump card. Angolmois immediately turned his gaze to him. The girl said that it was difficult. She asked questions about why she was locked up there. She read a lot of books, but still does not know. She wondered how many centuries had passed before she regained consciousness. Whenever someone passed by and tried to speak, her own body did not listen to her. A monstrous thirst for blood oozed from the depths of her heart. and her body moved on its own. She opened her eyes and saw that there was another corpse in front of her. These short lives could not satisfy her. Behind her were the skeletons of past victims. She thought that the more this happened, the stronger her bloodlust became. The girl raised her head and thought about when the next one would come, and what kind of power he would have, what kind of death would befall him. She couldn't wait any longer. She couldn't endure it any longer. The only moment when she felt life with every part of her body. The main character entered the room. The girl saw him and said that finally someone had come. It was her destined one. She had a feeling as if he was her lover in a past life. She feels a connection. However, the wolf's body and her body move by themselves. They demand to kill him, so she just has to kill this man. It's just wonderful. At that moment, the blow hit her body. She realized that she was so excited for the first time in several hundred years. He finally attacked her. Getting hit by a person is impossible. Then from the animal form, she returned to human. She thought about how it happened. The girl feels that her life is in danger. She tried to get to her feet, but her arms and legs wouldn't obey. The girl thought about whether it was possible, tried to deny reality, but it still happened. The girl rose to her feet, blood running down her face. She thought about the pain in her body growing, and to let out so many screams, this is the first time for her. However, first a glimmer of a smile appeared on her face, and then she began to laugh loudly. Her face turned red. She thought that she was alive. The girl anticipates this moment. She has lived locked in the darkness for so many centuries. She was born of darkness for the sake of meeting him. She is in so much pain, she feels such suffering. But this feeling is incredible. She thought about the main character causing her as much suffering as possible. After all, these were wonderful sensations. But at the same time, she thought that just a little more and she would die. Now she was in the body of a she-wolf again. She thought that it was over after all. It was really wonderful. She imagined the main character closing his hands on her neck. She thought that she wanted to die by his hand. However, at that moment, she lifted her wolfish head up and realized that he had just cured her. The girl was very surprised. At that moment, she imagined a clearing where she was kneeling, and the main character was standing at a short distance from her. She thought that he really was her betrothed master. She had finally found him. Coming to her senses, she opened her eyes and saw that her master had left. The girl saw his shining eyes as he left. No doubt they were saying that he would never let her go. The girl's face turned red again and she thought that the master would definitely come back and take care of her again. She thought that this was truly magical. She prayed that the time would come when she could be with the master. This rush of blood, this excitement, this violent death. She wants to be headed by these beautiful sacred hands. She asks the gods to fulfill her contradictory desires. The girl continued to call the master and felt that she wanted to hear his name at least once. She also wanted him to give her a name, and then his hands on her neck. 2 months had passed since the protagonist had left for Isekai. The regular meetings they held once a week could be called debriefings. During them, the girls exchanged information they had collected during the week. They were determining the course of further action. However, at that moment, a tense atmosphere hung in the air. Each of them was silent. At these regular meetings, they would compile the bare minimum of information they needed to share with Second. They would send it out in the form of weekly reports over the team chat. Sylvia said that she personally believed that this was not necessary. Iko supported her with her own words. Yukari said that she also did not see any need for it, but they really needed workers. Then Sylvia suggested that they take a male servant, to which Iko said that any hard worker would do. Yukari said that men are men, and she doesn't like them. Sylvia said that she doesn't either, but it's better this way than bringing more enemies. Still 1.5 months left until the completion of the 5 estates, excluding the central and southern castles of Second. She would like to increase the size of her squad of universal maids and their qualifications. Sylvia asked her about the reasons, to which Yukari explained that the all-purpose maid squad currently consists of 10 people. Although they are essentially slightly inferior to her, they can be considered 10 clones of her. Iko imagined 10 Yukaris and thought that it was very scary, to which the latter replied that it was very rude. The girl apologized to her. Sylvia's face became more serious. She said that the maids were truly incredible and their reliability was becoming increasingly trustworthy. Yukari said that if they hire more staff under them, the master's castle will be unshakable. But on the other hand, they don't have enough subordinates. Sylvia asked whether she really wanted to say that commanders alone would be useless. The girl agreed with her. Yukari said that once they have staff, they can be trusted with everything from training to management. However, they can only train maids, so they should hire as many women as possible. Sylvia said that there was nothing to be done. Let all the female servants be maids, and all the other servants would be men. As for her, this was an uncompromising option. To which Yukari said that she liked it. She would be engaged in the selection and distribution of people. To which her interlocutor said that she'd finally thrown this burden off her shoulders, after which she offered to replace her. Yukari said that she couldn't help her from her jealousy. This is an important task that the master entrusted to her. Does she really think that such flattery would make her give in to her so easily? To which Sylvia replied that she is not jealous. Sylvia said that it was too much of an honor, and Yukari was trying her best to hide her wolfish nature behind a sheepskin. To which the latter asked if she really had any problems. Sylvia winked at her and said that it was okay for her to be pretty only on the outside. To which Yukari replied that she had also broken her promise of one message a week, and that poem that she had sent him was funny. To which Sylvia said that Yukari makes noise every night, after which she suggested that she be quieter, like her. She parodied her about how she waits for her master to return. Yukari started to get angry. She started to insult Sylvia. The latter started to insult her back. Iko got scared at that moment. She decided to leave the room and said that it was very scary. The protagonist continued his fights with the she-wolf. About 3 months had passed since he started. Finally, she turned on that very behavior pattern. At the moment when he prepared his skill, her shadow disappeared. She was in a state of void shadow. If you attack her in this state, his attacks will be completely nullified. He himself will be open to her attacks at this time, and will definitely catch one of them. Each of her attacks is fatal for him now. Therefore, he cannot attack her while she's under the void shadow. He canceled the Sacred Boat's swordplay that was about to be prepared and jumped away from her. Once her dart transformations were over, she would immediately activate the dart summoning a powerful weapon. Now that he can't force her with swordplay, there's no way he can stop this summoning. He can only pray that it's not a spear of dark flame. The protagonist saw that she had summoned a shadow spell. Now she would be in staff mode until she was knocked out. However, he had a question about how to do this. With 2 rook archery crits, 1 crit and 2 normal attacks, or 4 normal attacks with no crits, he needs to choose. He saw dark magic in all its glory. A cruel black fog that, when touched, forcibly reduces health to 1. In addition, this attack has a very wide radius of damage. When he looked at the walkthrough site, it said that he might or might not be able to dodge the fog, but it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was lucky. Only not very smart people who can only talk with their tongues could write such nonsense. In the game, this site cannot be trusted. The protagonist fired from his boat, and Gomois asked him what he was doing. The shot from the weapon hit her right in the leg. His friend kept saying that he would not be able to dodge. Second thought that he would wait. He thinks from a different angle. It is a mistake to even think about trying to evade such a large-scale attack. At this point, the main character decided to transform his body. Now the second difficulty was behind him, because after activating the transformation, he would be invulnerable for 8 seconds. After that, he fired from the boat again. However, Crete flew past. The main character was not very happy with this fact. He thought that in order to knock her out, he would need to fire another shot. However, there was nothing to worry about. In the current situation, knowing that he was guaranteed to knock her out with the next shot, even getting hit by dark magic would not be a problem. He shot the girl again, this time hitting her body. At that moment, his 8-second invulnerability ended. In exchange for his health dropping a 1, he knocked her out. The girl actually sat down on the floor and seemed to have lost consciousness. Otherwise, it would have been followed by attacks from the Shadow Staff, but since he knocked her out, he can heal safely. The third difficulty is over. That's great, he broke through. Having risen, the girl, as usual, will rush at him, starting dark transformations, and he will already return to his usual position. Working days will begin again. He thought about how much more time it will take him. Today the number of attempts exceeded 2,000. Thus, almost 4 months passed. Every day he made exactly 18 attempts to tame her. And Gomois addressed him by name and asked if perhaps it was time for him to return, while pouring him a drink. The protagonist was thinking about how his friend's record had been stuck lately. He thought that he was bored with all this and decided to ask about it. But it seemed that he was worried about him. The main character is, of course, very pleased, but he will have to worry about him for some time. He said out loud that there is no point in returning. If some problem arises, they will be able to return home. However, Second understood that this was all a lie. There were many reasons for concern in the weekly reports from the girls. It seems that in the capital, the reformist faction led by Bal Moro, which supports the first Prince Klaus, will soon make its move. There is very little time left. In addition to this, he is interested in how much stronger the girls have become. He is interested in how Yukari handled his assignments. He is interested in the completed estate. He is interested in the progress with the Sakanta castle. All of this excites him. To tell the truth, he wants to go home as soon as possible, but he can't understand why he doesn't. He just needs an excuse that will force him to go back. He thought that it was probably addiction, narrow-mindedness, and inability to make a sound decision. Apparently, he would continue to try to tame the she-wolf until it was too late. But he can't help himself. Taming a black wolf is like a drug he can't give up. Once he experiences the pleasure of taming, it's the end for him. There is only one way to save yourself: to tame her again. The main character said out loud that he would go to bed. His friend agreed with him. When Second closed his eyes and Gomoi continued to look at him, the main character silently made a wish for this to end soon. 268 attempts. He, of course, thought that someday it would end. And now it finally happened. The wolf used the dark summon and void shadow that followed the dark transformation at the same time. It couldn't stop her from entering the strongest mode. The situation was the worst of the worst. She had less than 25% health left, which meant she was also in berserk mode. Strongest mode plus berserker mode. In addition to its insanely high damage, the Dark Flame Spear has a damage radius of about 3 meters and a constantly active ability to attack with dark flames from a long distance. By the way, if the main character with his current parameters touches the Dark Flame even for 2 seconds, he will at best be at death's door. He will almost certainly die. If the spear pierces him, he will die instantly. If he tries to fight, he will die. If he tries to run, he will die. He looked closely at the girl in front of him. Her attacks weren't so weak that he could escape from her by turning his back. He realized that it was time to use his trump card. He used the Goblin Mage's Horn. And although he called it a trump card, in fact it was a means of escape. Minions of the Demon King, boss of the third-class dungeon Ashiasparn. Goblin Mage